Chapter 1, Midnight Sun. 2998. 2999. An immature young man, shaking his hands and swiping the number 2999, his tired body convulsed uncontrollably, only to hear a bang, and a cloud of dust was lifted in the calm woods. Under the scorching sun, the boy hadn't rested for long, and struggled to get up again, and began to do squats. Every posture was so standard. Sweat kept running across his cheeks with his movements still talking about it. Damn it, I failed 3,000 times with the knife. If that's the case, do 3,000 squats. If you fail, you will kick 3,000 side kicks. The young man who worked hard here was called Bai Yet. He was only 6 years old this year. It can be said that he has been doing this kind of exercise for nearly 5 years. Bai Yet actually traveled to this world. He used to grow up in an orphanage, and his only entertainment is probably to squeeze in the lobby with other friends to watch the only pirated disc Naruto owned by the orphanage. Although this has been read countless times by him over and over, but every time it is played, he will come over to enjoy it with others. Because he especially envied the people in them all have their own wonderful lives, unlike he was born with nothing, wanting to change everything. There is only a way out for reading. Because Bai Yet is in an orphanage, it is very rare to be able to go to school with normal children, so every time I hear a classmate mention that he took a 5 kill or exploded some top quality equipment in the game today, he would feel envied. A person who doesn't understand or owns anything, dare not get into it at all, so he can only hide from the side and listen to them talking loudly. It wasn't until he was 16 years old that he finally had the right to work, and for the first time he made money and bought himself a small gift, a copycat mobile phone. The first time he came into contact with the mobile phone, he felt very new and excited, and he was addicted to it. He played a game with the god of death as the background, because he once learned from his classmates that this anime was once known as the 3 major migrant manga along with Naruto and One Piece. This made him very interested in the story of the god of death. For Bai Yet, who had never been in contact with anything, he didn't understand. In fact, these mobile games were specially used to make money. This kind of game is enough to satisfy this ignorant teenager. However, this is how the tragedy happened. The orphanage has bedtime at night, and Bai Yet has been plugging in the charger to hide in the bed. In addition, the quality of the phone itself is not very good, which directly caused the phone to overheat and cause a violent explosion. I don't know anything when it gets dark. When Bai Yet woke up again, he found that his body had become very strange, and he didn't feel anything wrong. But even if I tried my best, I couldn't even turn over, and a pair of short hands were waving there. After a long time, I finally realized that my body seemed to be very petite, and I felt like I was in a baby period. While Bai Yet was still struggling, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, and he realized that he had seen many characters who became Naruto. That figure is impressively Kei's father Matt Dai. Although Dai didn't make many appearances in the original work, Bai Yet quickly recognized the opponent. Because she has always lived in an orphanage, Bai Yet has never seen her parents. Since she was a child, she has particularly envied those children who have parents. At the same time, she also wants to have the father of Naruto who has the same son as Watergate. Because of the sudden appearance of the character, he began to suspect that he might have traveled. Although he hadn't read the novel of traveling, he still learned a lot of information from his classmates' usual discussions. In this regard, Bai Yet quickly accepted this bizarre event. He himself yearned for this kind of life, and there was nothing worth remembering in his previous life. Little baby, I keep asking if I'm hungry, Dad will take you to eat delicious food. Dai, who appeared suddenly, walked quickly to embrace the noisy Bai Yet, and softly comforted him. In fact, Bai Yet was only excited to talk, but did not realize that his vocal cords were not fully developed, and could only produce screams. Childish voice. Although I can't speak words, it's not that I don't understand what others are saying. Especially when I heard Dai claiming to be his father, the whole person was in a daze, wondering if he was possessed and passed through Kai's body, but I have never heard of Kai also having a younger brother or older brother. For a while, Bai Ye was very entangled in his heart. Although he liked the role of Kai very much, it was still a bit unacceptable to become Kai directly. Read more at hottentalnovel.xyz. It is not that he dislikes the other party's body, but is afraid that he will tarnish his identity, and is completely unconfident that he can reach the height that Kai can reach under the same talent conditions. However, when Dai hugged him out of the small room, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Under the setting sun, a figure was waving sweat, with thick eyebrows and big eyes. That's right. This familiar taste must be Metkai. Looking at the other person, he is probably 1 or 2 years older than his current body, and he has already begun to train hard. In this way, under Dai's careful care, Bai Ye grew up sturdily, and deeply felt the other party's love for him, which was exactly what he had always wanted in his previous life. At this time, Bai Ye made up his mind secretly, and must work hard to gain powerful strength. Because Naruto and Sasuke don't have to worry about the 4th Ninja War, but the 3rd Ninja War Dai will die in the battle with the Ninja 7. I don't want to lose this hard-earned thing again. Fatherly. Under the repeated bombardment of Dai and Kai, the concept of youth crazily penetrated Bai Ye's mind, which made him very reluctant to get up immediately and sway the sweat of youth with Kai. Time passed, and Bai Ye finally successfully grew to the point where he could crawl. Unlike in the beginning, he could only go to other places with Dai or Kai holding it. I couldn't move around freely for a long time, and I could only lie on the bed alone, making the White Knight who had grown up once very aggrieved. During this time, Bai Ye also learned a lot of useful information, such as his own life experience. In fact, Bai Ye did not belong to Dai. It was when Dai returned to the village after completing the mission, he found Bai Ye crying in the field. A knife was also found at the same time. Because Bai Ye's parents could not be found in the annex, Dai finally decided to bring Bai Ye back to the village and raise him after 3 generations of consent. Of course, the knife that was found was also brought back. After all, it was the only item that might be related to Bai Ye's life experience. Now that Bai Ye could crawl around, he also started to look at the knife secretly. After slipping past, I found this knife, especially like the saber in the game I played before. Driven by curiosity, I couldn't help feeling it, and suddenly there was a bunch of information in my mind. Zanpaka knife, unlocking degree, 0/1000. Broken Road 1 Chong, 0/1000, has been unlocked. Taideo, unlocked 1 of Taideo Sei, 0/1000. White Fight, proficiency, 0/1000. Instant Step, proficiency, 0/1000. At first, Bai Ye didn't know what was going on, until after he tried to recite the chant of Broken Path 1, Chong, a small shock wave suddenly shot out from his fingertips. After successfully releasing Broken Deo 1, Chong, Bai Ye only felt that his body was hollowed out, just like doing 100 push-ups in a row in his previous life. But there was still ecstasy on his face, and he couldn't help but rush to train with Kai right away, feeling that his future might reach the height of Naruto and the others, and he gained more confidence in the rescue of Dai from the 3 wars. Until Bai Ye was able to get up and leave normally, he began the days of working hard with Kai to do physical training. Every time he finished training, he looked half dead. He was struggling to carry him home with Kai. The name is to add to Kai training, provoke Dekai again tears of youth. Although the training is very hard, Bai Ye still feels that he is living a very fulfilling life every day. He thinks that this is the life he wants. After every training, he can feel his growth and feel that he can catch up with Kai's strength soon. However, this passionate life only lasted a year, and the reality gave him a cruel blow. On this day, Bai Ye took the initiative to pull Kai for additional training for the first time, and Kai Chiang, who was full of passion, usually dragged him. Because of the day and night training throughout the year, coupled with Bai Ye's deliberate control, the experience slot carried by Zanpai Deo reached 999/1000, together. Seeing that the experience value is about to be full, I can't calm down and rest one night, wait until tomorrow to practice again. Soon, under the final eruption, Bai Ye surpassed the limit of his body once again, and all the experience points were already full, but what he didn't expect was that this was the beginning of his despair. Although the experience value is full, nothing he expected has happened. All the experience slots are displayed in 1000/1000. In addition to breaking the road and binding the road can choose to abandon the chant to start, the remaining 3 have no special abilities at all. Not reconciled, Bai Ye continued to squeeze his own potential, but found that there was still no movement, and reluctantly went home to rest and wait for tomorrow to study. In the early morning of the next morning, Bai Ye woke up earlier than Kai for the first time. He dragged Kai, who was still sleepy and drowsy, and ran into the woods, making Kai even suspect that Bai Ye was faked by someone else's transformation technique. At the beginning, Bai Ye was still full of enthusiasm and started a new day of training, but nothing changed until the evening, which made him suspect that this was already the limit of Zanpo Deo. Time is passing by, 2 days, 3 days. The days passed slowly for a week, and Bai Ye finally understood what had changed, but it was not a good change. After such a week of hard training, Bai Ye finally discovered today that his chakra volume has only increased a little, which is not the same level as before. A few days ago, I had been focusing on Zanpai Deo, but today I returned to my usual training state. Bai Ye, who didn't believe in all of this, began to train even more crazily. He has been training like this for a year, reaching the minimum requirement for entering the ninja school at the age of 3. After a year of crazier training, Chakra's growth was not as good as 1/10 of the previous years, and found that he was really limited by this Zanpaku. Bai Ye did not hesitate, and also chose to join the ninja school directly at the age of 3, wanting to see if he could get some changes from it. Chapter 2, Admission. As expected of my younger brother, youth is to go forward courageously. In that case, let you chase your youth. When Bai Ye proposed that they wanted to enroll this year, Kai and Dai agreed without hesitation, and showed their signature thumbs and golden smiles. Your strength is strong enough, don't worry, there is definitely no problem passing the entrance examination. Kai realized that Bai Ye's expression was not good, thinking that the other party was worried that he would not be able to pass the entrance examination, so he walked over and patted Bai Ye's shoulder vigorously, cheering for him. K is right. Last year, your strength surpassed K's first enrollment period. Although the growth of chakra has suddenly slowed down this year, it is more than enough to enroll. Dai Ye walked slowly, squatted down, and hugged both of them, exuding the brilliance of his father. In fact, I am not worried about this. I am thinking about what to do if there is still no way to solve the slow growth of chakra after enrollment. Bai Ye was very moved when he saw this, and he took the initiative to stretch out his arms and hug everyone together, feeling the warmth of home, and at the same time hiding his anxiety deeply. You are a genius. Unlike my father and I who know nothing, we can only rely on perseverance to hone physical skills. 2 years ago, you developed 2 Muji ninjutsu. 3 generations of adults heard about this. You are full of praise. Listening to Kai's brainless bragging about himself, Bai Ye could only smile wordlessly. Only one person knew that this was only relying on that Zanpak knife, and he was not a genius at all. And now the experience value of Zanpo Deo has reached its limit, and he can no longer bring any help to himself. Perhaps the current self is the most true self. K is right. It's like although I can't be the endurance of my life because I won't know anything, I'm still very happy. I can still contribute to the village and guard everyone's safety. Dai stretched out his hands and put them on Bai Ye and Kai's heads respectively, and gently stroked their little heads. You are still young and your physical fitness is not up to the standard. Later, I will call you a skill. Even if you only have physical skill, you can become a great ninja. When Bai Ye heard something in her heart, Kai directly started yelling that she wanted to go out and start a new round of practice. Yes, although my chakra is growing slowly, my physical fitness is indeed still rising steadily. If I can reach the level of opening the 7th door before World War III, I might have the same strength that can change everything. Voice of the Heart. When I thought that I could still practice Baiman Dunjia, Bai Ye was full of fighting spirit again. Although the total amount of chakras will be low at that time, the damage to the body after the outbreak will also be correspondingly smaller, and the endurance will be increased in disguise, and the overall strength should still be worth seeing. Early the next morning, Kai excitedly took Bai Ye to the school for the entrance test. Dai's words were temporarily assigned to leave the village, so he did not come to accompany Bai Ye to the assessment. Before leaving, he entrusted Kai to take care of his younger brother. Speaking of which, this is Bai's first time to go to other places in the village. In order to facilitate his usual training, Dai chose a relatively remote hut. Because of the goal that must be accomplished, Bai Ye has been training desperately in the past 2 years. It can be said that there is no other person who has intersections except Dai Hokage. He looks like Grandma Lu entered the Grand View Garden along the way. Hey, have you heard? The Uchiha clan has a little princess who is about to enter the ninja school at the age of 3. Read more at hotmtlenovel.xyz. What's this? I heard that there was a genius from the Hokage family, and he hasn't engraved the bird in the cage until now. Ah, how is this possible? Could you have misheard it? This is true, isn't the Nikkei-sama still has no heirs, and now it's in the war-torn era. It is said that they have been discussing whether to leave a backhand in advance. That's it. I heard that other big clans have also produced a lot of geniuses. The competition among the freshmen in this year seems to be fierce. Before arriving at the ninja school, Bai Ye received a lot of interesting news from many passers-by, especially the one from the Hokage's family. According to his guess, this person might be the one whose eye was taken away by Qing. I also heard a lot of names of people I hadn't heard of in the original work, plus they were all geniuses of various races. It is estimated that this group of people died during the 3 World Wars or the Kyuubi Rebellion. In the entrance examination, Bai Ye performed very well. Relying on his excellent physical skills, he won a 5th place in the situation where everyone is not good at ninjutsu. Hey, this group of people is really a bunch of perverts. They have learned to release ninjutsu at such a young age. If they hadn't been for the last 2 years to practice physique, they would definitely be at the bottom. Maybe they might have failed the assessment directly. Looking at the assessment form posted at the entrance of the school, Bai Ye looked sighing, especially seeing that the first person had mastered the C-level ninja surgery, fully comprehending that there was a huge gap between genius and ordinary people. Sure enough, it is White Knight. It is much better than my grades last year, but last year there was a more perverted person named Kakashi Heiji. He showed a lot of C-level ninjutsu during the entrance examination. Opponent. K on the side was talking, and flames emerged from his body again, and his whole body was full of fighting spirit. Day by day, Bai Ye reached the age of 4, and Kakashi also graduated from school at this time. During the year, Bai Ye's ranking in the school has also steadily declined. It is worth mentioning that when he first started to learn ninjutsu, he was still full of confidence and felt that he was very proficient in breaking and binding the road, and the mere ninjutsu was no longer a problem. The cruel reality directly gave him a boring hammer, and he thought that he was definitely wearing himself at the time, and perfectly inherited the other party's talent of zero ninjutsu and zero illusion. At the beginning, I did desperate research, but later I felt that there were not many chakras in my body. It's like the way I can break the Dao and bind Dao because of its low power, and the need to train for a long time to give up chanting and release, they have not been promoted in the village. In the end, I decided to hone my physical fitness with peace of mind. Baiman Dunjia is also very strong. Originally, Bai Ye was training hard because of his spare time, and he was there to make up for the rest of the class, plus the ranking has fallen to the bottom 10, which can be said to be a little transparent. But there is a person who always loves to have trouble with him, so he loves to come over and provoke him, saying that you are a trash and what are you doing here. This person is called Yunuziyi, 1 year older than Bai Yat, and they both enrolled at the same time. After training every day, I was exhausted, and Bai Ye didn't bother to care about each other. He always put his left ear in and right ear out. Especially when I heard that the other party was ranked 6th in the entrance examination, I was even more reluctant to pay attention to the other party. My time is very precious and I don't have time to play with this kind of children. There is also a special reason why the power ranking has been dropping. In order to train Bai Yi's load on herself, she has been increasing, even if she does not deliberately remove it every time she assesses her strength, plus she hasn't learned any ninjutsu, her strength naturally seems to have not changed, and she is slowly being taken by others beyond. The school teacher also noticed that Bai Ye had been training with weights, and once came here specifically to test his true strength. However, Bai Ye said that even if he took off his load, he was no better than those in the top 10, and he didn't care about these superficial skills. Because of the excellent performance in school, he has been sleeping in class and his strength has not increased. He is obviously talented but refuses to work hard. He is privately regarded as a representative of poor students. Except for Ziyi's occasional visit to brush up on his presence, other people are directly unwilling to contact him. Time is still slowly passing by. Kei also applied for graduation 2 months ago, Bai Ye also succeeded in falling to the last place. Because Kei has become a shinobi, Bai Ye has also started a personal training time. Occasionally, after Kai finishes the task and returns, the two will train together again to see how much each other's strength has increased in the respective periods. Such as today's situation. Yat, Bai Yat, I'm back. Let's have an exciting duel exercise. When I just came home from school and was going to take a break to train, Bai Ye suddenly heard a familiar voice from the door. Okay, brother Kai, the old place, you go first, I'll be there soon. Chapter 3, In Distress. Kei, how does it feel to become Shimonin? In the beginning, the teacher only took us to do some D-level tasks such as finding pets and picking up trash, and I felt that it was not as interesting as training by myself. Why do these little things have to be specially arranged into tasks? 3 generations of adults should also have his ideas, but this time I have completed a C-level task. I feel that only by doing this task can I feel the breath of youth. Naobukai's smiling face. As soon as Bai Ye arrived at the place where he usually trained, he found that there was another person besides Kai, and the two were still discussing something fiercely. Yat, Bai Yat, your speed is so slow this time, have you been lazy and didn't train lately? Seeing the White Knight finally arrived, Kai greeted him cordially. I just changed to a new load. Bai Ye pretended to be innocent and blinked her big eyes. White Knight. That unlearned crane tail in the class. Hearing the sound, Shiraya looked helplessly at the other party, and found that that person was the first Uchiha in his class, and he also heard that the other party could already open his eyes. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it, it's not, heard, that's, you, who realized that she seemed to have said something that shouldn't be said, was at a loss trying to explain something, and found that she seemed to hurt the other person no matter what she said, and her face turned red and she was very cute. Puchi Keek, needless to say, the class of people how to look at me, I know, those I do not really care. Seeing the cute face of the other party, Bai Ye couldn't help but laugh, but now she comforted the other party by herself. Don't care about these little things, Bai Ye is very strong, because he always wears a load, you will have the illusion that he is very weak. Upon seeing this, Kai couldn't help but explain a few words to Bai Ye. I'm so sorry. I always think I am. Kai's explanation had a counterproductive effect. The flushed moon bowed deeply at Bai Ye, and the corner of his eyes was still secretly aiming at the other party. Who? When Bai Ye just wanted to talk, she saw Yu, who was still bowing, suddenly opened her eyes, and quickly stretched out her right hand to take out kunao from the ninja bag, and stared at the woods behind Bai Ye, posing in a combat stance. At the same time, Yu's left hand was not idle. She directly grabbed Bai Ye's right arm and pulled him behind her, shielding him with her body. Originally seeing Yu's reaction, Bai Ye was startled at first, but before he could make a move, he was specially protected by the other party. The face of Bai Ye behind Yu was filled with helplessness, and the message from the tail of her crane was really deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, but seeing Yu deliberately protecting her, there was still a hint of warmth in her heart. Obviously neither of them had said a word before today. This is the so-called will of fire. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz, Papa Papa. A silhouette of people clapping their hands slowly walked out of the dark, only to see that the person was specially dressed in night clothes, and at first glance he was not a serious person. As expected of the genius of the Uchiha clan, I was able to discover my existence and successfully opened my eyes at this age. Originally, I just passed by because of a failed mission. I didn't want to do anything to you. But now, can I send your eyes down to make up for our loss? Seeing that the other party didn't put the three of them in his eyes, Bai Ye felt a burst of anger in his heart, wishing to rush to blow the other party's dog's head immediately. You, the other party's goal is you, run quickly, and Bai Ye and I are here to hold him. Kai quickly made the most correct decision, but Yu's face was full of reluctance, and he obviously wanted to stay and fight together. Flee? Don't even think about it. Although I am only a Zongnan, I can be selected to perform missions in the hinterland of Konoha, indicating that I am an elite of Zongnan, kids. Earth escape iron prison. Before the voice fell, the other party had already completed the seal, and slammed his hands on the ground, and suddenly there was a roar, and the ground also trembled. As the smoke slowly dissipated, a huge circular depression appeared. The hole is surrounded by a circle formed by countless iron walls. Now we can officially start. Be careful and don't die. I'm going to be ruthless in order to make a quick fight. Looking at this exaggerated ninjutsu, Bai Ye felt a bit of weakness in his heart, and he could clearly feel that the power levels of both sides were not in the same dimension. What's more, he is still carrying a heavy load, and the opponent will never give himself a chance to take off. The only real combat power is Kai and Yu, so it's good not to drag himself. Bai Ye, don't be in a daze, we will all die here if we don't know it, but it's not completely out of chance. There is so much movement here, as long as the support to the village comes, there is hope. The other party had already rushed over with Kyowo in their hands, and Kai couldn't help but reminded him when he saw Bai Ye still in a daze. Konoha Whirlwind. Konoha Gale. After regaining his senses, Bai Ye and Kai made a perfect match. One attacked the upper body of the other party, and the other attacked the lower body of the other party. The moon on the side was not idle, and she found the opportunity to secretly throw out the two shurikens. Faced with these attacks, the other party didn't even dodge, and was actually preparing to eat it all. Feeling that everything was wrong, Bai Ye immediately yelled, "You! Hurry up! Soil escape heart decapitation technique!" Before he ran the word and shouted out, only one head was left exposed in an instant, and the name Zongran squatted aside. There are two left. Hey, you guys give up, how good is it to run away, why bother to die here? Although the man said nicely on his mouth, his hands were still fast forming seals. Tudun Tolong Gun. It's awful, because the load is dragged down and can't escape the scope of this ninjutsu. White Knight's voice, hearing the technique released by the other party, Bai Ye's eyes shrank suddenly, thinking that he would definitely become a hedgehog next. Konoha Whirlwind. K. At the critical moment, K's Konoha Whirlwind safely sent Bai Ye out of the attack range, but he didn't have time to escape and fell into it, with multiple sharp rocks stuck in his body, and he forced a smile to the direction Bai Ye was in. My brother exists to protect my brother, wow. As soon as the voice fell, a lot of blood was spit out in his mouth, his consciousness gradually began to blur, and his head slowly dropped downward. The rescued Bai Yi's eyes turned red instantly, as if he was about to bleed, and a faint sound of broken objects came from his body. He subconsciously drew out his Zanpaku knife and shouted at the ninja, "Shoot him, gunslinger!" Zhong Ren, who had already clasped his hands on Yu's eyes, suddenly heard a sound coming from behind him, subconsciously wanting to look back, and before he could turn his head with a knife, he pierced it straight out of his chest. Slowly lowered his head and looked at the blood knife in front of him with a blank face. He didn't know what was going on. His vision slowly blurred, and his body fell uncontrollably to the left. Bang lifted up a cloud of dust. After subconsciously using this trick, Bai Yi's body began to tremble, and he wanted to step forward to confirm whether the opponent was dead. Until he saw a group of ninjas with Konoha forward rushing in the distance, he breathed a sigh of relief, and he could no longer support his body and slowly fell aside. Suddenly, Yu, who was trapped in the ground, was still awake at the scene. After being rescued by someone, Yu explained to everyone, and finally everyone picked up the seriously injured Kai and Twilai, who was in a coma, and rushed to the hospital. Chapter 4, Evolution. So tired, I feel my body is hollowed out. In the early morning, after Bai Ye was in a coma all night, he finally woke up. He looked up and saw a bottle stand next to him, confirming that he should have been sent to the hospital. I always feel that my body is so heavy, this is considered as being pressed by a ghost, and I don't know how Kay is doing. Bai Ye struggled for a while and wanted to get up, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't get up. She always felt that her body was a little weird, just like a lead. "Ah, you are awake. I am very embarrassed and fell asleep accidentally. I will help you up." After Bai Ye continued to struggle for a while, Yu's voice suddenly came from her ears, and her body relaxed, not as oppressive as before. A small face squeezed into Bai Yi's field of vision. I saw his scattered black hair draped over his shoulders, the saliva on the corners of his mouth still stuck to a few strands of hair, and squinted his eyes as if he had just woke up. It was the month who fought together last night. Up. Thank you. By the way, do you know what's going on with Kai? Actually, if it wasn't for you to press on me, I could easily get up and say by myself. I didn't expect it to look quite thin, but it can actually be so heavy. White Yi's voice. After being lifted, Bai Ye began to complain maliciously in his heart, and on the surface he still looked very serious. He is across from him, but he is blocked by the curtain. I'll help you pull it away. Yu ran over with her short legs, and opened the pure white curtain in a low voice. Kai's complexion didn't look bad, and he could be assigned to a room with himself. It seemed that he should be out of the danger period. After opening the curtain, Yu also came back and continued to speak. According to the doctor, Kay should have dodged at the last minute, deliberately avoiding the fatal injury. Now it looks a bit exaggerated outside, and the internal organs are actually intact. Hearing what the other party said, Bai Ye was completely relieved. If Kay died because of his own reasons, he would probably live in deep self-blame for the rest of his life. At the same time, I am prepared to pay attention to some heavy loads in the future, and finally there is a way to quickly take it off, otherwise it will be too burdensome in an emergency. This time Kai will suffer such severe injuries, mainly because of his inconvenience. It is said that a ninja squad actually invaded in last night, trying to take away the eyes of Hyaga's house, but it failed. He escaped alone, and the people behind were hunting him. By the way, you also talked about some things she had learned. That's it. By the way, did you stay in the hospital all night? Why didn't you go home? After letting go of his worries, Bai Ye began to care about Kya's situation. The other party should not be such close friends with him and Kai. It is impossible to stay here specially. Sorry. And thank you. Seeing the other party well and suddenly bowing to him, Bai Ye was inexplicable, plus what happened yesterday, I doubted whether the other party had any special hobbies. Could you not always say sorry and bow, and why do you suddenly apologize to me? Sorry, I won't say sorry again. The White Knight who listened directly was full of black lines, and he wondered if the other party did it on purpose. Well, I mainly dragged you and Kai last night. Because you and I didn't have the shame of becoming the Uchiha clan, and I stayed subconsciously after seeing you weren't taken care of, and I want to wait for you to wake. Thank you in person. Looking at each other, he deliberately shook his little finger, frowned and thought hard, listing the reasons one by one. It was so cute that people couldn't help but want to poke her baby's fat little face. Bai Ye finally confirmed that this guy's talent is definitely on learning, and other aspects are stupid and cute. Seeing that the other party wanted to say a bunch of reasons, Bai Ye quickly interrupted. I see, you should go back to rest. It's not going to school today. Look at the saliva on the corner of your mouth. Don't become like me in class and just sleep. After that, he stretched out his little hand and gently wiped the other's mouth, and also removed the hair still stuck on it. With a brush, Yu's face turned red, shyly covering her face, and quickly turned and ran out. She didn't know if she was embarrassed because she would drool while sleeping, or because of something else. You look like a well-bred eldest lady in front, why did you run away suddenly? There was a confused White Knight, and I sat on the bed blankly. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz, forget it, let's take a look at what happened to Zanpakuyo. After yesterday's World War I, the amount of chakra in the body has suddenly increased a lot. The muttering White Knight reached out and touched the Zanpai knife standing by the bed. Zanpaka knife, unlocked gunsling, 0/2000. Broken road, newly unlocked breaching road for White Thunder, 0/2000. Taideo, newly unlocked Taideo for this rope, 0/2000. White Fight, second stage, 0/2000. Instant Step, second stage, 0/2000. Gunsling, the blade can be stretched instantly. Deo for Baile, a thunder is released from the fingertips. 4 of the Deo, this rope, Chakra has created a rope-mounted light rope to entangle and capture opponents. Looking at the Zanpo Deo that had changed a little bit from the previous one, a smile appeared on Bai Yi's face. Not only has an additional initial solution state, but also unlocked new broken roads and bound roads. At the same time, I understand that only relying on the excitement of fighting can the Zanpa Dao continue to evolve, and that it is easy to have a bottleneck just by working behind closed doors. Bai Ye is also ready to apply for graduation as soon as possible, and feels that there is no need to continue to stay in school. After the breakthrough, his strength has also been improved in all aspects, and he should meet the graduation standard. And even if the assessment fails, it doesn't matter. After all, I still have a lot of room for growth. I just don't know if I will be stuck in the situation where I cannot evolve again after my experience is full. Coo. Boom. I'm so hungry. I knew I asked you to buy breakfast for herself. It was a blunder. I was so hungry that I couldn't walk. I don't know if it's because the Zanpaku sword evolution consumes too much physical strength, or the sharp spear trick is too much chakra. I saw Bai Ye lying on the side of his bed, drums crazily from his stomach, and he should be ascended to an immortal if he didn't eat anything visually. After lying on the ground for a while, I suddenly heard the door opening, and suddenly felt that I was saved. Nurse sister, help. Sorry, it's me. It was different from what I had imagined, only a childish male voice came from my ear. No, I'm in the hospital, you have to come here specifically, how much hatred do you have with me? The person here is surprisingly UNV Shiki, who has been in school and can't get through the White Knight. Don't think too much, I'm not here to find anything, I'm here to apologize to you. No, what happened these years? Why do I like to apologize? Bai Ye, who was helped back to the bed by Ziyi, spit out feebly. Well, I will forgive you if you can change the bunch of flowers in your hands to steamed buns. Wow! What's going on with people these days? They apologize as soon as they meet, and they just disappear after apologizing. Well, now I haven't even left flowers. Seeing Ziyi, who suddenly leaped out of the side window, he suddenly suspected that he had derailed from the times. Wow! Before he could finish his emotions, Ziyi came back from the window with a bag of hot meat buns. Give! Bai Ye looked at Ziyi, who was in the dust, and she was embarrassed to say that she just said it casually. If it's a normal class business, forget it, I don't care at all, and how do you know that I am hospitalized? Bai Ye unceremoniously ate the newly baked meat buns, looking like a starving ghost reborn, and asked vaguely. It was my uncle who carried you on my back yesterday. I heard about last night from him. Oh, then say thank you to your uncle for me, by the way. That. I'm very sorry. I have always been too much, I don't know anything, and I've been ridiculing you all the time, please hit me out. Hearing the sound, Bai Ye raised his right hand to support his forehead, with a black line on his face. After a while, he forcibly pulled up the bowing Ziyi, and said in a bad mood. I said that I don't care about these things anymore. By the way, I have always been curious about why you treat me so badly alone. I heard them say that it's because I rank higher than you in admissions? I wouldn't do these things for this reason. My father died because of the drag of his teammates, so I think you are so talented but unwilling to exercise. It's better to let you go on the battlefield to harm your teammates. Not as good as. Hearing something Bai Ye said, Ziyi couldn't help raising his voice, and as he spoke, he suddenly felt embarrassed to continue. It's not because you always pretend to be stupid. I only learned the truth from my uncle yesterday. He would find it difficult to wear the weight on your body, and successfully rescued his companion. Full of resentment, whispered from the side. Chapter 5, Test. After the 3 big meat buns were eaten, Bai Ye felt that he had come back to life again. What are you whispering there alone? Forget it, do you know where my weight-bearing props are? I didn't find it nearby when I woke up. Compared with other trivial matters, Bai Ye is still more concerned about his own weight-bearing props. After all, the family cannot be said to be particularly wealthy, and the weight-bearing props that are no longer used will be sold again. It was placed in the storage room downstairs. My uncle said that it was too heavy and it was inconvenient to carry. Before I came up again, I deliberately tried it. After putting it on, it feels very difficult. It's really strong. I can wear these things forever. A different color flashed in Ziyi's eyes. I really want to practice against you once, maybe I can't beat you, if I can be assigned to a small team with you after graduation, it would be great. Don't look down on me so much. Actually, I am also more prominent in physical skills. There are still a lot of restrictions to perform tasks. Hearing that the other person looked at herself so highly, Bai Ye could only explain with a bitter smile that helplessly, in recent years, due to the limitations of the Zanpaku sword, his physical fitness has not been reduced, and he cannot perform ninjutsu. The 3 newly unlocked skills have not yet begun to become proficient, and I feel that the power of low-level breaking and binding is too bad, and the combat methods are too single, especially when encountering ninjas with more powerful illusions, they absolutely lie down in seconds. Anyway, it's already very powerful. The single technique can be exercised to this point, and not many people have this perseverance alone. Although it's not very good to say that, except for the top 5 in the class, you are the only one who can be recognized by me. I am not very willing to team up with the rest of the group. I would rather do it alone. Seeing Ji radiate a different kind of enthusiasm for himself, Bai Ye felt a little overwhelmed, especially the relationship between the 2 people can be said to be very poor. Ziyi has been entangled here for a long time, and he couldn't leave until he was about to go to class. Seeing this guy finally left, Bai Ye was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. He felt that he was more difficult than K, and he was usually cold in the class. After being entangled by the other party for nearly half an hour, Bai Ye also felt that his state was able to recover a lot during this period, and it was expected that he would be able to get out of bed for training in 1 hour. It is guessed that this Zanpakuyo evolution should also bring some hidden benefits, such as the recovery speed of his body, which was not so fast before, and the training intensity can also be increased by a level accordingly. After lying on the bed in a restless mood, he immediately slipped out of the window and couldn't wait to get out. Before going out, he deliberately observed Kai's situation closely. The white knight without weight, shuttled freely on the roof, completely unable to feel the weight of the body, and sometimes turned somersaults, feeling that his state was better than ever, and for the first time since enrolling in school, he completely unlocked the shackles on his body. Well, it probably took less than 2 minutes. I don't know if my current speed can catch up with Xiao Li's first appearance. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. In a short while, he rushed to the place where he usually trains. Bai Ye squatted under the tree and calculated his current speed slightly, trying to judge which level his specific strength had reached. Based on my current training intensity, I can estimate that the Zanpakuyo experience value at this stage will be used up to 3 months. By then, it should be able to surpass Xiao Li at that time, but I don't know if he can surpass him without wearing a load. Status. Following his calculations, Bai Ye's face was filled with an innocent smile. Since Zanpakuyo's experience point was full for the first time, he was living in worry for the days after. If you can maintain a high-speed growth state, the remaining 5 years will be enough to grow by yourself. And because of his own existence, this world shouldn't completely follow its original trajectory. Maybe it will be able to directly change the direction of the 3 world wars. After calculating his speed, he got up and stepped back a few steps. The index finger and ring finger of his left hand pointed at the big tree together and started muttering. The 4 broken paths by Lei. A thunder light shot out from Bai Ye's fingertips. With a pop, the big tree directly opposite Bai Ye was hit, and the hit part appeared to be scorched black. Bai Ye set off to observe carefully, and found that only the epidermis was damaged. The power was not very large, but the relative consumption was not large. Compared to the weaker Dao 1, Crush, this move can already be used in combat, and it is not very pleasant to hit it head-on. Then, try a new binding Dao. The 4th of bound Dao this rope. As the chant was finished, a light appeared on the left hand, and with the slight shaking of the hand, this light quickly wrapped around Bai itself like a dexterous little snake. I saw the entangled white knight, his arms stretched out slightly, as if he hadn't used much force. The light cord broke apart and slowly dissipated in the air. The strength of this rope is also a bit poor. It seems that it can only be used as an auxiliary skill to tie people who have lost resistance. You don't need to specially prepare a rope in the future. Bai Ye was not very satisfied with the newly unlocked bound Dao. Bound Dao 1 SEI could still shame someone who was not deliberately guarded. This thing flashed like Chidori for fear that the other party would not see it. I always feel that these 4 skills are a bit tasteless. It's enough to deal with those weaker than you with a knife, and the opponent who is stronger than yourself will not have much impact if you eat hard. Let's take a look at the magic spear. I used it yesterday and was directly rendered collapsed into a coma. The power should not be weak. After sighing, Bai Ye went to find a boulder as tall as a half-person as his test subject nearby. Of course, that was an adult as the standard, and the actual height was a head short of Bai Ye. Shoot him, sharp gun. When the words fell, a white light flashed, piercing the huge boulder in front of him without resistance, and Bai Ye's breathing sounded sharply, and he walked over and carefully observed his results. I saw an indiscernible gap left in the center of this big stone, and he stretched out his hand to grind it up. And could clearly perceive that the stone was still the same smooth. Tisk, this hole is really horrible, just like cutting tofu. There is no crack at the cut, but it consumes a little bit, and almost 90% of the chakra is used. Bai Ye felt that if it hadn't been for the evolution of Zanpakeng yesterday, he had improved a lot with chakra, otherwise it is estimated that he would collapse again. Just like every time Kakashi runs out of power, he needs to recuperate in the hospital for a while. It seems that in the short term, you can only use your whole cards as a sneak attack, otherwise your opponent will see through and evade, and your combat effectiveness will drop significantly. After Bai Ye used the smart gun, he felt a little tired, and lay down on the lawn in a big letter without an image, looking at the blue sky with emotion. Since I came into this world, it seems that I haven't rested for a long time. Since I am not with my weight, let me be lazy. The breeze slowly came, Bai Ye's hair swayed along with it, and his eyelids gradually covered his eyes. He fell asleep deep in this uninhabited suburb and had a beautiful dream that no one disturbed. Chapter 6, Play Against. Oops, I didn't expect it would be so late after a small squint. In the night, Bai Ye moved frantically on the roof, his expression a little nervous. Leaving privately for so long, I must have been discovered by the nurse sister, so troublesome. After a while, Bai Ye came to directly under his own ward, wondering whether to turn back in from here. Hey, some things are still in the hospital, and Kay is still lying there. Let's be trained as soon as you are trained. When Bai Ye was 3 years old, he was ill and was hospitalized. Because he felt bored in the hospital, he sneaked out for training. The nurse who was in charge of taking care of him at that time got him right. There is a shadow. Bai Ye squatted slightly and jumped out with a light kick on his legs. He put his hands on the edge of the window on the 3rd floor carefully, and looked inside with a probe, and found that no one had slipped in again. Hey, why is there no one on Kay's bed? Has he woken up and sneaked out? Bai Ye, who came in safely, found that Kai was also missing, and suddenly felt very strange. The other party's injury was much heavier, and he was at best out of strength. Bai Ye didn't worry too much about this. After all, ninjas from other villages couldn't be lurking in every day, and there was nothing about Kai that was worthy of other people's attention. Without thinking, Bai Ye began to turn over the small cabinet next to the bed. When he slipped out in the morning, he forgot. As a result, he was still wearing a hospital gown. He was going to change his clothes and then go to the front desk to apply for discharge and get back his weight equipment. Yet, when Bai Ye just undressed to get dressed, a shrill scream suddenly came from the door. When Bai Ye heard the prestige, he only found Ziyi and 2 who were holding Kai. Oh, Bai Ye, you are back. Kay, who was almost wrapped up as a mummy, didn't forget to stretch out his signature thumbs and smile brightly. Where did you go? And I heard other people's voices just now, why are you two? Seeing someone coming, Bai Ye didn't slow down anymore, quickly put on her clothes, and asked her own questions by the way. I just wanted to ask where you went. I came over after school and found that only Kai was moaning in the room. Ji Yi said speechlessly, feeling that Bai Ye still seemed unreliable. I just took Kay to the bathroom and ate together by the way. I was there this month. I blushed when I saw you naked and ran away. Ah, when you said it, I realized that I didn't seem to eat for a whole day. Bai Yi's brain was definitely broken. With such a peculiar focus, Ji Yi, who was helping Kai back to the bed, was directly choked and speechless. After the 3 chatted with each other for a while, Yu suddenly appeared with a bunch of food and stuffed them into Bai Yi's little hand. Here you are, I don't know what you like to eat, so I bought some on the snack street. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. It seems that you shouldn't run away directly, but squatted outside the door, overheard the news that Bai Ye hadn't eaten yet, so she deliberately ran over and bought a bunch of them. Hey, didn't Ziyi say that you've already left? Why did you bring back a bunch of food? Bai Ye, whose brain circuits no longer existed, said a bunch of words very honestly, causing Yu's little face to turn blush again. Ziyi on the side really couldn't stand it anymore, and hurriedly came over and took out a bunch of octopus balls from the bag and stuffed them into Bai Yi's chattering mouth. After a long time, Because Bai Yi's body was no longer in serious trouble, Ziyi did not leave it specially. When he left, he said that he would see you at school, leaving Bai Yi alone to watch the night. White Knight, have you developed a new ninjutsu after a long period of silence? A man with a pipe in his mouth and a small mustache on his chin has a crystal ball in front of him, showing a scene from the hospital. There have been a lot of geniuses in this generation in the village. I have to quickly confirm the candidates for the next generation of Naruto. This person is the third generation of Hokage. As early as when he learned that Bai Yi was 2 years old, he created 2 different Muji ninjutsu, and the 3 generations began to pay attention to his existence. Although Bai Yi hasn't seen anything new in his research in recent years, his usual efforts are all in his eyes, and the degree of recognition for him is still very high. I just heard some news reports about him last night, and today I deliberately used telescopes to observe it secretly and found a lot of interesting things. It seems that we can find a good teacher for him in advance. The 3 generations sitting in the chair knocked on his sore shoulder and found the right person in his mind. "'Kay, then I'll go to school first. I'll bring food over at noon." Early the next morning, after dealing with some trivial matters, Bai Yi left the hospital and rushed to the ninja school. In the classroom, Bai Yi sat in the last row by the window, slumped on the table and grumbled. "Why isn't the teacher coming? I want to apply for graduation in advance today." "What?" For the first time, Ziyi, who was sitting next to Bai Yi, couldn't help but let out a surprised sound, but he deliberately controlled his volume, only Bai Yi could hear him. "Since you have applied for graduation in advance, then I'll be well together, so I can just be assigned to a small team." Ziyi continued to put on a cold look, crossed his fingers to support his head, and continued speaking with a voice that only Shiroya could hear. Bai Yi cast a silent glance at him, looking at him now pretending to be forceful, very suspicious that it was to deceive the little girls in the class. After all, more than half of the girls in the class are looking at him secretly, and their eyes are still full of "yes, little stars." "You are terrible." Together with Yi, we searched all the girls in the class. Qian Xiaoyi ranked 3rd in the class, and his usual performance of a warm man attracted the attention of the remaining half of the girls. "What am I, the first month in the class? Yes." Ji suddenly shivered in the middle of what he said, a bitter cold rose behind him, and his eyes began to sweep around, and he found that Yu, who was also sitting in the last row, was staring at him with murderous eyes in the distance. "Hey? Why didn't you say anything suddenly?" "Ah, I'm not interested in me and Yi at all." Ziyi reached out his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, and praised his wit. Indeed, the 2 little princesses in the class seem to be only interested in improving their strength. Even the first and the second are occupied by them. The top 4 of you are about to divide the entire class. Bai Yashin nodded his little head with approval. After hearing what he said, Yu, who was eavesdropping in the distance, started pouting her mouth, looking sullen. When Ziyi saw this, he could only shrug his shoulders helplessly. He only felt that this guy's brain circuit was absolutely faulty, and his analysis of other people's affairs was very good. When he came to himself, it was as if he had suffered a mental blow. Flap. "Well, today we are going to practice against each other, and we are all ready to gather on the playground." The applause from the door calmed the students. As soon as the teacher showed up, he began to arrange today's class. "Hey, I'm going to fight you once today. Don't let me water when you arrive." After Ziyi heard the teacher's words, he started gearing up, looking at Bai Yi with excitement. Chapter 7, Shiraya vs Shiki. "Ah, oh. Why do you react so coldly? Are you ready to paddle again? You are ready to apply for graduation in advance and are not ready to show some strength. Be careful that the teacher will kick you directly." Ziyi looked at Bai Yi still indifferent, and felt so upset in his heart, he had to find a way to change his mentality. "The teacher won't be as superficial as you, but he has long seen that I have been acting with a load. Don't go so fast, wait for me, I won't be able to say anything. When Ji saw Bai Ye got up and left, he hurried to catch up and hurried out together. It's miserable. My strength hasn't improved significantly this month. I will definitely drop out of the rankings again. I'll have to be trained again when I go home. Haha, who told you to be lazy, but I have never dropped off my ranking. Then you haven't improved for a long time, and have been suppressed by those abnormalities. It doesn't matter, the most important thing to be a human being is to be able to recognize reality. On the playground, everyone stood together in twos and threes, discussing the next battle practice with their close friends. People who are confident in their own strengths have a relaxed face. Of course, some people have a sloppy face, thinking that they might have to be beaten again after returning home. Okay, it's still the old rule. You can choose your opponent first. Everyone will play at least once. If you are not satisfied with the ranking of the last teacher, you can challenge to the next level. When the teacher saw that everyone was there, he announced the rules as usual, and took out a small book to record everyone's growth. Teacher, my opponent chooses White Knight. Ziyi quickly came out with a helpless look of Bai Yat. If someone preempted him, he wouldn't be able to choose Bai Yat. No, although I heard that Jidu and Bai Yat has been very troubled, but there is no need to pick him as an opponent. Maybe I just want to take the opportunity to teach him a lesson. The duel between the fourth place and the tail of the crane always feels a bit too bullying. Some students who didn't know the truth all showed a speechless expression. They all felt that Bai Ye would not agree to this battle, because people with low rankings could choose to refuse the appointment of people with higher rankings. What do you say, Bai Ye? Do you want to refuse it? The teacher looked very interested, but it was a lot like to see how Bai Ye's current strength reached and grew. Okay, then I'll go and prepare, save him and haunt me all the time. With a helpless look, Bai Ye came to the side and lifted up his sleeves and trouser legs, took off the 4 weight-bearing props, and placed them on the ground softly. It turns out that he has always been wearing heavy props, and I don't know how much it weighs. Tisk, maybe others just pretend. After all, the crane tail, the ranking has been falling for so many years, it has not risen. Seeing Bai Ye's movements aroused another round of discussion among the students. Yu, who was standing with Hyoga Swift on the side, pursed his mouth slightly after hearing the people's discussion, feeling that these people are so annoying. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Suddenly a pair of little hands stretched out from behind Yu's, pinching the small faces on both sides, rubbing them, and leaning her head on her shoulders and chuckles softly. The eldest lady of our Uchiha clan, did she get tempted after being rescued by the other party? Just, no. Yu retorted slurredly, and stretched out her little hand to knock out her hands and played with her little face, and a blush appeared on her face. Then others are talking about the tail of the crane, what are you upset about? After being knocked off, Swift took the opportunity to change to an environmentally friendly posture. It seems that the relationship between the two should be quite good. He's not the tail of a crane, well, they're going to fight. After Yu said a word of dissatisfaction, she leaned back slightly and changed to a more comfortable posture. Sure enough, I was at ease after removing it all. After Bai Ye put down the load, he moved his muscles and bones on the spot. After getting used to the current state a little bit, he returned to the field and Ziyi made a confrontation with each other, preparing for a formal battle. Bai Ye's feet slammed into force and disappeared into the battlefield instantly. What? Was there such a fast speed before Bai Ye? Many people at the scene suddenly lost the sight of Bai Ye, and couldn't help shouting out their doubts. Ziyi in the field also shrank his eyes. It was not that he did not see Bai Ye's movements, but that his movements were difficult to reach the opponent's level. Bai Ye suddenly appeared behind Ziyi, floating slightly in the air, and a Konoha whirlwind kicked towards his temple. Ziyi didn't seem to react. After being hit directly, his body floated as if he was about to be kicked out. However, Bai Ye seemed to perceive something wrong. After hitting the target, he quickly retracted his legs and wanted to retreat, but he still appeared slightly stiff because he was in mid-air. The kicked Ziyi also exploded when Bai Ye closed his legs, and scattered into a pile of worms eroding from Bai Ye's legs upwards. One of the broken roads Chong. When the words fell, a shock wave rushed from the tip of Bai Ye's left finger towards the worm on his right leg, and blasted it away with a pop. At the same time, at the moment when his left foot touched the ground, he kicked hard and quickly jumped to the left. With 2 swishes, the 2 shurikens just passed out from the back where Bai Ye stayed at the time, and they almost made a hit. After Bai Ye dodged, he quickly placed his right hand on the handle of the Zanpo Deo at his waist, pulled it out, and quickly twisted his body, swinging twice. With 2 sounds of ding-ding, it was realized that this was to resist the shuriken that was shot in the second wave. Bai Ye finally landed on both feet at the same time, so he wouldn't be as passive as before. Look! Seeing Bai Ye's performance, Yu on the side happily showed off to Swift. Cut, it's just so-so. Swift replied insincerely, and moved her hands on her chest dishonestly, causing Yu blush to struggle twice with her little face weakly. Tisk, it's so troublesome, it would be nice if you can escape from the fire. The flying bugs kept chasing the White Knight and running everywhere, unable to make an effective counterattack for a while. Since Shiroya himself would not attack on a large scale, and being entangled by bugs, he would be sucked in a lot of chakras. As long as Ziyi did not die, he would not be far from losing. After calculating the amount of his chakras, Bai Ye used the Shunbu technique to the limit and completely disappeared from Ziyi's eyes, but it would not last long because of the consumption of a large amount of chakras. Ziyi, who was controlling the insect swarm, was taken aback by the completely lost White Knight, and completely condensed the insect swarm into a giant ball to wrap himself in it. Boom! I saw the insect swarm surrounding Ziyi protecting himself, as if it had suffered a violent shock wave, and it was sunken in all directions, and the hidden figures could be vaguely seen. Shoot him, sharp gun! After confirming the opponent's location, Bai Ye Zanpaku sword pointed at the position and shouted in a low voice. Following Bai Ye's words, the tip of the knife quickly broke through the insect swarm and reached Ziyi's chest. Shika, who wanted to continue to resist the consumption of chakra, suddenly felt a bit tingling in his chest, and when he looked down, he realized that he didn't know when there was a knife in his chest. Seeing this, he could only helplessly collect the scent bad bugs, knowing that he was careless, thinking that he should be safe before the other party completely destroyed the outer protective layer. Seeing that the other party had conceded, Bai Ye also retracted his Zanpaku knife, and found that chakra's consumption was much less than that of yesterday's experiment. It seems that the consumption is calculated based on the elongation distance. The two have signed each other's reconciliation, heralding the official end of the showdown. Chapter 8, Moon vs Swift. I didn't wake up. I also think I might not wake up. Is Bai Ye so strong? Why has it been ranked last in recent years? The little friends on the playground were all stunned, rubbing their eyes vigorously, and wondering about life. Did you see his last move clearly? Okay. Many blood vessels burst out from the corners of Swift's eyes holding Yu, and he has already used his white eyes to observe. Yu in her arms also revealed her own single Guyu writing round eyes. Well, looking at his final performance, I can barely agree with his strength. Seeing that the winner has been divided, both of them have restored their eyes. Yu Ye gazed at the reconciliation mark of Zheng Hezi and his party moving by yet, confirming that the last trick he used was the one that saved him that night. I'm taking care of it this time. The last kind of sword technique should be your own creation, right? I have never heard that ordinary swords can have this kind of change. After retiring from the field, Shika took Shiraya's Zanpaku sword tossed and observed, but he didn't realize that it was a special ninja sword. It's okay. I just studied it a few days ago, but most people shouldn't be able to learn it. I have also studied some other things. If you are interested, I can teach you. Bai Ye didn't mean to hide her privately. It was just that this kind of thing needed to be displayed with the help of Zanpadao, and she actually didn't understand the principle very well, unlike Padao and Bindao, which had specific methods of use. Never mind these. These things are not suitable for our family. Instead of wasting energy to learn those that are not suitable for us, it is better to research something new. Ziyi directly rejected Bai Yi's proposal, thinking that it was a waste of time to learn something that was not suitable for him. Okay then. Bai Ye shrugged casually, not caring about these things very much. Just like Chong Dao 1, Chong and Bound Dao 1 Sai, I reported the usage method several years ago, but I have never heard of anyone going to learn it. After all, it is only suitable for sneak attacks or cooperating with others if you have not practiced enough to give up singing. The most important thing is that the intensity is not high. It is better to learn other powerful ninjutsu than wasting time to learn this. I also choose White Knight. When I was chatting with Ziyi in the White Knight, I suddenly heard someone calling his name on the court and looked over, with a dazed expression that obviously didn't know what was going on. Ahem, Bai Ye, Swift wants to choose you as the target of battle. Seeing the White Knight without any reaction, the teacher kindly reminded him. Can I refuse? No. Then I still refuse. You. Seeing that Bai Ye couldn't refuse, she refused loudly and unceremoniously. The angry Swift stomped straight on the spot, wishing to rush to give him a set of 361 gossip patterns. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz, month. Yu, who was still smiling and groaning, suddenly shuddered when she heard Yin taught her own name. She looked at it with a grieved expression. She obviously didn't do anything. Suddenly, I was so fierce. You come up and fight with me. You could not help but heaved a sigh of relief. Basically, she used to fight against Swift in the previous combat practice. It was strange to see that she suddenly chose Bai Ye just now. Humph, what's so good about that BD? I just want to try him just because he has just practiced well. Swift complained to Yu, who came over with an angry face. Yu just shrugged helplessly. Although she could guess some reasons, she didn't deliberately say it. After the seal of opposition with Swift, she opened her eyes and prepared to fight. Seeing that the other party ignored her, Swift hummed again and said that she was very upset, and also made a fighting posture. I don't know if Master Swift can end his 45 consecutive defeats this time. I don't think it's hopeful. The Moon Master is really too strong and it's impossible to lose. Nonsense, Master Swift is not bad at all, we will definitely win this time. I'm not as knowledgeable as you. You have said this 44 times. The field has not yet started, and the support teams outside the field are about to pinch first. You did not choose to step forward and attack. Ruquin's melee advantage was too great. Although she wins every time, the gap between the two is really small. As long as you are a little lazy during training, it is likely that you will lose next time. Moon is usually under a lot of pressure. Although the personal relationship between the two is very good, he still represents the Uchiha clan after all. I don't want to lose to the other side here, so I have always been squeezing myself in training, and I dare not relax in the slightest every time I fight. Swift also has her own ideals, always thinking about surpassing each other, but every time she is slightly worse than the other, the blow to her is still quite big. But this was regarded by her as the first tribulation on her way forward, and she never thought of giving up, and every time she failed, she would have worked harder to train. Thinking that he can't even surpass the other party, there is no way to break the family's rules for nearly 1,000 years. Both sides have different beliefs, and they have been supporting them desperately to become stronger. Not only are they very good at beating their best friends, but they also regard each other as their biggest opponents. It is also the reason why the two have been occupying the first or second place in the class. Fire escaped the art of impatience. This time, Yu Xian made a trial. Following the successful completion of the seal, many impatience seed-like flames were spit out from the mouth, and they flew toward the direction where Swift was. On the other hand, as early as the moment when the other party set up the seal, Swift made a prediction in advance, kicked his feet and jumped to the rear, deliberately opening the distance between the two. Although the flames spit out can be controlled by the opponent, the distance is deliberately extended to allow enough reaction time. With the rapid displacement of the body, it can perfectly avoid all attacks. After releasing a wave of attacks, Yu began to retreat instead, unwilling to engage in close combat with the opponent, using the shuriken technique to interfere with the Swift rushing towards him. At this time, the ninja of the main skill showed some disadvantages. When the strength difference between the two is not big, they can't get close to each other quickly, but the other party can suppress themselves from a distance. I saw that although most of the shuriken thread was cut by Swift with a soft fist, 2 of them were missed and entangled tightly around her leg, secretly making a terrible cry. Art fire escape ho fireball. I saw Yu seizing this opportunity and spraying a fireball that was slightly larger than his own, following the line on the sword in his hand and moving quickly towards Swift. Seeing this, Swift condensed a large number of chakras with both hands, and hit the fireball coming from the air, using the gossip empty palm technique, but the attack distance could only reach about 1 meter. After swiftly making 7 or 8 palms towards the target, he completely punched a hole in the middle, just enough to hold his body through, but he would still get some burns because of the high temperature. At the same time, taking advantage of the moment he was in the fireball, he broke the line on his leg with 2 palms. After releasing the arrogant fireball, the moon on that side quickly stepped forward, followed the fireball and deceived him, and stopped and quickly sealed the seal about 2 or 3 meters away from Swift. Wind escape big breakthrough. A whirlwind was spit out from his mouth, and it happened to arrive at Swift's location at the same time as House fireball. The 2 people reacted to each other, producing a flame whirlwind rotating in place. Swift, who had just been able to move freely, was shocked and couldn't avoid it at all. He released a large amount of chakras from acupuncture points around his body and revolved to imitate it back to the sky to minimize the damage he suffered. The moon outside was not idle either. During this period, he used the shuriken technique again and threw it around, spinning around the flame vortex in the center of the field. The moment it disappeared, the thread on his hand was pulled slightly. All directions are tightening toward the center. The moment Swift appeared, she was bound tightly before he could react. Yu also slammed her towards herself and put her shuriken on her neck. The subdued Swift didn't have any serious injuries, but her face was flushed red, and she was gasping for breath. It seems that the last move will consume a lot of her. Next time I will definitely win. Well, I'll apply some medicine for you later. You should have a slight burn on your body. Humph, then you are so cruel. It's me who doesn't lose a little bit. The consequences of being slapped by you are too serious. Yu cautiously carried the a little weak Swift on her back, and quickly left the venue amidst bickering. Chapter 9, Graduation. Master Yu is still so strong. Master Swift just missed this time, and he will definitely win next time. This has been missed 46 times. Do you want to fight? If you hit me, I'm afraid you won't succeed. The friends of different factions pinched each other again. I feel there is still a gap between myself and them. After watching the battle between you and Swift, Bai couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Then need to say, especially Swift is very restrained from your type of ninja, but this battle did not show the power of soft fist. Ziyi also nodded in agreement, but kept his eyes on Bai, obviously not convinced that he had lost before, and wanted to fight again. In the next battle, apart from the good battle between Senjuyui and Naraluxan, the rest was obviously not very exciting. So Bai found the opportunity and slipped out, feeling that it is better to exercise herself than wasting time there. The teacher just glanced at the direction he was leaving, and didn't say much about it. Perhaps this is not Bai's first time skipping class. Ziyi didn't go with him. He was famously known as a good student, and he would not do things that would only be done by the tail of a crane. Bai didn't bother to slap his lips, just patted him on the shoulder twice before leaving. There was a cold sweat on his forehead, and he felt that his body was going to fall apart. When I came to the grove where I usually train, Bai Ye retrieved the information of Zanpai Dao, and was surprised to find that he hadn't started exercising yet. Zanpai Dao's experience value actually increased a lot. It would take about 2 or 3 days to reach this level. Kind of effect. After frowning and thinking for a while, I confirmed that I had only fought one battle today. It should be that fighting with others can also increase experience, but I didn't know it because I had been at full value before. Bai Ye suddenly regretted that he hadn't agreed to fight Swift before, and a fight with a powerful person was definitely better than his own brainless practice. Hey, I don't know why I suddenly don't have the motivation to continue training. Is this an expansion? Even though he said that, his body still moved honestly, waving the Zanpaku knife that he held tightly in his hand. Hey, don't practice in the White Night, it's already noon, let's have a meal together. Shiroya was doing push ups with a finger as a support point, and Shika's voice came from a distance. 3161, how do you know that I am here? 3162. Bai Ye didn't get up deliberately, but continued to do his own exercises. Da's sweat kept falling down his cheeks, falling into the dust. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz, I brought him here. There is also a figure beside she, it is Uchiha Yu, with a trace of joy hidden in his eyes. You, did you ask me to visit Kai in the hospital? Hearing that there was another person beside him, Bai Ye did not continue to exercise, subconsciously guessing the other party's purpose, and did not notice the flash of disappointment in the other party's eyes. Obviously, he did not like Bai Ye's answer very much. Well, let's go. Yu still kept a smile on her face, and didn't show anything wrong. Which store do you want to go to, Bai? I haven't eaten with you yet. Let's go to the curry shop this time. Just to bring Kai something he likes to eat. The teacher ranked you only 6th, you are still behind me. It doesn't matter, this time I won you mainly because the information is not equal, but in the future you will wait to be killed by my true strength. Bai Ye and Ji Yi fought against each other along the way. Yu Zi walked beside Bai Ye with a smile on his face, listening to the words of the two people, and followed quietly without interrupting in. By the way, you should apply for graduation this afternoon. What do you think the teacher will choose for the assessment? The three of them were already sitting in the restaurant and eating quietly. Ziyi suddenly remembered something and took the initiative to break the calm. You want to apply for early graduation? On the contrary, Ziyi's words caused Yu to have a huge reaction, looking at the white knight next to him with an unbelievable face, and a goose egg could be inserted into it with his mouth open. I don't know. If I take ninjutsu or illusion skills, I will be caught blind. The teacher shouldn't target me like that. Bai Ye arbitrarily stretched out her small hand to return the chin that had fallen from Yu. She was still a little worried about the graduation assessment. Ever since she discovered that fighting can speed up her growth, she wanted to graduate quickly. The real life and death battle is the fastest way. It's not just him, I am also preparing to apply for early graduation. Ziyi didn't have much pressure. Although he mainly studied his own ninjutsu, he was still worthy of the assessment, unlike Bai Ye who couldn't even perform basic ninjutsu. He was also very strange to Shiroya's talent. He was obviously a high-end product like Muji Ninjutsu who could not even beat people. Since you are all ready to apply, then I have to apply too. How can I be left by you as the number one in the class? Yu tilted her head and frowned for a while thinking, and made a firm decision, not only for the glory of the Uchiha clan, but also with some other selfishness. After finishing the meal in a pleasant atmosphere, I took some condolences to the hospital to visit Kai. After returning to school from the hospital, Yu did not continue to stay with the two, but ran to stay with Swift and communicated, vaguely speaking about applying for early graduation. Teacher, I want to apply for early graduation with Bai Ye. Ziyi waited for the teacher to shout out as soon as he stepped through the door, and there was a commotion in the class. However, although everyone was surprised by this, they did not think that they were not qualified. After all, they showed their strength in front of everyone in the morning. "Teacher, you and I have to apply for early graduation." Before the teacher could answer, Swift yelled directly to the teacher, and all the boys in the class were bursting into tears. The two goddesses in the class really left without any precautions. "Teacher, and me." Yi Jianyu and Swift also applied for graduation, and they followed suit. In fact, Yi had this idea a long time ago, but was suppressed by the two girls in third place, and the other party did not take the initiative to propose it. It was a bit embarrassing to let him propose it first. In that case, it was like a deserter who couldn't beat the other party. This time, the girls in the class also became tearful. "Just now I thought about leaving as Yi, and everyone still has a Yi. Now, even Yi has gone with him." They all ran away. Left. At present, no one cares about Bai yet. It has to be said that it is a very miserable thing. He has no popularity status in the class. In that case, Luxin, let you be with you, just to make up the two teams. Your strength is enough, I can pass you directly from the school, but if the instructor thinks you are not qualified enough, you will come back. Continue to class. The teacher touched his chin and thought for a while before he made this decision. Lu, who was lying on the table lazily just now, sat upright in shock, opened his mouth and finally did not say anything. They just feel so innocent. What does their application for graduation have to do with them? Why do they add themselves specially? After Bai Ye listened to it, she looked happy, as long as she didn't directly test a specific ninjutsu. As for the instructor, she would try her best to get the other person to identify with him. Chapter 10, Sorting. "Hey, Bai Ye, who do you think our instructor will be?" Ziyi secretly stabbed Bai Ye, who was lying on the table while the teacher turned around to write on the blackboard. "When did I get into a team with you?" Bai Ye, who was disturbed by her sleep, said with no anger. She wanted to punch that pretending face, and she wore sunglasses in class. She really didn't know what the tradition of the oily girl clan was. "We promised to grow up together and be each other's little angels, but you want to betray me." Ji showed pain on his face, his left hand pressed hard against his chest, and his right finger pointed to Bai Ye, which was still trembling. "If you are assigned to a team tomorrow, I absolutely must apply for transfer." Bai Ye didn't want to pay attention to this funny comparison at all. He was in the same fashion as a person, and he was completely exposed in private. He really wanted to switch from the last row to the first row to suppress his evil spirit. "Of the six of us, you are the tail of a crane. I think so much of you. You should be happy." Seeing that Bai Ye turned his head and didn't intend to pay attention to him, Ji Yi stretched out a finger and poked him on the waist again, causing Bai Ye to feel helpless. He couldn't figure out how the other party was doing well, so he wrapped himself up. "They are not all better than me, and those teams are not the most suitable for your standards. Although it is said that, but I think you have the greatest potential. We all have our own family. Only you are the only one who achieves this point completely by our own efforts." Ziyi said this with a rare face, and he was already admitting that under the same conditions, he might not be better than Bai Ye. "Well, in fact, anyone can be my instructor. I don't have any special requirements. I just want to have a good rest now. I have to go for training after school." Ziyi shrugged and didn't bother Bai Ye anymore. On the other hand, Yu, who secretly looked at Bai Ye, suddenly felt that her right ear was held by someone, and she immediately hid a spirit. Feeling sore and weak, she could only protest in a low voice. "Don't bully me, what if someone sees it? It's rare to be afraid that your little lover will find out. I'm doing this for your good. You see that your soul was going to fly out before, and you are not going to class." Swift's straightforward words made Yuezhi feel her face hot, and she protested weakly. "Where is it?" "Humph, the probability of the two of us being divided into the same team is very small. If you call a good sister, if I and your little lover are assigned to the same team, then you can consider applying for an exchange with you." Swift's small mouth was attached to Yu's ear and whispered, and she exhaled intermittently, making Yu's head go blank comfortably, and subconsciously answered "good sister." It caused Swift to stretch out his hand quickly to cover his small mouth, for fear that he would laugh out of it directly. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Yu, who reacted to what she had said, shyly covered her small face with her hand, and a heartbeat of dong 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 came from her chest, as if she was about to burn. "Hee, it's interesting to bully you, but unfortunately, after graduation, I can't stay together often. I have to follow the team to complete the tasks separately." Swift reached out and rubbed Yuehung's small face, showing a trace of melancholy. Ninja is a high-risk profession, and no one knows if after this separation, it will be the eternal separation of heaven and human. Yu noticed that Swift's tone had become a bit wrong, and she stretched out her little hand to clasp the other's fingers, feeling each other's temperature and conveying her own thoughts. As for Yi, he listened to the class and behaved as a good baby by himself, while Luxin looked half dead, as if his whole life had lost its color. After school, Bai Ye went to the hospital to visit Kai by himself. Yu and Ziyi didn't follow him this time. After all, everyone had their own training arrangements, and it was impossible to wander around all the time. "Dad, you have come back after completing your mission." When Bai Ye came to the hospital, he found Dai Zheng sitting on the side of Kai's bed, peeling an apple. "Bai Ye, you are here, it's already so late. I heard from Kai about what happened, and I did a good job." With a smile on his face, Dai gave a thumbs up to Bai Ye. "But it's all because of me that Kai was hurt so badly." Hearing Dai's praise, Bai Ye had a bitter expression on his face, thinking that he was dragging Kai down. Ninjas are not unharmed, as long as they can successfully protect their companions. These can only be regarded as a small price. Upon seeing this, Dai put down the half-cut apple, and walked over to touch Bai's little head. "Don't apologize for your efforts. That's too sorry for your own efforts, and it's also very rude to Kay who saved you." Bai Ye still blames himself a bit when he hears this, but he still controls his emotions, thinking that everything is still the reason why he is not strong enough. Since Dai came back, Bai Ye didn't stay long, ready to continue to hone his strength. "Hey, this isn't Da Shiwan, how could he come to the hospital?" Looking at the figures walking by, Bai Ye whispered, "This is the third original character that Bai Ye has encountered besides Kai and Dai." When he first came to this world, Bai Ye still wanted to see the character he liked, but then gave up. The other party hadn't grown up yet, or he hadn't been able to come into contact with his current position. Bai Ye didn't think much about why Dashimaru appeared here. In fact, Bai Ye didn't have any particular dislike for many villains, but everyone had different ideas. They were all people fighting for their own beliefs. It's not that I fully agree with what these people are doing. Mainly I am still in the growth stage, and I can't do anything to these people. The most important goal for me at the moment is to save Dai, and perhaps add Ziyi and you too. After all, watching them die, I still can't do it. I am my only friend in this world. The only trouble is that I don't know where they died in the fight. But it is also possible that they have changed their established destiny because of their appearance. After all, the main messenger who applied for early graduation today is himself, and the other 5 people have already begun to take another path. Thinking of this, Bai Ye still has some ideas of his own when it comes to meeting tomorrow's group. At present, I want to be with Luxin. After all, tactics and other things cannot be completely imagined by myself. By following the descendants of Nara's family, I should be able to learn a lot of useful things. Another candidate is Ziyi or Swift. After all, it is also very important to have a sensing ninja in a team. In many cases, it can be of great help. Otherwise, I might have to learn Kakashi to cultivate some tolerant dogs, or it would be very uncomfortable if I can't perceive the surrounding situation in an emergency. I will do 3,000 per project tonight, otherwise it will be embarrassing that I am still sleeping when the instructor arrives tomorrow morning. After arriving at his exclusive training location, Bai Ye decided to temporarily adjust his training plan to prevent himself from being late tomorrow. Then, according to the above decision, Uchiha Tsuki, Hinata Swift, and Shiraya are the 3rd class, Senju Ui, Yuzushiki, and Narakashin are the 5th class, and the rest of the others will go out with me to do trisomy practice. Chapter 11, Hinata-san Difference. Teacher, why did I split up with 2 girls, is it a mistake? After hearing about this squad, Bai Ye always felt something was wrong, and wanted to try and see if there was no chance to save it. White Knight. Do you look down on my old lady? It is your blessing that you can be with us on the tail of the crane. Swift immediately exploded when he heard the words. A slammed bang stepped on the table where Bai Ye was, condescendingly pointing at his nose, and started shouting, counting the old hatred and the new hatred together. Look, teacher, the tension in our team is definitely not conducive to cooperation. Bai Ye seized the opportunity to spit out bitterness, and wanted to struggle again. You. Swift couldn't help but kick directly towards the door of Bai Ye's face. Bai Ye also reacted quickly. He raised his right hand and put a weight on it to block it, and took the blow easily. You. Swift only felt like hitting a steel plate, especially unprepared, watching her little toes become bigger, sitting down with tears on her face and blowing air at the injured part, she gritted her teeth. Glaring at the White Knight. Ahem, just overcome the small conflicts by yourself. They are all the right partners. There is no need to live and die like this. The teacher was also very helpless when seeing this, and the grouping was not up to him, so it was better to run away quickly, so that their instructor would have a headache. Hey! Hearing Bai Ye's sigh, Swift couldn't help sobbing, feeling very sad, feeling that the good mood that she and UFN were in a small team was completely destroyed by this BD. Okay, stop making trouble. Seeing Swift still wanting to do something, Yu ran over and picked her up from the table and hurried back. You don't help me. What is so great about that BD, who dares to look down on us? Swift, who was hugged back, sat on Yu's lap with her legs crossed, and her little face was squeezed unhappily, feeling that her little sister had betrayed her. I didn't save you. I didn't even dislike rubbing your injured foot without seeing me. Yu Xiao's face flashed a blush as it was said, and he retorted in a low voice. At the same time, because Swift was sitting on her body, she could just reach out and rub the injured part. Humph, you dare to despise me. Swift demonstratively knocked Yu's head with her chin, and when she saw Yu's mouth flatten out, she stretched out her hand and rubbed it again, comforting him. Come on, don't be compared with the 2 girls, I will support you mentally. Ziyi leaned forward wretchedly and expressed his position softly. If Bai Ye hadn't seen the uncontrollable smile at the corner of his mouth, he would have almost believed it. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz, what you said sounds good. Although I don't look down on girls, I still think that each group is more reasonable. I always feel that 2 are a little weird. Bai Ye cast a blank glance at Ziyi. This guy must be gloating, and he said so nicely yesterday that he wanted to team up with himself, so he abandoned himself today. Boom boom boom. I'm Yuan Feiyushu, the instructor of Class 5, Senju Ui, Yuzushiki, and Naraluxan will follow me. The knock on the door caused the 6 people to look around, and saw that the man had a mustache on his chin, the same as that of the 3rd generation, with a cigarette in his mouth. But he did not light it. I'm leaving now, good luck. Ziyi waved his back to Bai Ye and took the lead to get up and leave. After a while, there were only 3 of Bai left in the classroom, because Bai was a man, and had a fight with Swift before, so the whole classroom echoed with the roar of 2 girls. Bai Ye reluctantly supported her head with his hands, looked at the opposite side and hugged the 2 of them, and guessed that this result might happen if only one of them is a man. It is not good for him to join in casually. Yu had been stared at by Ye, and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. The classroom fell silent so suddenly, and the three of them looked at each other with big eyes to small eyes. Ahem, okay, I apologize, I was too much before. Ye felt that the atmosphere had become a bit solemn, and he took the initiative to recognize a mistake. Since he has already taken the initiative to be a teammate, it is still very important to maintain a harmonious relationship within the team. Hey! Swift turned her head and didn't want to pay attention to him. Anyway, she just thought this guy was so disgusting. What's wrong? Who is bullying our Miss Swift? You originally wanted to persuade them, but the voice coming from the door attracted the three of them. Uncle Nitch. After hearing the sound, Swift looked happy, and ran towards the door excitedly, jumping into the arms of the opposite side with a small jump. You must be our instructor, right? Swift asked Asahi, with a small face raised in excitement, and he was already very affirmed in his heart. Ye didn't expect that the Nikkei would guide them. At first, he thought that like Shiki and the others, an older generation of ninja would appear that he didn't know. You have to behave well, or I will send you back to school. Nisara rubbed Swift's head kindly, and saw that he had been wearing a forehead guard on his forehead, which should be used to block the mark of the bird in the cage. After all, the Japanese foot was rarely worn in the original work. You two are Uchiha Tsuki and Shiraito. I am Hyaga Nisara. If not surprisingly, I will be the instructor after your class. Let's talk about it in another place. Seeing that Nikkei had turned to go out, Swift made a grimace at Baiyi's demonstration, then turned and ran away. Don't think too much about Baiyi, in fact, Swifts are usually very good. After watching Swift's behavior, Yu explained to Baiyi a little worried, her soft look was completely unexpected, and the opponent and the fighting state were like a different person. It's okay. After all, I made her unhappy first. In fact, I feel that her temperament is quite cute. Compared with this, I am even more curious that you two have completely opposite personalities. Nipples and Swift lead the way ahead, while Baiyi and Yu follow a little behind, as if they were divided into two groups. I didn't understand why those girls were unwilling to play with me after enrolling. In fact, at first Swift just wanted me to be a goal to surpass. Later, I didn't know when I became deliberately with me every day. In fact, she is the only friend up to now. Yu lowered her head and whispered about her experiences over the years, and her emotions did not fluctuate too much. She was obviously used to these things. They are just jealous of you, and your character is inherently soft. After all, female ninjas rarely show up. You and Swift are very talented, and there is one more thing you said wrong, don't I still count as your friend? Baiyi means that he has seen this kind of drama a lot, and the outstanding is always easy to be jealous of mediocrity, and stretched out his right hand to you. Yu Xiao's face blushed, and after hesitating for a while, she stretched out her little hand and held it up. The moment she held it, she seemed to lose her mind. After returning to his senses, Baiyi had already let go of his hand, and he couldn't help but start to feel a little lost again. The Swift in the front was secretly observing the development in the back, and she couldn't help but feel a little annoyed when she saw Yu's clumsy appearance. At this time, she should be holding on to it, because she wasted such a good opportunity. Nissan also quietly opened his eyes to observe the situation, compared the opponent with himself, and couldn't help but sigh as a single dog. Chapter 12, Assessment. This environment, why is it so like the third exercise field? We won't also come to win the bell, right? What did you say? Seeing Baiyi mutter in a low voice, Yu stretched out her curious little face and asked. I mean how the Nikkei teacher is going to evaluate us. Baiyi said in his heart, I can't tell you what I'm thinking about 20 years from now. Well, the destination has arrived. Before the assessment, we all introduce ourselves. Maybe we will be companions who want to get along day and night. Nikkei stood in front of the 3 iconic wooden stakes, and with his eyes he signaled Bai Ye and Yu to stop whispering and listen to him first. Then let me start first. You may have all heard of me. My name is Hyaga Hisashi, and I belong to the branch of Hyaga. Nonsense, I can see you at home every day. Swift couldn't help but whispered. Ah, this is actually the first time I am taking over. If there is anything I didn't do well, you can give me advice. Nikkei couldn't help but remember the situation when the 3 generations were called to the Hokage office yesterday. The 2 people talked with each other for a long time, and finally made up their minds to replace the shift. Really? Bai Ye, what's the matter? Is there anything you want to ask? Ah, it's okay, you keep talking. Before Bai Ye guessed that the other party should have been specially arranged, but didn't know the specific reason, the only thing that could be thought of was that it might have something to do with Swift, and he hadn't thought about it at all. My hobby is reading books. My favorite food is soba noodles. I don't have any disliked food. Ideally, there is no dispute in the village. That's it. Swift, introduce yourself first. Bai Ye guessed that the dispute in Nisaka's mouth should allude to the relationship between the Hyaga clan and the separation of the family. After all, the other party hated the Hyaga clan system. My hobby is bullying you. I like eating dishes made by you. I especially hate eating green peppers. And my goal is to become Hokage. I want to change some unreasonable systems that shouldn't exist. The previous teasing made you feel a little helpless and a little bit happy, but the tone behind Swift was still very serious and firm, proving that he was not just talking about it for fun, and was ready to regard this as a lifelong goal. White Knight, how about you? Me. Hearing that it was my turn, I couldn't help but start to think deeply. My current goal is to grow up before the Third Ninja World War breaks out. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz, so this thing is not easy to say clearly. After all, my main purpose is to change some things that may happen in the future. Let's talk about my hobbies first. What I like most at the moment is to exercise myself. I don't want to waste time in other places. When I eat, my favorite is the barbecue. The family finances are relatively tight. I will go there every day when I have money. I don't have any disgusting food. After all, exercise requires food to provide various nutrients. I don't have any big ideals. As long as I can protect the people around me, I will be satisfied to survive in this dangerous world. Compared with the day difference and the moon, Bai Ye's ideal seems to be one level worse than the 2 of them, but in some respects, it is actually the voice of many people in this world. It's me. When you saw everyone staring at her, she couldn't help but feel a little nervous, and her little hand clenched the corner of her shirt subconsciously. I like to stay with my partner all the time. I actually like to eat barbecue. I just get fat if I eat too much. I have to control my diet and hate eating particularly spicy food. My reason is to be able to live happily with the people around me, and then I will be satisfied. As he talked, his little face blushed, and suddenly realized that he seemed to be talking about the same as Bai Ye, and his mind became a little dizzy again. Actually, this is a wish that everyone has, and the ninja world hasn't lived for long. Nisara rubbed Yu's head, and he felt emotional. After all, if everyone stopped fighting, the current house rules would actually be less important. Okay, let's not talk too much nonsense. Let's have a formal assessment now, don't let me down. The 3 of Bai Ye also pricked their ears, and they were all curious about the next assessment format. The assessment is actually not very difficult. I see the river on your left. As long as you can stand on it steadily before the sun sets, you will pass. Nisara pointed to the river not far away with a smile, saying that it seemed like it was really just a very simple assessment, and gave a very casual demonstration. Yu and Swift were okay, they looked towards the river full of fighting spirit. Bai Ye is like a bitter melon face. Because he can't release ninjutsu, he hasn't deliberately exercised, which makes his current control of chakra rough. I must have read my own information and look at this smiling face, which looks very sinister. I suspect that the other party is deliberately making things difficult for me. Just when Bai Ye was still thinking about it, Yu and Swift had successfully walked up. Although they looked not very stable, they might be able to pass after a little practice. Ha ha ha, Xiao Bei screams, good sister, I will tell you the trick. Seeing the white knight stepping directly on the bottom of the water, Swift looked very arrogant with one hand on his hips and pointing to his nose. Puff through. Then immediately fell down in joy and sorrow, and struggled crazily in the water, apparently because he was not proficient and was distracted and did not control his strength. Pouch. Seeing this, Bai Ye couldn't help laughing directly, and felt that it was better to keep a low profile. Swift, who was pulled back up by Yu, suddenly got a little temper when she heard Bai Ye's laughter, pursed her small mouth and unhappily pulled Yu, who wanted to say something to Bai Ye, and walked away. If you want to be so cruel, you don't need to tell me how to do it, and you will also take you away. Seeing her feet immersed in the water, Bai Ye really wanted to cry without tears, and she didn't deliberately laugh at each other, so why bother to hurt each other? In her own impression, Sakura said that not being nervous and paying attention was the most important thing. She was not nervous at all or could not stand up. As expected, she still had too little control over chakra. For so many years, because I couldn't use ninjutsu, my main energy was spent on physical exercise. Now I suddenly want to reach the level of standing on the water in an afternoon, and I feel a little desperate to think about it. As time went by, Yu and Swift had already become proficient in a place not far away. And they no longer continued to practice, so they ran to the place where the day's slack was. After all, they are developing in a different direction from Bai Ye, and even if the soft boxing is placed in the classification of physical skills, they mainly rely on controlling the chakra to fight, and the simple boxing of the boxing is only used to strengthen the body. There is still a big gap. Although Yu was qualified, her eyes were still full of worries, and she kept looking at Bai Ye, who hadn't succeeded even once, and she had secretly told him about the skills, but there was still no improvement at all. Although Swift kept saying bad things on her mouth, she was actually worried about Bai Ye's situation, but it was well hidden by her, not as obvious as Yu's performance. The day difference was sitting on the ground quietly, drinking a tea set that he didn't know where he took out, and sipping tea leisurely, and he couldn't see what he thought in his heart at all. Chapter 13, Make a Choice. 3 rods on the sun became more and more poisonous. Bai Ye kept repeating Ji Yin, stepping forward, and there was a wave of waves on the solace of his feet. Without holding on for a second, he splashed a lot of water, and the whole person sank. I saw that Bai Ye was already drenched at this time, and he couldn't tell whether it was his sweat or the splashing river water. Swift, accompany me to buy some food, okay? People are already very hungry. Yu, hiding in the shade of the tree, grabbed Swift's right hand and shook it along with her body. Swift couldn't bear Yu's coquettish offensive, so she left the third exercise field with her. Only the white knights who were still working hard on the scene, and the day's slack who had been drinking tea, suddenly became a little quieter than before, and only occasionally heard the sound of falling into the water. In less than a quarter of an hour, Yu and Swift hurried back with a lunch box in each hand. Yu casually put down a lunch box under the shade of the tree, and hurriedly took another lunch box and ran towards the white knight. Bai Ye. I'll feed you something, otherwise it's not conducive to your afternoon practice. After mulling on the side for a while, she mustered the courage to speak this paragraph in a low voice towards Bai Ye. If she had not been blushed by the sun, some familiar scenes would surely appear. Thank you then. Bai Ye thought for a while and nodded in agreement. Originally, he was not going to waste time on eating, but if he didn't delay his time, he thought it would be better to supplement his physical strength. Seeing that the other party agreed, Yu showed a crescent-like smile. Although she felt a little shy, it was better than being rejected. After Yu opened the lunch box, it was filled with slices of juicy barbecue, and every time he went ashore in the white night, he would send a slice to his mouth. Yu looked at Bai Yi's resolute face infatuation, and sighed quietly, hoping that the other party could think a little bit more. He must now only think that he is only providing assistance in the sense of a friend. Come on, I'm leaving now. Well, I will work hard. If I was driven back to school, it would be shameless. After feeding the meal, Yu seemed a little reluctant to leave, and Bai Ye smiled when she heard the sound, not wanting the other party to worry too much for herself. Yu, what should I do? How do I feel that Bai Ye is going to be over? There is no result in one morning. If we don't, our team will be the two of us. Swift hugged Moon from behind, who had just come back and was about to eat her lunch, and pretended to be relaxed. No, I believe him. Yu is full of determination as if she lied to herself, but the worry on her face could not be concealed at all. The sun was setting, and it was less than 5 minutes before it was completely dark. This afternoon, Bai Yi's progress was gratifying. It has been able to last for 2 or 3 seconds, which shows that Bai Yi's control level against chakra has improved several levels. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. However, the requirement for passing the assessment is to be able to stand on the water normally. If Bai Yi is given a few more days, the goal may be achieved at the current rate of progress. Now the remaining time is not enough to support him to continue to improve. And the assessment will soon usher in an official failure. At this time, Yu's eyes were red, and she looked like she was about to cry, which made people feel pity for a while. Swift also deliberately interceded with Nikkei, but the other party didn't say anything, just watched so quietly, completely ignoring her various means of acting like a baby. Hey! Although Bai Ye was still trying at this time, he had no hope of this in his heart, just numbly doing the action that repeated the day. My mood has also become bad. After all, if I am driven back to school, I cannot apply for early graduation again. I must wait until next year to have the opportunity to apply again. The mood calmed down with the passing of the last ray of sunshine. Since it can't be changed, let it be. Even if you stay in school, you don't have to be able to evolve Zanpakuyo. At most, the speed will be a little slower. Then take this opportunity to polish your own background. It is not necessarily a good thing to fight on the battlefield too early in the morning. It is also possible that he will die directly. After all, he is not Naruto's kind of Xiaoqiang with the protagonist's halo. Bai Ye walked towards the place where the three of them stayed with a smile, but she didn't want to be an existence that needs others to worry about. Don't cry, I'm just going back to school for further studies. It's not a parting of life and death. Why do you make such an exaggeration? Bai Ye stretched out her hands to hold Yu's little face, and slowly wiped away the tears from her cheeks with her fingers. Me. Yu wanted to say something, but her body twitched uncontrollably, and she couldn't say anything for a while. Bai Ye also scratched the back of his head helplessly, and began to wonder if he had died in battle, so heartbroken that he could cry. On the side, Swift looked at it relatively and was not so exaggerated, but his teeth bit his lower lip, his eyes were slightly flushed, and he held his arms in silence and said nothing. So, according to the situation, Yu and Swift passed the assessment successfully, but the White Knight assessment failed. At this time, Nikkei got up and came over to stroke Yu and Swift's heads. You have two choices now. One is Bai to go back to school alone, and the two of you stay, and then another person will be arranged for you to come in. Speaking of this, Nikkei paused before continuing. The other is that the three of you will go back to school together. If you graduate in the future, you will still be divided into a small team. Upon hearing this, Yu and Swift glanced at each other subconsciously. We choose to go back to school. As soon as Yu opened her mouth before she could say anything, she was preempted by Swift to say it, obviously because she didn't want to burden her. Yu finally showed her smile after a long absence, but her body was still twitching from time to time, which was very fun. You two don't need to be like this. In fact, I just need to go back alone. There was a slight warmth in Bai Yi's heart. After all, he was driven back to school after graduation. It was not very pleasant to say it. Unexpectedly, both of them decided to go back to school together without thinking. Humph, don't think too much, I do this to prevent you from leaving us too. The less you want to team up with girls, the more I will pester you. Swift raised her little face proudly, looking as if she was determined by you. Although you didn't say anything, she could understand the other party's thoughts by looking at her firm eyes. Well, anyway, thank you for looking at me like this. Bai Ye proactively stretched out his right hand and placed it among the three of them. Yu stretched out her little hand without hesitation when she saw it, and Swift also put it on afterward. The three looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. Everything was silent. You don't have to rush to make a decision. You can go back tonight and think about it for yourself. Tomorrow at noon, you will gather at the school gate to tell me your final decision. By the way, I remind you that you'd better not eat lunch when the time comes. Nikkei came over and pulled Swift's little hand and was ready to leave, choosing to give the three more time to think. Bai and Yu didn't say anything on the way back, they just walked side by side quietly, and they said goodbye to each other until they reached the fork in the road that needed to be separated. Chapter 14, Team Up. At noon the next day. Why isn't this BD Bai coming? I'm almost starving to death, this young lady. Swift kicked the stone beside her feet boredly, exuding a lazy breath from her body. Look, he has already come, but we came too early. You know to speak for that guy. I saw Bai Ye rushing in the distance, and his body was wet, leaving one footprint after another. Have you really thought about it? Now there is still a chance to go back. The day difference saw that the White Knight had also appeared, and Xiang Yu and Swift took the trouble to confirm again. Oh, you are so annoying, Uncle Nitch, you are already very upset when you come back to school, you still keep mentioning this. Seeing that the nipples were nagging again, Swift hurriedly covered her ears with her hands, as if there was a magic sound around her ears all the time. Sorry, I'm late. Not long after, Bai Ye also officially arrived at the school gate. Let's go. Seeing the crowd, the Nikkei took the lead and walked out with a serious face. Hey, where are you going, Uncle Nitch? The gate of the school is here. Swift saw that Nisara had gone in the wrong direction, so she shouted loudly, trying to call back the other party. The White Knight Yuehi had just arrived also looked like a black question mark. Suddenly, his mind couldn't keep up with the changes, and they all deliberately gathered at the school gate. Why did they suddenly change to another place? You just follow, you will know when you get to the place. The words of the day difference made the three people understand that they are indeed going to other places. They guessed that the procedures were not handled at the school, but they didn't understand why they had to gather at the school. Hey, do you know where to go? It's so difficult to go to the Hokage office building. Swift asked Cheyu and Bai quietly, and watched the day difference alertly, for fear of being heard by him. I do not know. Yu shook her little head. In fact, Yu's father had already died in the battle, leaving only a large fortune for the mother and daughter. Although the people treated her well, she still couldn't know about these issues. Bai Ye directly shrugged and said that he didn't know. Although the original book revealed a lot of secret information, he would not deliberately explain such trivial matters. Therefore, Bai Ye didn't know all the departments in the village very well, and he didn't know if there would be some departments that did not appear in the original work. Okay, let's go in. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. I saw the Nikkei who was walking on the street suddenly stopped, turned around and opened a store door and walked in. Looking up, you can see the three characters Barbecue Q written on it. The other three Bai stared at each other in a daze, becoming increasingly confused about what had happened, and suspected that this store was actually a special office base hidden in the village. It didn't make sense to just stand at the door thinking. Baya took the lead in following in. Yu and Swift also went in with curious eyes. The two of them just visited the store yesterday. So, seeing Nisara's sudden and serious mouth, the three people sitting across from each other also became dignified, with a solemn expression on their faces. Congratulations, you are all qualified. Nisara changed his expression in an instant, and looked at the three with a smile. Yet I love you so much. Suddenly hearing this result, the three of them couldn't help, especially Swift, who swooped directly at the Nissan sitting opposite. Fortunately, the food hasn't started yet, otherwise a lot of things have to be overturned. Yu, who was on the left of Bai Yi, also stretched out her hands excitedly, holding Bai Yi's left hand tightly, and forgot what shyness was. Bai Yi actually thought about this possibility when he was thinking about it yesterday, but it was only limited to thinking about it. After all, he thought he was not a protagonist, and it was a real thing that the instructor would conduct an assessment. Well, be good and sit down, you don't look like a little girl at all. Nisara rubbed Swift's head lovingly, then lifted her from her body and let her go back. From today, I will officially become your teacher, and you will continue to be in charge of me after no accident. This meal is for celebration. You can eat whatever you want and pay for it. After speaking, he handed over the menu, and he smiled and looked at the frolicking three. By the way, Uncle Nisha, will you pass us through anyway? Swift's small mouth was stuffed with barbecue, and he couldn't stop the mouth he wanted to talk. At the same time, he asked what Shiroyi and you also cared about. Actually, I just wanted to see with my own eyes how Bai Yi's potential is. On the whole, it's pretty good. Don't look at you and you succeeded, but Bai Yi's improvement is very fast. He should have done it this morning. Special training. Nisara shook his head, and said slowly. Then what's the choice? Seeing the sluggishness of the day, Swift couldn't help interrupting his words, wanting to hear something more relevant to him. Although Yu's words usually look soft-tempered, he still has a firm belief in combat and is a very reliable partner. And your temperament is too free, it is specially used to sharpen your temperament. If you make another choice, I will send you back to school for training. Ninjas are not simply powerful, just force it. Swift was still very happy after listening to the day's disparity and boasting about the moon, but then she couldn't be happy anymore. I want to say something to refute, but for a while I can't think of anything to say. I can only pouting and sulking alone, and being with myself is the worst existence in the team. Also, I will call my teacher outside in the future. Looking at the angry Swift, the Japanese slack can only shook his head helplessly. In fact, what I look forward to most is her growth. After all, she is the only relative in the team, and she also expects the other party to change things that she can't change. In general, everyone had a very happy meal. After eating, Nikkei prepared to take everyone to take a group photo, but Swift wanted to dress up, and ran away with Yu, asking Bai and Nikkei to wait for them at the photo location first. Bai Yi, you now know that I chose this assessment specifically yesterday, but can you guess what my specific purpose is? Seeing that there were only two of him and Bai Yi left at this time, Nisara continued to talk about topics that hadn't been finished before. I don't know, although the finer the control of chakra, the more helpful it will be to release ninjutsu, but I can't even release ninjutsu. I really don't understand why I deliberately practice this. Bai Yi frowned and thought for a while, really didn't understand what this meant to him. Actually, you are wrong. I have seen the technique you developed yourself before. It is not as simple as you think. Seeing Bai or completely ignorant of the disparity, I just mentioned a little bit. My technique. This made Bai Yi even more dazed. His techniques were all inherited directly from the Zanpadao, and he did not find anything special at all, and his power was particularly weak. Nikkei didn't continue to say, he wanted Bai Yi to go and think about it first. Chapter 15, Take Pictures. Teacher Nikkei, just tell me. Bai Yi's head grew bigger, she had no thoughts at all, and she immediately began to shamelessly sell her cuteness, as if she was just a 6-year-old child. Okay, don't shake it. Although Bai Ye didn't think of anything, the day slack was not very disappointed. After all, the other party was just a child, and he still had too much demand. The essence of your technique is actually relying on the rhythm of chanting to reach the point of forcibly mobilizing the chakra in the body and releasing it. I also heard that reaching the highest level can directly abandon chanting. Yes, but I don't think anything is wrong. Seeing Nisari talked about things that I knew, and I didn't understand what was so special about it. No, I haven't finished it yet. Do you think the power of what you have researched is too small? You can see the effect I released. The 4th of bound Deo this rope. With the chanting of the day difference, a rope-like light cord appeared, which was much thicker than Bai Yi's bondage, and quickly entangled him. After struggling for a long time, he found that he was extremely tough, and he couldn't break free for a while. Although Bai Ye felt that the light cord generated by the opponent was very strong, she also knew that if the total amount of chakra was large, the power would also increase, and she didn't feel that it was wrong. Do you think this is just generated by automatically mobilizing chakras in conjunction with chanting? It's rare, isn't it? Bai Ye felt very strange about the problem of the slack. Even if he had reached the point of abandoning chanting, he still only relied on similar instinctive release, but did not need to deliberately rely on chanting to help mobilize it. Although you researched this thing, your application is still too simple. In fact, you try to actively input chakras into it instead of passively mobilizing it by instinct. Nisara shook his head and denied Bai Yi's thoughts, and continued to explain to him. I have tried this too, but I found it to be of no use. Bai Ye said helplessly, how could he not try it if he was not stupid? That's because your control of chakra is too rough, and it can't perfectly match the wave of fluctuations. It can only be released by its own operation, so I will deliberately use treading water to exercise your control ability. Now Bai Ye completely knew why, and he had never thought about this aspect at all, and understood that whether it was the power of the ninja or the god of death, his grasp was very rough. And I'm not just for this, I think you also know a little bit about the way of soft fist. Also, don't you feel that the power is very small? It is better to attack directly with the body. Bai Ye nodded when he heard the sound. The white fight is indeed very similar to the soft boxing. Although he has been practicing, it is only because he feels that his power is not as good as directly strengthening physical combat, and it can save a little chakra. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. The soft boxing requires a high degree of precision in the control of chakra, although it is said that our Hyoga family can only play the power of soft boxing perfectly by turning our eyes. In fact, if you practice well, you can also directly attack the internal organs forcibly. There is no need to deliberately attack the acupoints to block the flow of chakras. It's just that most people can't reach such a high intensity. It's better to practice Gang Chuan directly. Bai Yejian Ri Hao, and he specifically said that he understood a lot in these moments, and he also understood that the other party might want to teach him soft boxing, which would definitely be of great benefit to him. After all, I must improve together in vain. If the Zanpakuto evolution is also stuck in the later stage because of the lack of experience in this item, I will cry. Bai Ye and Rishang had a very happy conversation, and after a long time, you and Swift arrived late. I saw you wearing a pink kimono and was walking slowly with small steps. She also wore a matching pink headdress on her head. The chain that fell naturally on her right was just flush with her hair. Wei Wei put it on his shoulders. Swift, who was holding Yu Xiao's hand by the side, also put on a light blue kimono. He didn't wear a headdress like you. His long black hair was drifting slowly with the breeze, and the hair that had been tied up was never expected. Has reached waist. Swift, I always feel that this outfit doesn't fit your style, but it looks very cute when I wear this outfit for the month. Bai Ye commented on it a bit, but still a little bit confused. just taking a picture and getting so troublesome. Humph, it's not for you anyway, I want you to take care of it. Swift choked the White Knight out of anger, and ran over to talk to Nisara. Thank you. You heard Bai Ye complimenting herself, and she felt euphoric in her heart. The blush on her face seemed to match her outfit quite well. It didn't take long for everyone to set up their poses. In fact, this was all decided by Swift. Nissan was always smiling and silent. Yu's words might have been persuaded by her before, and the only vocal Bai was ignored by him. Up. At this moment, Bai Ye was arranged in the middle, with two arms held by Yu and Swift respectively, and the Nissan behind him bent down to hug the three together. Hey, when has our relationship been so good? Bai Ye cast a glance at Swift, who was holding his left arm, and asked softly. Why don't you talk so much, take your pictures. Swift said viciously, with an expression that is cheaper for you. No matter what you is, she deliberately leaned her little head on Bai Ye's shoulder. As a white light flashed, this moment was thoroughly recorded. Pay attention to the assembly at yesterday's third exercise site tomorrow morning, so you can arrange your own time this afternoon to get acquainted with each other. After speaking, Nikkei immediately disappeared, and I don't know whether he chose to go home or where he went. I want to continue to practice treading water, how about you too? Bai Ye, a training madman, directly filtered the last sentence of the daily disparity in his mind, and chose to train by himself. Yu Yi looked like she wanted to go together, but she looked down at the clothes she was wearing, and didn't know what to do for a while. One is a training idiot, and the other is a simple idiot. Swift murmured a little quietly, feeling a bit unbearable. You have to train in the afternoon, but you have to come to the temple fair in the evening. I am the team leader and I'll let it go. That's it, let's go first, and dare to let our pigeons look good for you. Swift violently waved her small fist at Bai Ye, and left here with the reluctant Yu. Before Bai Ye had time to reply, the other party ran away and disappeared, and she didn't know when she became the team leader. Hey, just go. I always feel that there have been so many things these days, and I can't train myself well. After a whisper, Bai Ye's figure disappeared. Chapter 16, A Month. Time passed day by day, and nearly a month passed in a blink of an eye. During this time, Bai Ye felt that he had a very fulfilling life. After all, he used to practice blindly by himself. Hokage just told him to practice by feeling anyway. And now, thanks to the daily detailed teaching by the daily Slack teacher, Bai Ye has also successfully made up for many of its shortcomings. Zanpo Dao's progress during this period is also very gratifying. It was estimated that it would take about 3 months from the beginning. Now the experience value is almost full, and Bai Ye's own strength has also developed by leaps and bounds. In particular, the resilience has been strengthened with the strengthening of the Zanpai Dao. As a result, Bai can formulate a more intensive training plan every day, perfect mutual promotion and development, in order to achieve the current rate of progress. In terms of free play, it was originally the worst one in the White Knight, but after a month of training, although he did not learn any Hokaga's unique secret skills. But with the use of his own physical skills, Tsunade's prototype of the strange power is already there, but the battle consumption has also doubled. Bai Ye didn't choose the path of Hokaga's development. After all, Bai Ye didn't have a blind eye, and it was just right to use it to increase his destructive power. And because Bai Ye's own resilience has been strengthening rapidly, otherwise it would really not be able to withstand such a high consumption fighting style. After all, he is not like Naruto, who has a large number of chakras. Regarding breaking the road and binding the road, also under the guidance of the day difference, Bai Ye also successfully mastered the trick, which was much more powerful than at the beginning, and could already be used in normal battles. In this regard, Bai Ye can be regarded as completely agreeing with the teacher Nikkei, who has been selflessly teaching him, and Bai Ye has learned a lot of useful things to him. The most important thing is that Nikkei often brings the three of them to various restaurants for dinner. Fortunately, the Nikkei teacher said that he knew exactly what he died because of what happened, and other people need to work harder. Early in the morning, Baiye was alone at Konoha's gate, thinking about something. Hey, I always feel that the number of people I want to save seems to increase unconsciously. Baiye sighed deeply, feeling that her pressure was getting greater and greater, but she had to give up on her own and watched them die one by one. Teacher Nissan, even if Swift comes slowly, why are you late too? After waiting for a long time, Swift and the day difference slowly appeared. Baiye was also very helpless. Unexpectedly, the three people were late for the first time out of the village to do the task. She has not been seen since the month. This has nothing to do with me, it's because Swift wants me to wait for her. Nikkei quickly put aside his relationship and looked like a non-stick pan. I blame me for everything. It's not that you guys don't know anything to prepare. I have prepared a lot of useful things. You should be grateful to me. This made Swift upset, hands on hips began to count the two of them, and she seemed to be quick to praise me. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Yes, yes, Miss Swift is right. After a month of getting along, Baiye knew about Swift's weakness. Every time she was able to choke her to death, she couldn't find any words to refute it. After all, Baiye was in favor of her. Why is the month later than us? There won't be any trouble, right? Swift knew that she couldn't talk about Baiye, so she had to change the subject and didn't want to be true to the other party, because he would be so mad at the end every time. What can happen in the village, even if you have a goal, you are the first to bear the brunt. After Baiye stretched out, she lazily answered Swift. I know, you must remember to protect me after leaving the village. Swift did not deliberately refute, after all, Baiye was telling the truth, and the strategic significance of white eyes was indeed great. Since the establishment of the village, there have been many ninjas who have sneaked in specifically to snatch white eyes. It's just because the protection has been doing very well, and it has never been successful. One of the reasons why the daily slack comes to replace is to protect Swift. Don't worry, being the only boy will definitely protect you both. The relationship between Baiye and Swift has also gotten closer this month, but he still loves to quarrel frequently. Hug, sorry. After a long time, you finally appeared, still gasping for breath, indicating that he had reached the limit and ran over. I saw that she had one fan's bow ribbon on her head more than before. This was a month ago when Swift forced White Knight to buy it for you at a temple fair. In fact, she asked for a blue one herself, but she didn't wear it often, that's it. Little lazy pig, you must have overslept. Baiye saw the mark of toothpaste on the corner of Yu's mouth. It was clear that he had just gotten up and dealt with it casually, and rushed over. You, how do you know? I was just too excited to sleep last night. After Yu was exposed to the truth, she stretched out her hand to cover her small mouth, and pointed at Baiye with a trembling hand. She became a little slurred, and the more she spoke, she seemed aggrieved. Ignore him, let's go. Looking at the pitiful moon, Swift didn't give Baiye a good face, and ran over to pull up Yu's little hand and walked out of the gate first. I won't just say it casually. Baiye shrugged helplessly, and went out together. The daily disparity was hidden in the dark, because this time the two sides agreed that as long as there is no life threatening, they are not allowed to shoot, and everything will be solved by the three of Bai. Nishin looked at them so confident yesterday and agreed to them. As long as they can keep them safe by hiding by themselves, the effect of this exercise will be better. After Baiye chased it up, she found that she couldn't perceive where the Sundance was hiding at all. It was estimated that it would be difficult to find even in the moon, and only Swift could find some traces with her eyes. The goal of the mission this time was not very far from the village, but after another month of continuous D-level missions, it was finally hard to get rid of the day's disparity. For the three of them, they are already very excited to leave the village. After all, they have stayed in the village since they were young and have never gone out. Bai Ye was also very curious about the outside world. After all, some places described in the original book actually only accounted for a small part of the ninja world. And he was not considered to have seen it with his own eyes. The memory of the past so many years has begun to be a little fuzzy. This time the target village is called Shehu Village. Because some children in the village have disappeared one after another, they have specially issued an investigation mission to Konoha, wanting to know what happened. Konoha village is the largest village in the country of fire, and there are actually a large number of villages in other parts of the country of fire. It's just that the main force is concentrated in Konoha village, and some talented people from other villages will come to special Konoha village for further training and become ninjas in Konoha village. In fact, many tasks are issued by these villages, and some small countries, because they dislike the strength of their own hidden villages, will issue tasks to the other 5 major countries they have been close to. And among the 5 major countries, it is generally impossible to directly issue tasks to each other. After all, they are all fighting for the benefit of their own countries. Because they didn't deliberately speed up their journey, and the 3 of them had been guarding their surroundings, it was almost noon before they saw the buildings in Shehu village. Chapter 17, Village Head. Why Konoha sent 3 of you children, can you do it? At the gate of Shehu village, an old man with a cane was waiting here. Why, Seeing that Swift's expression was wrong, she was about to say something out of place. Bai Ye hurried over to cover her lips, and gestured with her eyes to let Yulai have a conversation. The old man is like this. Regardless of our young age, we are all Konoha's best endorsements. Please relax and leave it to us. You bowed slightly to show respect, and the soft words and sweet appearance made people feel a sense of trust. It's not that I look down on you, but I am also afraid that something will happen to you. You must know that the missing in our village are children of your age. A worried look appeared on the old man's face. It seems that the previous sentence did not mean to look down on the 3, but was afraid that they would also have an accident together. Old man, you should be the chief of this village, can I just call you the grandfather of the chief? Bai Ye also came to pull the relationship at this time, after all, men would look more reliable. Well, okay, you can call it whatever you like. The village chief's grandfather also showed a slight smile. He seemed to be a very kind old man, and he should also like children very much. Grandpa village chief, don't worry, even if there are any beasts around the village, I can get rid of it. In order to prove his strength, Bai Ye condensed white thunder on his finger, but did not directly release it. In terms of appearance alone, it still looks very insulting. You can call it a small chidori. The surrounding is lit by this electric light, and there are bursts of crackling noises. This trick is also one of the results of Bai's efforts this month. He can control his chakra more perfectly, and he can reach the state of being condensed and not sending out. Unlike at the beginning, it is completely uncontrollable. After singing, he automatically points to his finger the direction of the attack went out. Then you follow me into the village first. Those young guys are still working in the fields now, and there are only us old people who can't walk in the village. The village chief saw that he was a bit more trusting than at the beginning. This world is really real, as long as his fists are big enough to speak. Slightly you are a lie, you are not powerful at all. When Swift saw the village head turning back, she made a grimace at Bai Ye and vented her dissatisfaction with her mouth just covered. It's better than yelling at you as soon as you meet. After Bai Ye finished speaking, he took the opportunity to bounce Swift's forehead. What can I do? I don't want to get angry at every turn. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Swift didn't dodge either, she just stubbornly held her forehead with a red mark aggrieved, and whispered to you. Go. You smiled and pulled Swift to follow, feeling that under the suppression of Bai Ye this month, her temper was obviously much better than before. Grandpa village chief, why can't you see children in the village? It's been a while since I entered the village. It is understandable for the young and middle-aged to go to work. Bai Ye hasn't seen a child on the street after observing for so long, and can only see scattered old people gathering together to chat and play chess. Hey, it's not the fact that the child has been missing all the time. Now those parents watch it tightly. They take it wherever they go, for fear that the unclear people will be gone. The village chief sighed and explained to Bai Ye that the people who had been disturbed by these things were panicked recently, so everyone gathered money to find Konoha to release the task. Don't worry, we will soon be able to restore peace with us. Bai Ye patted his chest, and once again promised to come like the village. Wow! Suddenly, a sound of breaking through the sky came oncoming, and Bai Ye drew the Zanpaku knife from his waist to greet him. The moment he touched it, he found that it was only a stone, but the force was not small. If an ordinary person stayed where Bai Ye was, he would not only suffer minor injuries such as scratching the skin after being hit, maybe even the bones could be cracked. This little BD. The village chief, who was about to open the gate of the yard, saw Bai Ye suddenly draw his knife to block the stone thrown from his home, rushed in with a curse, and a figure flashed by the window on the second floor. White Knight, are you okay? Although you felt that Bai Ye would not be injured because of this, she still asked it subconsciously, her face full of concern. Although I'm okay, the manpower for throwing stones is quite big. Be careful when you get in. There may be something wrong with this village. Bai Ye waved his hand to indicate that he was okay, and his expression still began to become a little dignified. He didn't expect to find some problems when he first came, and I hope he has thought about it. Except for the village chief who just entered, there is only one child. It should be the kid who threw it. Maybe it was just the kid's mischief. I looked at the village chief's house and there was nothing wrong with it. Swift opened her eyes when she was attacked in the White Knight, and she had scanned the surroundings once and shared the information she had seen. Just a kid. After hearing Swift's analysis, Bai Ye's brows became tighter. Normally, children with ninja talents would be sent to Konoha. Now it is obviously abnormal that an ordinary child here can have such a great strength. Well, don't think about it, maybe it's just that the opponent is strong, the chakra in the opponent's body is just the amount of ordinary people, so even if he really has a problem, it won't pose a threat to us. Seeing that Bai Ye was still stupidly blocking the door, Swift couldn't help but pushed him up against his back. She didn't want to stand stupidly under the sun and be exposed to the sun, which hurt her delicate skin too much. After entering, Bai Ye found that the village chief's house was just a very simple two-story small building. At least the first floor was really simple, basically without any decoration. There is a big table and some chairs in the room, as well as a few small lockers with some coffee tables and the like, and 2 doors open there. It looks like the kitchen and the toilet are inside. Sorry, this is my grandson, Snake Yugubin, who is usually a very good person. I don't know what's wrong today. I apologize to you on his behalf. It didn't take long to see the village chief pushing a child from the top of the stairs. After coming down, he bent down and apologized to the 3 Bai. Why should I apologize to these people? Before Bai Ye and they could say anything, Gu Bin rushed forward and pushed his grandfather away and ran outside. Gu Bin. Gu Bin. I am really embarrassed, I made you laugh, and the home is a bit simple, please bear with me. The village chief showed a stiff smile at the 3, and quickly took out some snacks and refreshments from the cabinet and placed them on the table. You wait for a while, and I'll be back soon. After arranging the things, the village confessed their crimes to Bai and they quickly chased them outside. It should be because the village was not peaceful recently and worried that his grandson would have an accident, so he didn't have the heart to entertain them. Seeing the village chief also ran away, the 3 of them looked at each other, and the scene suddenly became quiet, and they didn't know how to speak for a while. Chapter 18, Probe. I also want to ask if everyone in Shehu village is named Shehu. Bai Ye watched the atmosphere slowly stiffen, and then muttered softly. It's not normal for the name of the village to follow the last name? You think there are large ninja villages everywhere? Swift discovered that Bai Ye had a blind spot in knowledge, and immediately began to spit out viciously. When we were in class, the teacher had all talked about it, especially during the Warring States period. The villages were all based on the family unit. It was not until a generation of Hokage established the key village that the situation began to change. Yu Ye explained to Bai Ye in a low voice. Okay, I'm a bad student, incomparable with the two of you. Bai Ye had to raise his hand to surrender. After all, he had fallen asleep for this kind of sitting in the classroom, and he knew that there were ghosts. Swift patted Bai Ye on the shoulder with satisfaction, while Yu was a little embarrassed to be praised. What should we do now? The people who posted the task all left us and ran away. Yu's sentence finally brought the topic back to the right track, otherwise Bai Ye and Swift would continue to let themselves go without knowing where to turn. Swift. This glorious but arduous task is entrusted to you. Only with your white eyes can you quickly observe the situation around the village. Bai Ye said to Swift with a serious face, as if he would be very guilty if he didn't agree. What about you two? Swift tilted his head and asked questions that he cared more about. Drink tea and snacks here, otherwise what else can you do? Bai Ye sat down naturally, and ate the senbei that the village chief took out, completely unaware of the change in Swift's expression behind him. Let you eat. Eat, you won't die. Let's go. Like a ghost, Swift came to the back of Bai Ye quietly, reaching out with lightning speed and pressing his entire head into the plate of senbei, and ran away while standing aside, slightly helpless. Wait for me. It didn't take long for the White Knight's voice to be heard behind the two of them, but Swift once again increased his speed. Seeing this, Bai Ye had to directly increase his speed to the limit, otherwise it was estimated that he would be able to chase out of the village all the time. Relying on the skill of the instant step, Bai Ye's figure disappeared from the world for nearly 2 seconds, and once again appeared in front of Swift and Yu. Puff. Originally, Swift wanted to pat off Bai Ye's hand on his shoulder, but when he saw that a piece of senbei was still on his forehead, he couldn't help laughing. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. On the other hand, Yu flushed her small face, as if she wanted to laugh but didn't dare to laugh. When Bai Ye found that the situation was not right, he felt that there seemed to be a foreign body on his forehead. This is for you. After Bai Ye took the senbei, seeing Swift still smiling with her mouth open, she took the opportunity to stuff it directly in. Bat, you BD knows to bully me. Why haven't you bullied me for a month? Swift was very disgusted and threw up wildly on the side. I bully you, you bully you. This situation is called big fish eat small fish eat dried shrimp, nothing wrong. With a shameless look on Bai Ye's face, Swift couldn't wait to twist his head off and kick the ball. Puff. Yu, who had been smiling for a long time, finally couldn't hold it back. Seeing Swift looking at herself suddenly, she quickly covered her small mouth again. Okay, stop making trouble, we have a business coming over. Seeing Swift approaching herself step by step, Yu was also forced to retreat step by step. When she encountered the big tree behind her and found that she could not retreat, she quickly changed the subject. Go find where the village chief's grandson has gone. Bai Ye grabbed Swift by the back collar and prevented the evil action she wanted to continue. Let go, I know, I haven't really been playing. Seeing that Bai Ye's palm was struggling not to come out of Bai Ye's palm, Swift pointed to her eyes, indicating that she had been locked in with each other. The other party is now running towards the entrance of the village. The village chief has been thrown off by him, and he is looking in the wrong direction. After being liberated, Swift rushed towards Yu viciously, without being idle, and shared the specific news. Bai Ye didn't care about the two of them either. In the past month, I saw a lot of scenes, and now it's just a small scene. Because I didn't know if there were other suspicious people in the village, Bai Ye was very careful on the way he was chasing, and he deliberately avoided the sight of those uncles and aunts. Not long after, Bai Ye and Gu Bin arrived at the village gate at the same time. Seeing that the other party deliberately looked back, and saw that no one was following, he ran out with confidence. Bai Ye was a bit speechless. Although the other party looked very alert, but the level of investigation was too bad, and he doubted whether he thought too much. At the same time, two people were hidden not far behind the White Knight, but they were not enemies, but Yu and Swift, who were still playing around just now. Before the departure, the three had a tactical arrangement. Under normal circumstances, Bai Ye acted alone in the front, and Swift watched the situation with white eyes from the rear, ready to support with Yu at any time. The special arrangement is mainly because the thieves who run in the White Knight are fast, but also particularly resistant to fights, and the proper MT standard. In fact, this plan was proposed by Bai Ye himself, and he was very confident in his own strength. Also, if you run into an enemy that you can't even run, Swift and Yuejin will probably not be able to beat them together. There is still a chance to find a way to rescue them if they hide in the dark. It is also convenient to hide deeper day/rescue, after all, saving one person is much more convenient than saving three people in one breath. In this way, Gu Bin led the way at the forefront, Bai Ye followed in the middle, Swift and Yu Hang at the end, and there was a day difference who didn't know where to hide, thus forming a unique pursuit front. Bai Ye, who followed him most closely, still admired the Gu Bin who was in front of him. The opponent seemed very cautious along the way. He had changed positions many times, but his strength was too weak to get rid of the enemy at all. And it was also confirmed that the other party should not have received professional training, and there was no misleading trap along the way, which caused Bai Ye to become interested in him. Because a person who doesn't know anything is obviously impossible to be cultivated by a special tissue. But with such a high physical quality and without the existence of chakra, there must be a lot of secrets hidden in it. Bai Ye is very interested in the secrets that can improve his strength, especially if there are no particularly big side effects. He will find a way to get it. It's me, Gu Bin. After a long time, I finally arrived at the destination. I saw Gu Bin came to a mountain wall completely covered by vines and made a deliberate sound. Then the vines suddenly separated, and a passage appeared, just the size of a person. After watching the surroundings, Gu Bin walked in and disappeared into the darkness. Then the vines slowly closed again, hiding perfectly in the surrounding environment. If Bai Ye didn't follow him all the way and saw the other person enter from there with his own eyes, if he passed by, he would never find such a secret place. Chapter 19, Interrogation. Hey, why did you stop? It didn't take long for Swift and Yu in the back to flash onto the tree where Bai Ye was hiding. Can you be smart? If you encounter a situation where you are required to act alone, then it will be really melancholy. Bai Ye stretched out a finger unhappily and pushed it against Swift's forehead. Don't be stupid one day. Humph. Swift pulled his head back quickly, then opened his mouth and bit at the fingers floating above. You are also enough. Take a look at the situation inside, so that you can arrange the next battle plan. Bai Ye looked at her bitten finger, and couldn't help but stir it. Swift's face turned reddish, and she quickly spit it out, and at the same time caused Yu to bite him on the shoulder. You two are definitely from the Inyazuka clan. Bai Ye didn't do anything this time. It was only a subconscious reaction before, but he still sighed secretly in his heart that it was better to be with a male team. There are 14 people in it, all of them are children, and they should be ordinary people. Can we go in together? Swift quickly scanned the situation inside and looked eager to try. 14? Excluding Gu Bin, it happens to be the number of missing people. Are they all similar to him? Are they inexplicably physically high? Bai Ye squeezed Yu's little face, pulled it away from her body, and began to think about it as she sat cross-legged on the tree trunk and learned Shikamaru. Of course, no one knows whether this posture is really mysterious and accomplished. I think it should mainly be related to this hidden base. The children inside are the missing group and should be identified. Yu rubbed her little face and discussed with Bai Ye. The main problem is that this kind of base obviously cannot be built in a short time, and the group of kids inside can be ruled out for the first time. White Knight. That should have happened to be discovered by them recently, but I don't know why they all hide inside and don't go home. The reason why Goobin has such a strong physical fitness should be in this base. I really don't know who can secretly create this base near Konoha. White Knight. In this case, we can't directly attack, after all, our original goal is to rescue them. Swift on the side watched Bai Ye and Yu happily communicating on the side, and found inexplicably that he couldn't get in at all, so he really began to wonder if his IQ was really low. You will directly burn the vines at the door with fire, Swift. When the moon vines are burned, you will attack their dumb holes. After Bai Ye thought for a while, he decided to attack frontally. Such a secret base would be even more difficult to find even if there were secret passages. It shouldn't be difficult to deal with if the opponent is just some children. Swift, who was doubting his life, was finally pulled back to the real world by Bai Ye and began to prepare seriously. He had already determined the position of the person hiding behind, thinking that since his brain is not good, he should do more. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz, Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. Bagua Empty Palm. The 4th of Bound Deo this rope. As the moon burned the vines, Swift immediately hit the dumb holes of the two opposing people through the raging fire. Bai Ye chanted and Swift attacked at the same time. After feeling that he had successfully captured the target, Bai Ye pulled hard and pulled the two out of the burning vines, and then quickly hid them with Tong Yu and Swift. They haven't noticed yet. Let's move faster. After Swift confirmed the situation inside, she came to Bai Ye who was tying the two to the tree. Your technique is so convenient. After seeing Bai Ye's movements, he couldn't help but sigh. If you want to learn, go back and teach you, don't look at them and quickly unlock their acupoints. Seeing Swift standing aside stupidly, Bai Ye stretched out his hand and shook it before her eyes. You Konoha bastards, we won't let you go. There was a man and a woman who were caught, and the man yelled deliberately. Tisk Tusk, stop screaming, we deliberately left a long way, even if your throat breaks, no one will hear it. Bai Ye went indifferently and squatted in front of the boy, looking very interested. Do not touch me. The man felt very upset. Since his body couldn't move, he wanted to spit on Bai Ye, but Bai Ye controlled Guangsuo's mouth. Little sister, let's talk about it. It seems that you all have deep prejudices against Konoha. Seeing that this person was not a good breakthrough, Bai Ye said to the little sister who neither spoke nor resisted after being brought out. Seeing that the other party was unwilling to care about herself, she gestured you to ask with her eyes. If Swift were to come, it would definitely have a counterproductive effect. Little sister, what's your name? Don't be afraid of us, we were called by the village chief's grandfather to find you. While you comforted each other softly, while pulling the light cord released by Bai Ye was also very cooperative with her hand movements and slowly released the technique, and at the same time, she became alert with Swift. I'm actually older than you want to call me Sister Kinkin. The girl looked at you who was holding her condition calmed down a bit, and she was finally willing to speak out, although what she said was a bit dumbfounding. Sister Kinkin, do you want to tell us something you know? You hesitated for a while, but still yelled out. After all, it was not difficult to tell, and the other party looked like a good girl, but didn't know why he stayed with them. Actually, it's mainly because of Gu Chen's brother. After Chen's explanation, the three of them understood what had happened. It turned out that Gu Bin's brother Gu Chen discovered this base more than a month ago. It is said that it was abandoned at that time. Under Gu Chen's leadership, it was successfully refurbished and prepared to be used as a secret base for everyone. However, even though the base has been abandoned, everyone found a mysterious instrument in a secret room inside, and it has been generating an unknown transparent liquid. After finding out at that time, only Gu Chen dipped his finger and tasted the liquid, and then warned everyone not to touch that kind of thing, saying that it was a dangerous substance that might cause death if consumed too much. In the next few days, Gu Chen, as the king of children, chose to go to Konoha for further studies because of his outstanding talents, and was inspired to become a great ninja. After Konoha confirmed that his identity was okay, he was directly assigned to a Zongnin squad because of his outstanding strength. At the beginning, everyone who was left was very obedient. And I was envious of Gu Chen being able to go to Konoha to become a ninja, and also only used this base as a place for everyone to play. But everything changed with the news from Konoha a week ago. That was when Gu Chen died to cover his teammates during the mission, and even the corpse capital was not successfully brought back. After Gu Bin got the news, his whole person became different. And he became the first person besides Gu Chen to come into contact with the unknown liquid. Chapter 20, Invade. At that time, after Gu Bin drank the potion, he became so powerful, he could break a big rock with one punch. A month ago? Research base? Adding drugs with side effects, I always think it is related to Dashiwan. Bai Ye inferred some conjectures from Qin Qin's words, and at the same time thought of the fact that he met Dashuan a month ago. What's wrong, haven't I made it clear? Qin Qin saw Bai Ye muttering there, thinking that there was something he hadn't said clearly. It's okay, you can keep talking. White Knight. Oh, in fact, there is nothing behind. The rest of the base is people who have a good relationship with Gu Chen's brother, so they are very hostile to Konoha, saying they want to avenge Konoha. But you don't seem to repel us so much. You, holding Kinkin's little hand, felt a little puzzled about this, and could clearly feel the difference in attitude between her and the boy next to her. I just because, like. Qin Qin's explanation became smaller and smaller, just like a mosquito and flies, and he couldn't understand what the last words were saying. You seemed to have thought of something, and looked at each other with a smile, and did not continue to embarrass her. Can I ask you something? Qin Qin looked at you cautiously, for fear of being rejected by the other party. Let's talk, as long as it's not too much, I can promise you depending on the situation. Qin Qin heard Bai Yi's answer, and for the first time there was a hint of joy on his face, feeling that these people were really good. Could you not hurt the people inside? In fact, they are usually very good. Don't worry about this. Our mission is only to find people. Although your thinking is really bad, it doesn't matter. Anyway, we will definitely take away the things in this base. Bai Ye made a judgment and agreed, and the three of them themselves didn't want to do anything to these children. It can make ordinary people stronger for no reason, especially after Gu Chen has used it once and never want to use it again. The side effects are definitely huge. Tell me how you feel after using the medicine, and I will judge the situation. Bai Ye found 2 bottles of medicine from the boy and put them in her backpack, and asked Qin Qin about the specific situation after taking them. After drinking, there is a feeling of blood boiling. The whole body is full of strength. After a while, you will lose strength. The whole person has a feeling of soreness and weakness. However, after I rested, I can feel my own strength has become a lot stronger. I didn't dare to drink more because I was afraid, so I drank a bottle at the beginning. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Qin Qin took out a small bottle from his arms and gave it to Bai Ye. You stay here for a while, and we will bring them back soon and send you back to Shea village together. After Bai Ye received the medicine, touched Kinkin's head, and walked away from here with you and Swift. I hope you can succeed. If Gu Bin's body doesn't stop taking the medicine, it may really be an accident. After the 3 of them left, Qin Qin began to mutter to himself, with a worried expression on his face. What are you doing to me and you? Just leave you alone. During the period of questioning, the vines at the entrance of the base had all turned to ashes. And Swift in front of the door was a little puzzled holding the potion that Bai Ye had handed over. It's a life-saving thing. This thing should strengthen the body or chakra. An accident is better than a side effect. It's rare for Baya to explain to Swift. But shouldn't the Nikkei teacher hide nearby? Why use this? Yu also raised his own question, feeling that there is no need to use this dangerous drug. But you can't hope that the daily Slack teacher will protect us all the time. There are always times when we have to act alone. Then we must learn to use everything as much as possible. Survival is the most important thing. Baya explained helplessly, feeling that the two eldest ladies had no sense of crisis at all. As expected, they were still too young, and they had no experience with strength alone. After speaking, Baya took the lead and walked in, and did not walk on the road as usual, but deliberately condensed chakra on his feet, hung upside down from the ceiling, followed by Yu and Swift, who followed in and acted like this. Why should we act like this? There should be children with no talents, who are not very sensitive to chakras, so our infiltration effect will be much better. As long as we can control them for an instant, no one will find abnormalities. Baya explained to Swift in a low voice, then lifted the chakra on the soles of his feet, let his body fall naturally, and hit the back of the child who was patrolling directly below with a knife. Successfully solved it quickly and neatly, and softly used Taideo no 4, this rope to prevent the opponent from waking up to make any movement, and after he picked him up and temporarily hid him in a box beside the road. This is the reason why I chose to go above. It also saves a lot of trouble. I need to increase my speed to the extreme when I rush forward on the ground. Otherwise, it will be troublesome if he sees the figure and shouts out, "Up!" After returning to the ceiling, Baya continued to explain in detail. Since the Nikkei teacher is not around now, he will teach them some combat skills. I know, 1 person, 2 people, after all the patrols are eliminated, they will meet again in the secret room. Swift. Do you have any props for trapping people? White Knight. You think we don't prepare anything like you, but we prepare a bunch of props. Swift. Swift walked away unhappy. When the formal combat can be the same as the pre-war preparations, I don't care about you. Seeing Baiyi's melancholy appearance, Yu couldn't help but let out a chuckle, and then disappeared into the darkness. After a while, all 3 of them solved their goals and came to a stone wall. After Baiyi observed for 4 weeks, he found that the passage was very clean, with nothing left, and he had no idea where the organ would be hidden. Swift, have you found out where the agency is? Baiyi asked with a scowling face to Swift, who turned his head away from him. Humph, I thought you knew everything. Swift then took a step back, squatted down, and stretched out her fingers, pressing hard against a small brick she had just stepped on. Then the stone wall began to rotate, revealing a human-sized passage. Seeing Swift's operation, Baiyi really didn't know what to say. He couldn't find it anymore, and he deliberately stepped on the mechanism to prevent him from discovering it. After entering, a circular staircase appeared in front of the 3 people, leading all the way to the depths of the earth, and at the lowest end was the place where Gu Bin and the other 4 people stayed. Because the 5 of them were in the secret room, the 3 of Baiyi did not deliberately control the sound, and moved forward quickly. After all, if you want a sneak attack, you must open the door first, and opening the door will inevitably be felt by everyone inside, so there is only the option of storming. Chapter 21, Crossfire. As far as the previous performance is concerned, it is generally okay, but there are some minor flaws, but if this last battle is not handled well, someone should be injured. Inside the stone wall that had been reclosed, there was an extra person who had been hiding in the dark. It can be seen that he is still holding a small bottle of liquid in his hand, and put a finger on it and sent it to his mouth. Bah, it smells fishy, bad review. After licking a sip, Nisara looked like he was constipated, and he exhaled his tongue, completely destroying his usual image, but fortunately he was alone here, otherwise he would be ashamed. Although the taste is a little bad, the effect is quite strong. With just a little bit of it, you can forcibly extract and fuse a lot of chakras from your body. It's just too violent and has been running around in the body, and it has a taste of 8-door Dungia. However, it hurts the body more than Bayman Dungia. It is completely unlimited to overdraw one's body. If you use it too much, you will definitely die. The Nikkei at the top looked like they were traveling, and the 3 Bai at the bottom had already arrived in front of the secret room, and their expressions became serious. White Knight, the 5 people inside are all sitting at a round table, and they should be talking about us. What should we do next? Swift has kept her eyes open since she came out of the village chief's house. Now she is showing some fatigue, her small mouth is slightly opened, and she keeps panting. Because I am the fastest, I will go in first after you break the door, and try my best to solve a few enemies before they drink the potion. Bai Ye didn't intend to keep his hands as before. After all, this was not a joke, it would really kill people if the car overturned. Swift nodded, walked to a position about 1 meter away from the door, and began to gather chakra in his palm, leaving enough room for Bai Ye to move. Bagua empty palm. With a low drink, a palm wind spewed out from Swift's hands, and the wooden door was broken with a bang. Konoha whirlwind. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Ye stepped to the back of the target closest to the door, and kicked his waist with a whirlwind leg with one hand on the ground. The wooden chair behind him broke off, and then he didn't react at all, and was kicked into the air by Bai Ye, and hit his companion sitting next to him. When the two collided together, the castration remained unabated, accompanied by many sawdust, slamming into the cabinet in the distance, losing the sound. Quick! Medicine! The expression of Gu Bin sitting in the upper seat changed drastically. The moment he heard the wooden door cracked, he quickly drank the medicine hidden in his sleeve. When the medicine was just enough, there were already 2 people missing on the table, and there was a panic on his face, and he didn't expect the other party to move so fast. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. As soon as he successfully drank the bottle of medicine, Gu Bin began to exude a blood-red breath from all over his body, and his body soared, directly bursting through the clothes on his body, revealing those strong muscles. Boom! Gu Bin disappeared from his seat in an instant, and kicked the chin of Yu, who followed in behind the White Knight. Yu originally wanted to take the opportunity to raid the other 2 guys who were closer to the door, but after a while, he didn't expect that the raid would not succeed, but was hit by the enemy. In fact, when Gu Bin moved his body, Yu successfully caught his movements with the eyes of the blood wheel, but his body's reaction couldn't keep up for a while, and he was hit before he even took a defensive posture. The whole person flew into the air with Gu Bin's kick, and was unable to control his body and froze in the air for a while. After hearing Gu Bin's shout, the other 2 hurriedly took out the medicine and took it. Bai Ye himself wanted to stop the actions of these 2 men, but seeing that Gu Bin still wanted to continue chasing the immovable Yu, he had to step forward to block him. I didn't expect your movements so fast, those brothers outside of me were killed by you too. Seeing Bai Ye coming over to block him, Gu Bin shouted angrily, and mobilized his whole body strength to gather on his fist and hammer towards his face. So fast! White Knight's voice. Bai Ye realized that she couldn't keep up with the opponent's attack speed a little bit, so she could barely put up her hands to block her in front of her. As Gu Bin's violent attack fell, Bai Ye was directly knocked out by him, just in time to hit the Swift who had just entered. Upon seeing this, Swift stretched out his hands to catch Bai Ye, but he did not expect that the power transmitted from Bai Ye could be so huge that he was forced to push back nearly 5 meters, and a deep depth formed under his feet. Of drag marks. At this time, Yu just hit the ceiling, and she managed to gather chakra and stood on it successfully, and then some blood slowly flowed out of the corner of her mouth. Reluctantly reached out his hand to wipe away the trace of blood, and took a deep breath to stabilize his state. The 2 people who drank the medicine also succeeded in making the same changes as Gu Bin, and both became full of oppression. It's getting a little troublesome now. Swift discovered that the huge amount of chakra suddenly appeared in the three people's body, showing an incredible expression, did not expect the effect of this potion to be so terrifying. Uda, Uji, the three of us killed these three people today to avenge our brothers, and we will go to Konoha to find revenge for those bastards in the future. The three of Gubin looked at the three of Baiya with a bitter expression on their faces, and the atmosphere in the field became more and more suppressed. Pooh! Baiya shook the hands hit by Gubin, feeling numb and a little unconscious, and vomited some blood from his mouth. Seeing the three people's current crazy state, Baiya also understood that the two sides could not communicate normally now, only to convince each other first. However, a wry smile appeared on Baiyi's face, and his body was feeling the breath from the opposite side. Under normal circumstances, none of the three of them might survive. Had it not been for the last insurance, Baiya would have taken Swift and Yu off the road long ago, and it would definitely be fatal to be hard-headed. After the two sides stood in a stalemate for nearly 5 seconds, they disappeared together and started to fight again. At present, only Yu relies on various ninjutsu and Yu-Yi to fight Hokage, like Baiya and Swift. Because of their specialization in physical skills, they are basically in a state of being pressed and beaten by Gubin and Uer, and they cannot effectively counterattack for a while. All in that passive defense. However, the only good news is that Baiya is holding the Zanpaku knife, and Swift is holding a kunao in both hands, and the opponent cannot cause particularly effective damage for a while. Both Baiya and Swift's defensive drips are not leaking. After all, the opponent's body has not yet reached the point where it can be a tough weapon. The situation just froze here, and the expressions of both sides became a little anxious. Baiya, they can only be beaten passively, and they will lose if they defend for a long time. There will always be situations that cannot be successfully defended. But the three of Gubin is because their own strength is time-limited. If they fail to win the opponent within a limited time, they will lose on their own side. Chapter 22, Coma. Seeing that he couldn't attack for a long time, Gubin showed a ruthless look. He didn't choose to continue his attack. Instead, he jumped back and opened a distance of nearly 10 meters from Baiya. Baiya was confused, did not understand what the other party wanted to do, and at the same time he did not take the initiative to attack. The mouth of his right hand holding the knife was shattered, and a drop of blood fell along the handle of the knife to the ground, just taking this opportunity to ease the injury. But when he saw the opponent's action, his eyes shrank suddenly, and he suddenly regretted that he hadn't taken any action. After the opposite Gubin successfully escaped from the battle range, he took out a bottle of potion from the bag hung around his waist, which was exactly the kind he had drunk before. Gubin opened the lid with one hand, raised his head and poured it into his mouth. Shoot him, sharp gun. It was too late to rush to Baiya, who found that the situation was not right, so he could only choose to smash the bottle with a sharp spear. In the end, however, he was still a bit slower, only smashing an empty bottle that was emptied, and wasting a lot of chakras, and the situation suddenly became crisis. Not long after Gubin successfully drank the potion, his whole body swelled again, like a little giant, completely shattering the clothes left on his body. Not good. I saw the day difference who was still hiding at the top level and watched the theater. The whole person's aura changed accordingly, and he hurried to the bottom quickly. Small pits were formed on the bricks wherever he passed. After Baiya failed to use the sharp spear, he quickly stretched his hand to the ninja bag on his waist, and took out the medicine he had previously obtained from Chin Chin and the others. Faced with this uncontrollable emergency situation, Baiya didn't dare to bet that the daily slack could come to support him in time, and he regretted not choosing to attack Gubin directly with a sharp gun. Baiya was just about to drink the potion. Before the potion even started to show its effect, she was suddenly hit hard on her abdomen and sprayed out a lot of potion before she drank it. Baiya found that he couldn't catch Gubin, who had drunk the potion twice in a row. He could only feel that every part of his body was constantly being hit hard. If it hadn't been strong enough to resist the blow, he would have been beaten into a pile of flesh. Due to the fierce battle at this time, Bai Ye did not realize that after he drank the potion, all the experience points of the Zanpakuyo began to slowly increase. After suffering a lot of beatings, some of the remaining medicines in Bai Ye's body finally started to play a role, and a large uncontrollable chakra flowed around in the body. I don't know whether it is because of the small amount of taking, or because Bai Ye's physical fitness itself is extremely strong. The figure did not produce the physical changes of the three of Gu Bin, but the strength was actually improved several levels. For the first time, he successfully stretched out his right hand to hold the fist that was swung toward his chest. Although the size of the two hands was completely out of proportion, he still easily accepted the opponent's attack. When Gu Bin saw this, his eyes couldn't help but shrink. The other party obviously didn't drink much medicine. Why did he feel that the improvement in his strength was so exaggerated? Is this the difference between himself and the real ninja? Gu Bin's heart was cruel, and he waved his hands with all his strength towards Bai Ye, only to see dozens of fist shadows suddenly appeared in the air, making people wonder which one to block at this time. I saw that Bai Ye didn't panic at all, and looked like he was able to do everything. Obviously his movements didn't look fast, but they were able to perfectly block all the attack routes of Gu Bin. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. The Nikkei who was rushing over saw this as a sigh of relief, but fortunately, nothing irreparable happened. But he was still rushing to the battlefield quickly, and this time he didn't dare to entrust him again, and decided to put an end to any danger. After a period of adaptation, Bai Ye became fully familiar with the power she possessed now, and had reached the point where she could block all attacks with one hand. Seeing this, Gu Bin became even crazier, and he began to bear the force completely, and blood began to overflow everywhere in his body. At this time, Bai Ye divided a bit of energy to observe the situation of Yu and Swift. Seeing that their lives were not in danger, they did not deliberately resolve their battles quickly, but continued to simply defend. After all, this kind of controllable life and death battle is hard to come by, and it has great benefits for the growth of the two of them. If they are deliberately interfered, they will not be very beautiful. The day difference who finally came to the door was judged in the same way, but chose to watch quietly from the side. As long as no one was in danger of life, they would not intervene in their own battle. Because of the lessons learned by Bai Ye, both Yu and Swift did not give their opponent a chance to drink the potion again. After a long time, they finally succeeded in dragging the opponent's potion out. After holding Yu Yi and Yu with ropes, Yu and Swift breathed a sigh of relief, and sat down with no image, then panted wildly. This is regarded as the first life and death battle that Swift has experienced in her life. Yu's words have been felt once more than a month ago. At the beginning, they were completely hanged by the enemy, and there was no resistance at all. If it were not for the White Knight, it would be hard to say whether it would survive. Anyway, the eyes would definitely be taken away. Bai Ye, why don't you solve the other party? After resting for a while, Swift, who finally took a sigh of relief, felt very strange that Bai Ye was still fighting, but he had been defending even though he could beat the opponent. You're afraid it's not because you have forgotten our mission. Just drag it until the opponent loses his strength. There is no need to deliberately hurt the opponent. Bai Ye was able to speak calmly during the battle. Obviously there is still a lot of spare energy, and he has completely ignored the current Gu Bin, feeling the powerful power in his body, making him want to get some medicine for backup up. Well, this time you completed the mission pretty well. I will take you to a big meal when I go back. Seeing that there was no need to drag it any longer, Nisara appeared behind Gu Bin with a set of bagua palms, completely sealing the chakra veins of his body. From this, we can see that the gap between Nissan and Swift is huge. After all, Swift can't even seal the acupuncture points that only drank the potion once, and Nissan easily blocked the person who drank the potion twice. Now I'm going back. I feel that this task is so good, we only came out for a long time and completed it. Swift pursed her mouth in dissatisfaction, feeling so uncomfortable. Originally, she thought that she would finally leave the village, so she must have a good time. Some of the specially prepared props were useless. Well, there will be opportunities to take you out to play in the future. The bases and potions found this time will be reported to the 3 generations of adults. Bai Ye took the opportunity to walk over and stretched out her hands to rub Swift's cheeks, just to bully her now that she is exhausted and unable to resist, feeling that the child's cheek is comfortable to pinch. Because the mouth was controlled by Bai Ye and couldn't be closed, no one could understand what Swift said. At this time, Bai Ye didn't notice at all, it should have exceeded the duration of the drug's effect, but his body was still in a very active state. The experience value of Zanpakuideo also reached its full value unknowingly. A hole. Hey, why did you let go? Suddenly, Swift found that Bai Ye's hands holding her small face seemed to suddenly lose strength, and saw that he was shaking his head vigorously in front of his eyes, and the whole person was in a wrong state. What are you doing? Is the side effect after the drug's effect passed? Swift felt very strange about this, and Bai Ye completely ignored her, and just fell straight into her arms. Stop playing, Bai Ye, you are so heavy. Although Swift felt something was wrong at this time, she instinctively didn't want to think about the bad. She gently shook Bai Ye's shoulders, hoping that the other party was just joking with herself. Originally, I was observing the daily difference of the instrument in this room, and was attracted by Swift's voice. You also felt that something was wrong. Before, I thought the 2 of them were playing around. The picture that was warm and harmonious just now turned to depression. Chapter 23, Back to the Village. This is... Why is the chakra in the body still in a state of riot? The Nissan who flashed over opened his eyes to observe the situation in Bai Ye's body, surprised at Bai Ye's current situation, and did not understand why chakra was still in this state. Nikkei deliberately found a bottle of potion from the kid who had been attacked by Bai Ye before, and also tried the effect. It was possible to perceive that the efficacy of the potion could not exist for so long. It's so hot, Teacher Nikkei, what's wrong with Bai Ye? You also came over worriedly, tried to touch Bai Ye's forehead, and sensed that his body was in an abnormal state, which had exceeded the maximum temperature of a normal fever. I think the situation of chakra in Bai Ye's body should be the result of drinking the bottle of medicine before. I have not studied medical ninjutsu. I am not sure why this is the case. The Eclipse frowned and explained a little bit to you and Swift. Now this situation has continued, and Bai Ye's body has been generating chakras, and when it reaches the limit, it is likely to die directly. Is it enough to take a break? The side effects will pass soon. Those 3 people are still awake. Swift looked expectantly at the daily disparity, desperately wanting to be affirmed by the other party, fearing that something unexpected would really happen. Of course, nothing will happen to Bai Ye. Since Swift and you have not tasted the medicine personally, and do not know the specific principle of the medicine, Nikkei deliberately concealed the matter, and did not want them to worry about it together. I took Bai Ye back to Konoha for treatment first. You will return to Konoha as soon as you bring these children back. The day difference quickly decided on the next plan. Actually, it is not far from Konoha. Swift and you should be careful to return to the village safely. There is no time to protect the 2 of them. The situation in the White Night is now the most important thing. If it is delayed too late, the day lag does not know if there is any hope of treatment. Before carrying White Knight on his back, Nisara deliberately used the gossip empty palm, and at a distance of nearly 20 meters, he hit the instrument that was still producing medicine. As a giant gas surge passed, the entire instrument was directly shattered, and at the same time a bottomless hole appeared in the wall, annihilating all traces. Originally, Nikkei planned to bring this thing back to Konoha, wanting to see if there is any research value, but after the occurrence of the White Knight, I felt that this medicine was too unstable. The side effects are fortunate to say. Although it cannot be used regularly, it can be used to save life at critical times. It is similar to the secret medicine of the Chu Taoist school. But after eating it, it may cause death, and the value of this thing will be greatly reduced. In such an emergency situation, there is no need to bring Konoha back, just destroy it and prevent others from using it. You too remember to destroy all the potions in these people later, and don't keep the ones on your body. I'll go and return with Baiye first. After processing the equipment, Nisara again ordered the two of them, and they started on the road with Baiye, and the medicine that he had arrived before was still in the ring as samples. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Swift, Baiye will be alright. Although the daily disparity told you not to worry, she still couldn't restrain her mood, and looked at Swift, who was not in good condition with tears in her eyes. It will be alright, we also act quickly, or go back to the village quickly. Swift's face was firm, not only for comforting you, but also for comforting herself. The two stopped talking, and the good mood of coming out to perform the task was completely destroyed, leaving only endless worries. He didn't continue to sit on the ground to rest, and dragged his tired body and began to tie everyone in the base together so that he could drag him directly back to Shea village. After successfully tying everyone together, Swift and you discovered that the three of them who had drunk the potion just now had become a little older, but they were still a child but showed this behavior. Especially Gu Bin, who drank the potion twice in a row, was not only older than the other two in his face, but even his black hair appeared a little white, completely becoming a little old man. Swift and you just dragged everyone to Kinkin's place in silence. They didn't talk about the status of these three people. They simply pretended not to see them, deceiving themselves. The more miserable these three people's side effects erupted, the more it showed that Baiye's current state must be equally miserable, and they were unwilling to imagine that kind of scene. Where is that boy? Chin was a little curious when seeing that only Swift and you were tied up with everyone, and he didn't know what happened in the base. He went back beforehand, and we will leave after we send you back. You reluctantly squeezed out a smile, unwilling to say anything to Chin, while Swift silently tied the person who was tied to the tree into the crowd. Chin, who found that the atmosphere was a bit wrong, did not dare to ask more, a little afraid to run by Gu Bin. Seeing what Gu Bin looks like now, Chin felt a slight pain in her chest and regretted not discouraging the other party before. The large army was in this depression, slowly marching towards the location of Shea village. On the other hand, the speed of the day difference can be much faster than when the three people leave the village, especially when the physical exertion is not controlled. When Yin and you were still more than half of the distance from Shea village, the day difference had already arrived at the village gate. Is that Nikki-sama just now? The ninja guarding the door suddenly felt a figure flashing in front of him, very much like a day slack who had just left the village in the morning. It should be. After all, the Japanese football sama is still in the village, but I don't know why the Nico-sama came back so soon. I heard that he took the Shinin team to perform the task. I saw that he seemed to be carrying a child on his back. Maybe something happened. No way, in our country of fire, there are enemies who can hurt people under the protection of Lord Nikkei. When the two ninjas at the door were chatting vigorously, Nissa had already brought Shiraito to the hospital and began to contact the staff inside. Tsunade-sama became uncertain because of his younger brother and lover. It would be nice if he was in the village now. Nisara looked a little anxious at Shiraya in his arms. From the perspective of daily disparity, we can see that the chakras in Bai's body are moving faster and faster. And the body temperature has been slowly rising. Sir Nich, it's this child, I will definitely try my best to get it cured. At this time, an old man appeared behind Nisara, with the word Dean written on the coat on his back. Then I will trouble you. Seeing that the Dean happened to be in the hospital, I was relieved because of the best medical technology besides Tsunade. Chapter 24, Treatment, one more. And this child became like this after drinking this potion. Seeing that the Dean was going to take Baiye in for treatment, he hurriedly took out the medicine he had brought back deliberately before, hoping to produce a little help. This is. The dean looked a little curious after receiving the medicine. He didn't know when this kind of thing was developed in the village, but he didn't hear any wind at all. This is not something from the village. Today I took them out of the village to perform a mission. This is a trophy. Seeing the dean's surprise, Nikkei knew that the other party was thinking about it, so he explained it. You are too unreasonable. How can you drink this kind of thing casually? Now you will be brought down by this thing directly. The dean shook his head speechlessly. He didn't expect these people to have such a big heart, and the enemy's things would dare to drink casually. Nisari was said to be a bit embarrassed. After all, he had secretly tasted a bite himself, and found that it was not fatal at the time, so he ignored it. Oh? I'm very interested in what you guys are talking about. I don't know if I can help together. When the dean was about to go in again, the air in the hospital suddenly became a bit cold, and there was a voice that made people feel a little uncomfortable. Ah, Lord Ashimaru, it turns out that you are nearby. Of course there is no problem. You are much better than me in the study of the human body. The dean had no objection to this. After all, before the incident of Yuan using villagers for human body research was exposed, he could be regarded as a hero in the village. The Dalag was a little reluctant, because Dashimaru didn't know when. He gave him a very gloomy feeling, and since then he is reluctant to have too much contact with the other party. Although he was reluctant, he did not deliberately refuse to give up. After all, this was just a feeling of his own, and now everything is prioritized to rescue Bai Yet. I have heard of the declining attainments of Dashawan's human body. Although the opponent does not have any special medical ninjutsu, it is still very strong to come and fight. At the moment of entering the door, Dashimaru stretched out its tongue like a snake and licked it at the corner of his mouth, creating an atmosphere of horror. Nissan stayed outside and used the White Knight to observe the situation inside, but after watching it for a while, he gave up. After all, he couldn't understand it at all. In the end, he chose to rest on a chair outside. A person in front of him desperately rushed back, and it was quite a drain on him. In the anxious waiting, the minute hand on the clock has successfully circled, and the dean and Oshimaru inside are still busy, showing no signs of wanting to come out. Teacher Nikkei, Bai Yet is okay. Suddenly Yu's voice came from the stairs. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. I saw Yu and Swift supporting each other. Their clothes were completely drenched, and a lot of sweat was constantly appearing from their foreheads, and continued to soak the clothes that were already wet and could not get wet. If not for both small, there must be many things to watch. The two of them could come back so soon. They must have been fighting their lives on the road and absolutely surpassed their own limits. It's not very clear right now. Yuan and the director are still inside for treatment. Nisara opened his eyes again and looked inside, feeling the same as at the beginning. Ashimaru-sama, it would be nice to change to Tsunade-sama. Swift murmured, feeling that Dashimaru is still not as reliable as Tsunade, and Yu on one side also deeply agrees. Don't complain, it's better than nothing. There is no time to invite Tsunade-sama back. Nisara shook his head, apparently also more optimistic about Tsunade, and even Hikuong didn't catch a cold with Yuan. Daily difference, this is too much for you, but I am trying my best to treat your beloved disciple. Unexpectedly, Dashimaru retired from the room at this time and listened to the conversation between the two, which caused Riley and Swift to be a little embarrassed. Master Ashimaru, what's going on with Bai Yet? You didn't care about that much, and immediately asked Yuan a question, particularly concerned about Bai Yi's physical condition. You can go in and look at him directly. Actually, there is no problem. The change caused by drinking the medicine is a good change. The three of them breathed a sigh of relief when they heard Dashiwan said that Bai Yet is not life-threatening. After Yu and Swift bowed towards him, they rushed in. This time I owe you a favor. If you need help, you can come to me. Nikkei also changed some of his own views, thinking that he should think too much, and no longer think that Ashomaru would do anything bad to Konoha. Okay, I know you want to go in, too. I just happened to be passing by. I have some other things to do. See you later. Dashimaru stopped facing the Nissan, obviously not caring about the other party's favor. This time I was willing to come and help, not for such a small matter. An inexplicable hint flashed on Dashiwan's face after leaving the hospital. Before no one knew it, he left Konoha with some cells taken from Baiye and drove in an unknown direction. In the hospital, Baiye has been sent to the general ward. White Yi's current state is in an unknown evolutionary state. When all his cells are converted, he will be able to wake up. Don't worry too much. The dean explained the current situation to the three of them. In fact, neither he nor Dashiwan did anything in the operating room. They just found out that Bai Yi's changes were beneficial, so they didn't do much intervention. Why is there such a change in Bai? There are obviously many people who drink this medicine. Nisara felt a little puzzled about this. After all, I had tasted it once, and I didn't feel anything special at all. I also tested the medicine you gave me, and found that the main ingredient in it was a highly active intracellular fluid. Baiye should be due to its special physique and its fusion mutation. His current cell activity has been increasing. The dean chose to use popular words to tell the three people, fearing that they would not understand special professional terms. The three of them didn't care too much, thinking that as long as the people were okay, everything else was not very important. How long will it take to change? Your body has been so hot, so your brain won't burn out. Swift stretched out her finger and poked Bai Yi's body, feeling a scorching heat from her fingertips, but she didn't expect the body to change like this. According to the progress of the test, it will probably be healed at night. Don't worry about your body. I have checked that no part of it has been burnt. And I will observe it here this afternoon to prevent accidents. Hearing what the dean said, Swift and Yu, who were relieved, finally loosened their tight nerves, and then they felt particularly exhausted. After all, because of the fighting, he had already reached his limit, and after such a long high-speed attack, his body would have long been unable to bear it. The two of them hugged each other so tightly, ready to lie down on the bed next to the White Knight to rest, and it didn't take a few seconds to completely fall asleep. P.S. 3 changes today. Chapter 25, Inner World, 2 more. Where is this? Baiye looked around blankly and found that there was nothing but endless darkness all around. It was obvious that the surroundings were in darkness, but Baiye found that he could see things around him clearly. Even though there was nothing around him, he felt as if he was floating in outer space. Baiye walked around here. Obviously there is no substance under his feet, but as long as he controls his feet, he can successfully move freely here. Regardless of whether it is front or back, up or down, as long as you move your mind, you can walk in all directions from all angles, but it didn't take long for you to lose the initial sense of cognition, and you can't judge where you are now. I don't know why he is clearly in such a surreal state, but Bai Yi's heart is calm, and he doesn't think there is anything wrong here. Even if it stays like this, there is nothing wrong. After walking for a long time, Baiye suddenly felt that his body was getting hotter and hotter, and subconsciously reached out to take off his clothes. But when he touched the clothes on his body, he suddenly realized something was wrong. Although due to spiritual cleanliness, Baiye did not choose the green tights worn by Kai He, but the yellow tights of Bruce Lee. But the clothes I touch now feel very loose, and for the first time I found out that what I was wearing was not the usual one, and the style of the clothes was somewhat familiar to Baiye. Although nearly 6 years have passed, Baiye still remembers that what he is wearing now is the Death Master costume, the uniform costume of the God of Death in the mobile game he played back then. Because of this discovery, Baiye suddenly broke the peace of mind that Baiye had maintained since he came in. When did I customize this kind of clothes? And am I not in that secret base? So where did I come? Although Baiye was opening her mouth, there was no sound coming out. The scene became more weird and terrifying, and she suddenly felt a little uncomfortable in her body, and at the same time, she felt like she was in a sauna. Just as Bai Ye stretched out his hand to touch the white belt around his waist, the back of his hand just touched the Zanpai knife pinned to his waist, feeling a trace of coolness from it, and subconsciously shook it with his backhand. At the moment when Bai Ye grasped the handle of the Zanpo Deo, the world seemed to be torn apart, and a white line connecting heaven and earth appeared centered on Bai Ye. Immediately using this white line as a benchmark, it madly expanded to the outside. The tone of the whole world changed from black to white, and a kind of white soil never seen before in the white night appeared on the soles of the feet. Bai Ye was suddenly stunned by this situation, completely unaware of what was going on, and subconsciously clenched the Zanpaku knife in his hand and made a fighting posture. Although the world changed suddenly, no other weird things happened again. After being vigilant for a while, he chose to relax his body and began to observe how the world was different from before. After walking for about 3 or 4 miles, some different scenery finally appeared in front of me. I saw a piece of land protruding from the ground not far in front, and there seemed to be something stuck in it. Bai Ye entered the alert state again, and moved quickly toward the goal, hoping to find something useful. But he didn't want to be trapped in this inexplicable world all the time. Although it looked very close at first, Bai Ye actually took nearly 5 minutes to fully arrive, and realized that what he had seen before was not just a mound. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. The whole body is snow white, like Hishan sheep fat jade. It is carved into an exquisite lotus pedestal by someone unknown. It is about 2 meters square and about 1 meter high. There is also a short knife inserted in the middle of the lotus pedestal, which was specially made, as if it was to enshrine the knife. Bai Ye didn't have any taboos, so he jumped straight up and pulled out the short knife inserted in it, and found that it turned out to be a smart gun. Bai Ye didn't realize that when he retracted his Zanpo Deo from his waist to get the ghost spear, Zanpo Deo also changed. I saw a trace of black air coming out of the knife, and the whole thing became dimmed, and with the passage of time, it became more transparent, as if it was about to disappear in this world. When it was about to disappear completely, Bai Ye, who was still observing the great spear in his hand, felt that something was wrong, and found that he almost couldn't feel the weight of the Zanpaku knife at his waist. When he looked specifically at his waist, he happened to see the picture of Zanpo Deo disappearing completely, and the last trace of black air floated to the back of his body. The frightened Bai Ye leaped forward with a slight force on his toes, and then turned 180 degrees in the air, seeing the strange things happening behind him. Bai Ye nervously held the spear and pointed at the group of dark shadows, and if something terrible happened, he was ready to attack directly. The group of black shadows kept surging under Bai Ye's eyelids, and it took a lot of time to condense into a human-like phantom, and it is still constantly improving. Bai Ye became a little hesitant, not knowing whether he should be the first to start at this time. After all, after the other party was completely condensed and formed, he didn't know whether it would cause any harm to him. But after all, this thing was transformed by the Zanpo Deo that has been with me for many years. I really want to start with a little bit of reluctance. I don't know if I really destroy it, will my Zanpo Deo follow along directly? Disappear. In the midst of Bai Ye's troubles, the other party has stopped continuing to change, and has not completely condensed into shape. From the appearance that has been formed, it gives people a gothic lowly feeling. However, because the whole person's state is like a black lacquer shadow, it is completely impossible to tell what color the other person's hair, pupils, etc. are. Who are you? Bai Ye didn't know why she felt a sense of intimacy when she looked at the other party, and she put down her guard, and wanted to try to communicate with the other party. The man kept moving his lips, as if he was saying something, but Bai Ye didn't hear any sound. Can't you speak? As Bai Ye's words came, the other party seemed to be silent suddenly, and did not continue to open his mouth, wondering what he was thinking about. It didn't take long for the other party to squat down, and stretched out a finger to stiffly poke into the white soil. Following the movement of his hand, he wrote some words and waved to Bai Ye to signal him to come over and take a look. "My name is Ling Yu. After the White Night passed, I saw a few words crookedly written on the ground. Your name is Ling Yu, hello, my name is Bai Ye." Bai Ye stretched out her right hand, wanting to see if she could make friends with each other. Although she couldn't see Ling Yu's face, Bai Ye could still feel the joy passed by the other party. Ling Yu walked forward excitedly. Just about to stretch out her little hand, she realized that it was a bit dirty due to writing in the soil, and she shrank back subconsciously and wiped her clothes on purpose. When he wanted to continue to choose to shake hands, Bai Ye's figure became illusory for some reason, and the right hands of the two crossed in the air. Bai Ye didn't know why this happened. He could only feel Ling Yu, who was standing opposite her, exuding a feeling of loneliness, and she couldn't help but feel a little pain. He proactively stretched out his hand to rub each other's small head, and directly passed through it, only to remember that the handshake between the two had already failed once. Seeing Ling Yu starting to wave her hand, she was saying goodbye to her friend. If she could see the other's face at this time, she would definitely find the tears in the corner of her eye. Bai Ye disappeared into this world in the last silence, leaving Ling Yu squatting in the silent sobbing. Here it is. Finding that he had appeared in a new place again, Bai Ye's mind became more and more confused. If Bai Ye can continue to play the game, or if he has been to see the god of death, then he can understand where he stayed before is actually his inner world. P.S. One more 8 points. Chapter 26, Overspeed Regeneration, 3 shifts. White Knight's body temperature has dropped to the normal range, and it is estimated that it will not take long to wake up. The Dean stretched out his right hand to feel the temperature of Bai Ye's forehead, speculating that he should have completed the transformation. Because he had never seen such an unknown change, although Bai Ye no longer needed him to deliberately stay to take care of him, he still did not choose to leave, wanting to observe any novel changes in his physique. Before long, as the Dean expected, Bai Ye struggled and opened his eyes with a dazed expression. "Woo! You woke up early and stayed beside the hospital bed worriedly, wanting to watch Bai Ye wake up with his own eyes." At the moment when Bai Ye opened his eyes, he pounced on him, leaving tears of joy uncontrollably. "It's Moon, why are you crying? Well, why am I lying on the hospital bed?" Suddenly felt the pressure on his chest, Bai Ye stood up and found that he had returned to Konoha Hospital without knowing what happened, and was very curious about what happened during this period of time. "It's up to you to talk about the Nikkei teacher." Bai Ye saw the nipples standing beside him, but he did not see where Swift was. Looking at Yu, who was so excited that she was holding herself, she had to change the target to ask questions. After a detailed explanation of the day difference, Bai Ye knew about what had happened. Understand that he was in a coma, appeared in an unknown world, and got off after waking up. For this world, Bai Ye combined with the world view in Hokage, and made some guesses. "I suspect that the place I go may be similar to the inner world of Naruto and Kyuubi every time they meet." But there was still something strange to him. He glanced at the Zanpaku knife standing beside the bed. It was clearly not sealed in his body. Why did he appear in his inner world and turned into an invisible little girl? As for why the sweet gun can appear, Shiroya can still find a reasonable excuse, just as Naruto can use the power of the 9 tails, and he can also use the power of the sweet gun to fight. "Can I take away some of your cells for research?" "Don't worry, I will tell you the changes after the metamorphosis at that time." Bai Ye hesitated for a moment, thinking that the other party was not a research madman like Da Shiwan, and was not too repulsive, so he asked the other party to take some away. However, what he didn't know was that when he was in a coma, some of them had been stolen by Ashimaru, and maybe some strange things would be researched by this. The Dean didn't leave much after he got Bai Ye's cells, and walked out with a look of excitement, obviously interested in this unknown thing. "Since you are fine, then I will go to the 3 generations of adults to report on the task. There should be no problem with you and Swift taking care of you." Seeing the divergence disappearing in place, Bai Ye looked a little dazed, and did not find the swift in his mouth at all. I feel that my body is in good condition, so I won't stay in the hospital any longer. Let's go for a walk. Bai Ye sat on the bed and felt his own physical strength. He felt stronger than when he was on the task this morning, and he was unwilling to stay in the bed. Okay, read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz, although Yu's mouth answered, the whole person still held Bai Ye and didn't let go, making him a little bit dumbfounded. I'm going to change clothes. Are you still holding me here all the time? Yu Beibei said that her face was slightly red, but after more than a month of getting along, even if she felt a little embarrassed sometimes, her face would not be red too exaggerated. I'm waiting for you at the door. With a smile on her face, Yu ran out hopping around, completely forgetting Swift who was still sleeping on another hospital bed. This little girl. Bai Ye smiled and shook his head, feeling that no matter how strong Yu grasps, she is still just a child. For Bai Ye, he has always regarded Yu as a cute little sister. After all, his previous life plus his current age are already over 20 years old. Especially the other party is just a 6-year-old child. If he lived in a previous life, he might still be in kindergarten. The same holds true for Swifts about the same size. So in this month's life, although basically there will be some physical contact every day, there is nothing wrong with this, and I have never thought that people in the world of Naruto are generally very precocious. In this age when children are sent to the battlefield, ninjas are a high-risk profession and cannot be as innocent as in peace times. Bai Ye quickly finished putting on her clothes, her face calmly holding the zanpaku knife standing there. Although she had prepared in advance, she couldn't hold back her surprise when she saw some information that emerged in her mind. Look. Zanpaku, unlocked gunsling, 0/3000. Broken Road, newly unlocked 11 Broken Road finishing thunder, 0/3000. Bound Deo, newly unlocked 8 Bound Deo, rebuke, 0/3000. White Fight, 3 stages, 0/3000. Instant Step, 3 steps, 0/3000. Overspeed Regeneration, 3 stages. 11 Broken Roads, attaching thunder and lightning, along the object, release a lightning strike. 8 Bound Deo, rebuke, a shield is formed on the back of the hand to resist the enemy's attack. Super fast regeneration, heal the wounds of the body quickly. Bai Ye had already guessed that his coma was related to the evolution of Zanpaku's swordsman, but he did not expect that the things generated after the evolution were completely different from what he had expected. The changes in Breaking Deo, Binding Deo, Free Hit, and Instant Step are all within my expectations, but I didn't expect that no new Zanpaku knife will be generated this time. Instead, there will be an overspeed regeneration, which still belongs to the kind without experience points. In Bai Ye's limited cognition of the god of death, he still knew that speeding regeneration was a virtual ability, and didn't understand why Zanpaku Deo could evolve this ability. Seeing the effects of scolding and speeding regeneration, Bai Ye couldn't help but feel sad. He was walking further and further on the road of MT, and he couldn't look back anymore. Although Bai Ye looks disgusting on the surface, she still likes it in her heart, especially the ability of speeding regeneration, which can greatly increase her survivability. The words 8 Bound to Rebuke can be regarded as the only skill suitable for large-scale promotion among the 6 skills of White Knight. This type of non-attribute defense skill can basically be mastered by most ninjas. Although Bai Ye thought about a lot of things in his mind, he didn't delay his actions. After putting away his Zanpadao, he immediately went through the discharge procedures with Yu. Yu, accompany me to the tailor's shop. Ever since Bai Ye wore a Death Tyrant outfit, and then put it back on her old clothes, she always felt something was wrong with her, so she wanted to customize a suit. Aren't your clothes small? Why are you going to make a new set now? You didn't think that Bai Ye would change into a suit. After all, although she was unfamiliar in school for so many years, she was still very impressed with the yellow tights he had been wearing. Go, why have you become as talkative as Swift? Bai Ye walked behind you and pushed her towards the tailor's shop. He didn't specifically explain that he was going to change to a new suit. After saying it, the other party would think that he was burnt, and then he would just put himself in the face. Pull back into the hospital. Snee. On the bed in a certain ward inside the hospital, Swift finally woke up, and suddenly found that the surroundings had become quiet, and she was the only one staying here, and she could not help but shiver. These bastards will leave this lady here alone, and wait for the next time I meet to make you look good. Obviously, I was very angry that everyone didn't care about her. Chapter 27, Ninja Test Quota. I didn't expect Bai Yi's physique to be so peculiar. In an unknown secret room, a bunch of instruments were placed in front of De Shiwan, studying the cells stolen from Bai Ye before. Unexpectedly, just drinking the defective product I researched can cause his cells to metamorphose. I don't know if the original intercolumn cells will also produce a perfect fusion. Although the cell viability has been greatly improved now, it is still far from reaching the level of intercolumn. Excitedly stretched out his tongue and licked his lips, thinking that his research might be a breakthrough. Damn it! Especially you don't care about me after you wake up. You must look good today. In the early morning of the second day, at the third exercise site, Swift was doing some strange things to the moon, while Bai Ye was standing aside watching the activities of the two with great interest. I was wrong. I would never dare any more. You, who was sitting on her body by Swift, fell weakly on the lawn, looking like she had been played badly, and her voice was weak. And you? You don't even ask where I am, because I was so worried about you yesterday. Seeing that the moon had been tossed by herself, Swift rushed towards the smiling white knight, pressed him to the ground firmly, and began to vent her dissatisfaction. Bai Ye, who was pushed down, was still wearing the Bruce Lee tights. Although the Death Tyrant did not need to embroider some delicate patterns on it, he still had to wait 3 days before shipping. Why the Nikkei teacher didn't come with you today? How long will we have to wait? Bai Ye didn't resist. Just as he talked in the place like this, he even had a little excitement, and unconsciously awakened some strange attributes. I'm not quite sure. I said that it seemed like I was going to get something, so I just let me come here first. After venting fiercely to Bai Ye, Swift answered. It's so boring, it's been more than half an hour, why the Nikkei teacher hasn't come yet? The three of them lay lazily on the lawn, leaning their heads on each other's stomachs, forming a triangle-like shape, feeling the breath of nature together. It's not a good habit to say the teacher behind. With the sound of the day difference, all three of them covered their faces with a small note at the same time. What is this, Nisha teacher, have you gone to get this for so long? You looked a little curiously at the slip of paper covering her face, not knowing where she did it. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz, you have to put it away. I don't care if you lose it. This is a volunteer book. With this, you can take the Zongnan exam in 3 months. Nichiza talked with a smile, and deliberately used a soft fist to blow away the 3 pieces of paper, causing the 3 people who had just been lazy to get nervous, and quickly got up to retrieve the paper. Uncle Nich, you are too much. What if you can't find it? After Swift successfully retrieved the volunteer book that flew into the air, he carefully placed it next to his body, pouting her mouth and looking at the nipples in anger. I just looked at your performance on this mission, so I deliberately tried it for you. You may be the smallest of the participants this time. I don't know if the Yusha team will participate. Nissa smiled and rubbed Swift's head. In fact, he wasn't very optimistic that Bai Ye and the others could become Zhongren in this exam, he just wanted to add some of their experience. That's not a loser. You are our number 1 in this year, how can you not be confident? Bai Ye did not participate in the discussion together, but was thinking about some of the original works. Bai Ye suddenly remembered this exam, it should be the time Kakashi became Zongren. I remember that Kakashi alone succeeded in that session. It is estimated that Kakashi should have joined the Watergate class only 3 months ago after graduating from Kai and Tato. He should be 7 years old in a few months. There is only one chance to become Zongnin at 6. However, Bai Ye is very curious. Kakashi should have graduated last year. I don't know why he has gone this year. After a year, he can still become a team with Tato Helen. If I took the exam this time, I should have encountered a large number of characters from the original works. Although they are still just like children, Bai Ye has already become a little excited. Why don't you speak Bai? Are you scared? Don't worry, sister will cover you then. Swift saw that Bai Ye had been stunned, and curiously stretched out his right hand and shook it before his eyes. Just don't ask me to help you at that time. When Bai Ye saw Swift, who had brought her little head close, she quickly reached out and flicked her brain collapsed. UBD's speed is getting faster again. Swift actually saw Bai Ye's movements and wanted to dodge, but it was a pity that he failed. He could feel that the opponent's strength had improved again, and couldn't help feeling a little frustrated. When I first graduated, I still had some certainty to suppress Bai Ye, but Bai Ye's speed of progress was incredible, and now I feel that I can't beat him. The moon next to her is actually under a lot of pressure. She also feels that Bai Ye's speed is a little abnormal. Sometimes she feels happy for him, and sometimes she doesn't want the other party to surpass herself, and she is in a very contradictory state. Will you two have such exaggerated expressions? Bai Ye is also a little helpless. Obviously the two girls are so strong, but if there is no such abnormal thing as Zanpo Deo, he should not even be qualified to become teammates with them. Don't stare at you, do some exercise this morning, and in the afternoon I will take you to pick up new tasks, but I will strengthen your strength in these 3 months. For the performance of the 3 people over the past month, I am still very satisfied with the daily disparity, especially the large progress of Bai Ye is a bit exaggerated, and I feel worthy of the genius of the 3 generations. And if it hadn't been for the 3 generations of adults to personally invite themselves, I guess they wouldn't have deliberately come to be their instructor. 3 generations of Grandpa, we are here again. Swift pushed open the door frizzily and broke into the Hokage office directly. In fact, this was only the second time that Bai Ye and the 3 generations met. The first time they met was the last time they met on a mission. At the beginning, the 3 of them were all well behaved. After all, the other party was Konoha's boss, so they still had a sense of majesty in their hearts. But since the last time the 3 generations asked them to call him grandfather. Then Swift began to release herself and became lawless. You are here, I know all the details of the last mission, and you performed very well. Mimi took a sip of the pipe in his mouth, put down the document he was reading, and behaved very kindly to the 3. Chapter 28, New Task. Of course, so can you give us a Class B for this mission? Swift began to use the child's nirvana and cuteness, shooting out many small stars from his 2 lovely big eyes, and it was a burst of crazy output against the 3 generations. Bai Ye touched his face with his hand speechlessly. This time the C-level mission almost overturned. I really don't know where I got the courage to do the B-level, although I feel that the difficulty of this mission should not be C-level. Well, if you are willing to stay with the day's errand this time and do not act privately, you can give you a slightly more difficult task. 3 generations flipped through the squeezed files, pulled out 2 pieces from them, and said to Swift with a smile on his face. Ah, that's it, that's okay. Swift frowned and thought for a long time, and finally nodded reluctantly. She had completely forgotten the existence of Bai Ye and Yu, so she was alone. Bai Ye and Yu didn't really mind what they said. It was Swift who didn't want to be protected by the sun slack last time, saying that it was to quickly improve his strength and prove his strength. Regarding this mission, you still have 3 days to prepare, and then there will be a small team that will set off with you. After hearing Swift's affirmative words, the 3 generations selected one of the documents and handed it to Nikkei. Do you need a mission for 2 teams? It seems that this mission must be difficult. Swift clenched her small fist in excitement, and everyone was defeated flashed in her mind. In the end, she won the hard-won victory by herself. Baya saw Swift smirking on the side, and she could only use her toes to think about the picture in the other's mind. By the way, I have seen the technique that Baya first researched. The power and practicability are much higher than before, and you will definitely become a great ninja in the future. When Baya was about to step out of the gate, Sanday suddenly said something that made him creepy. 3 generations of grandpa, I will definitely work harder. Baya forcibly squeezed out a perfect smiling face in response, and completely collapsed after turning around. The current situation is like this. Baya obviously hasn't exchanged money for the new broken road and bound road, and he has only practiced a little in the morning. The 3 generations actually knew it at this time, indicating that they had been marked by him, and maybe they would spy on themselves with binoculars from time to time. After that, if they do something shameful, they must not be live broadcast? What's wrong with you, Bai? The 3 generations of grandfathers praise you that you should be happy. After you, who came out behind the White Knight, closed the door and found that he was now looking like a mother and father who had just died, she was very surprised because she was afraid of being heard by the 3 generations inside the door, so she leaned her head and asked quietly, read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz, it's not because he praised me for this kind of thing, but, that's, that. Baya didn't know how to explain it for a while, and he couldn't directly say that this person of the 3rd generation had voyeurism, and felt that after he really said it, maybe an NB would sneak into his home to carry out humanitarian destruction tonight. Humph, I don't want to say it, I'm not rare. Seeing that Baya had been haunting you couldn't help but feel annoyed, and she knew that she was only caring about him. Suddenly, I didn't want to pay any attention to him, turned around and left, leaving only the dumbfounded White Knight choking silently. Baya really wanted to cry without tears. Think about how good a child was, now he has been taught by Swift, and he also knows that he is beginning to play a small temper. Baya also tried a little bit maliciously about the dirty thoughts of the 3 generations, so he didn't care about it anymore. Since he can't resist, just enjoy it. The only curious thing is that I don't understand why the 3 generations should pay attention to themselves. Obviously, he is just a salted fish that can't be released by ordinary ninjutsu. I never thought that at his age, let alone the development of Muji ninjutsu, no one can do it even to develop ordinary ninjutsu, and most people would feel strenuous even to learn 3 shenjutsu. When he gets older, God knows what kind of perverted ninjutsu can be researched, and it is finally right to use it to expand the collection of ninjutsu in the village. Teacher, what is our task? Let's open it and take a look. Once out of the Hokage building, Swift couldn't help being caught up in the day's slack, and was very curious about the task that required 2 teams to complete. Okay, don't shake it, the street is not a place to talk, let's change a place first. Nisara felt that he was about to be shaken apart, and felt that Swift was still relatively immature in some ways as a ninja. I also think that it is a good thing for Swift to have such a high degree of self-motivated mental arithmetic now. I just hope that after doing a lot of these tasks, I don't understand the details, but my heart becomes numb. Ninjas are not a good profession. Many tasks in the future may require killing people, which is still too harsh for girls. But there are reasons why Swift can be so excited. Although she has not confirmed the status of her Hyuga sect family, because there is currently no bird in the cage, there are usually more restrictions on her freedom. After all, even inside the village may be attacked, so going out of the village privately is not allowed, and you must have enough guarding power around you to go out. And even if you can leave the village, you are definitely not allowed to leave the country of fire, because if the enemy ninja finds out, they will definitely send a large number of ninjas to grab the eyes. Basically there is no much possibility of survival. The 4 people came to the 3rd exercise site, and the Japanese errand prepared to give them a tutorial this afternoon to prevent accidents during the mission and do not know how to deal with them. I've already seen the mission. The goal this time is to go to the border between the country of Rain and the country of Kawa, and obtain the latest information about the village of Cheyenne from the frontline ninja, and bring it back safely. After reading the document, Rikao dealt with it immediately, and gave a brief explanation to the three of them. Of course, there is more than that. It also contains the intersection point, secret code, and other things, but I didn't choose to tell them. Is it so difficult to just bring back a piece of information? Isn't it just as long as the operation is in the country, why 2 teams are needed to execute it? After listening to you, I felt a little strange. Knowing that the 3 of them can only be regarded as incidental. In fact, it is enough to send 1 person to the day. If you also specially send 2 Shangnan, this difficulty feels a bit unreasonable. I haven't finished talking yet. Our goal is different from that of the other team. The other party is going to the border between the country of Grass and the country of Taki, and the information that needs to be brought back is about Uegaku village. Nisara continued to tell what he hadn't finished. I know what you want to ask. This time we are heading to Kyunyu town together, and then we will transfer information separately. If one party fails to return to Kyunyu town on time, it means that the other party may have encountered an accident. Go and support. Seeing that Baiya wanted to speak, Nisara stopped him and interrupted his words in advance, and directly said something he wanted to know. Swift looked heartless, and didn't feel anything wrong with this task, but knew that it was a very important task. Chapter 29, Watergate. In this way, Nikkei talked about it for more than an hour, madly instilling various points of attention into the minds of the 3 people. In fact, the main goal of the explanation is Swift. After all, his temperament is a bit unstable, and his brain's reaction has slowed to a beat. If you don't explain it clearly to her, it will be deadly if you make any accident. Although some Swifts are too active, and their brains are a bit unable to keep up with other people's thinking, as long as they are talking about others, they will be well kept in mind, and the learning attitude is worthy of recognition. Yet, you are also here to teach students in Nikkei. The 4 of them heard about the reputation, only to see a yellow-haired young man with 3 young girls with different hair colors coming over, waving in the distance to say hello to the day. The white-haired boy has long hair and a black mask that covers all the parts below his eyes. He also wears a black tights that is connected to the mask. There is an indifference in his eyes. And the other black-haired teenager, Kanaha, tied to his forehead, also wore a goggles to cover it, wearing a blue-orange sportswear, full of brilliant smile. The only girl has short brown hair and large dark brown pupils. Her top is made of pure black, and her lower body is matched with a pure white half-waist skirt. The 2 sides of the skirt split from the knees to the waist. I can see each other's black leggings directly from both sides, and a pair of dark red knee-high socks are worn below. She wears a red bracelet on her left hand. The biggest feature is the 2 purple patterns on her face and a sweet smile on the corner of her mouth. It turned out to be Watergate. It seems that you also brought your disciples here to train. Nikkei also responded with a smile, and it seems that the personal relationship between the 2 parties should be pretty good. Baiya is also looking at the 4 people on the opposite side. Although I can often hear news about Kakashi from Kei's mouth, this is the first time I have seen him in person. And it can be clearly felt that after the death of White Fang, Kakashi was much more indifferent than Tai Tu and Lin, and the loss of Tai Tu and Lin also affected Kakashi in this period. Teacher Watergate, what should we do if the place where we train is already occupied? After taking the soil to see some people here, they were a little unhappy. After all, they had been training here, but they just happened to not meet Baiya and the others, which gave rise to the feeling that their territory was taken away. Sorry, I apologize for this fool. Kakashi didn't know how to pay attention to the influence when he was talking with the soil, so that he wanted to crush him, so he apologized to Baiya and the others. It only felt even more uncomfortable to be brought up by Kakashi. Seeing that the 2 of them were about to be pinched, Lin hurried over to fight, and quarreling with her two teammates was obviously used to it. Hey, Bai, do you know them? It seems that Kei should be in the same class as them. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. When Kakashi and the others were fighting, Swift also asked Bai quietly, feeling that the white-haired boy on the opposite side would bring her a strong sense of oppression. The white-haired one is Heiji Kakashi, the first place in the previous year, and the one with goggles is called Uchiha Dato. It is the crane tail of that year. The sweet-looking girl is Lin Nohara. His teacher is Bo Feng Shui Men, a very strong Shang Ren. Although it was the first time to meet in reality, there were a lot of descriptions of them in the original book, and Bai easily introduced them to Swift and Yu. Have you heard of the Earth? Anyone who is one term lower than us knows the name of your crane tail. Kakashi seized the opportunity and stabbed the heart of the Earth fiercely, causing him to turn grey and white, as if he had lost his soul. Brother, take two, it's been a long time since I saw you. Seeing the funny performance of Tai Tu, Yu couldn't help but chuckle and greeted the other party. Hey, it's you, I didn't even notice that you were there. This is your team. I haven't seen you for almost a month. Bringing the soil found that there was an acquaintance on the other side, and instantly resurrected with blood. Because the Tajia is very close to Yu's home, and his parents were gone when he was very young, he was always taken care of by Yu's parents. Later, Yu's father died in the battle. Since then, Tuotu basically took Yu, who was 2 years younger than him, to play around every day to help her forget her pain, so the relationship between the two of them is quite good. And because the soil is relatively stupid, I often ask the little genius Yu for some questions. A few months ago, because of the successful graduation with the soil, the time for two people to meet was much less. Until a month ago, the month became Xiaren. After celebrating her specifically, because both parties were busy, there was no time to meet. When Tai Tu and Yu talked about what happened to both of them recently, Bai and Kakashi also talked. You are the brother of that hot-blooded fool. Kakashi took a look at Bai's clothes, and after some analysis, he made an accurate judgment. It can be judged from the tone and expression of the other party that he must have been entangled by the blood madness of Kai for so many years. Just seeing the clothes that Bai wears can directly associate him with him, which shows that the impression is very deep. Ahem, I'm still a normal person, and I'm going to change the style of my clothes. Seeing the resentment in Kakashi's eyes, Bai didn't dare to imagine what Kai did to him, and quickly put aside his relationship. You are that genius boy Kakashi, let's have a fight. After Swift stayed there alone for a while, she didn't know what was wrong, suddenly it was like Kakashi's challenge. Hey, this woman won't be the same as Kei. When Kakashi heard Swift's words, his body couldn't help but shivered, and he quickly pulled Bai over and leaned his head over and asked in a low voice. How afraid of being pestered by you? Don't worry, although Swift's head is a bit clumsy, his personality is not exaggerated to that point. Bai's reaction to Kakashi was seldom speechless. He had lived with Kai for so many years. Why didn't he have such a reaction? It was so difficult that he had been assimilated by Kai and didn't know it. When these little ghosts were making noise, Nisara and Watergate walked under the tree and talked. Is it the little boy that the 3 generations of adults asked you to take? It looks pretty good. Watergate looked at the White Knight with Kakashi's head together, and estimated that if the two of them didn't really fight a game, it would be really difficult to directly judge who was stronger. He is indeed a very talented person. When I first taught him he couldn't even control chakra, and he has been exercising his body in the hardest way over the years. Hearing that Mizuman was so optimistic about his disciple, Nissa couldn't help showing a proud look, as if he was complimenting himself. Chapter 30, Kakashi vs Swift. Actually, I have just met 3 generations of adults, and he asked me to come here specifically to find you. Watergate smiled embarrassedly and scratched the back of his head. That's right, then it should be your class who is cooperating with our class this time. It is easy to think of the meaning in Prey to Nam's words because of the daily disparity. It seems that the other party wants to take advantage of the 3 days to run in with each other. Hey, it's been a long time since I acted with you. When I performed missions with you before, I never worried about being ambushed by the enemy. Where is it? I still remember that if you hadn't rescued it in time, I might have explained that I was fighting against Sharon. The two exchanged such shameless business talks. Why are you like Bai yet? Do you look down on our women? Not far away, Swift pointed at Kakashi's nose and cursed, obviously being stimulated by some words. Kakashi glanced at Baiye tangled,ly, and Baiye shrugged, looking helpless. Kakashi, the other party is our next mission partner, you can get acquainted with each other in advance. Watergate yelled to Kakashi. In fact, he was also quite interested in the strength of the Nisha disciples. After all, he could only judge with the naked eye. Hey, it's troublesome. After Kakashi murmured, he had to draw out his short knife and set a fighting posture against Swift. Swift heard that the other party was still complaining, and was not angry, and blue veins appeared in the corners of her eyes without opening her eyes. Hey, Kakashi, don't you lose to our juniors. Seeing that Kakashi was about to do something with Swift, Tuotu couldn't help but get excited, and began to run on him unscrupulously, and imagined Kakashi's loss, asking himself to help him revenge. Be careful, Kakashi's knife skills are much better than mine. Baiye reminded him in a low voice when he passed by Swift, and then stood with Tai-Tu and the others to watch the battle. Swift heard that Baiye cared about herself suddenly, and there was a hint of warmth in her heart. Then she shook her head vigorously, cleared the distracting thoughts from her head, and put on a fighting posture. Baiye is also very concerned about Kakashi's strength. After all, before bringing the earth to give him the Shilanyun, he usually relies on swordsmanship in normal combat, and wants to see if he can learn something from it. Compared with Baiye, who researched entirely on his own, Kakashi inherited Bai Fang's knife skills, but he was a person who could kill an enemy with only a knife and change his color. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. In the case that Sunan had no intention of becoming Naruto, if White Fang did not choose to commit suicide, he would actually have a good chance of squeezing out the position of the Water Gate to become the 4th generation of Naruto. Clang! Neither Kakashi nor Swift chose to conduct a long-distance temptation, one holding a short knife and the other holding a kunai, while speeding up from a distance, chose to collide with physical strength. Because of her age and her innate weakness as a girl, Swift's right hand was held upside down and Kyowa was directly knocked out of her. However, Swift, who had anticipated this a long time ago, had inserted his right thumb into the iron ring at the end of the handle in advance, and at the moment of the impact, he dodged the short knife that had been slicing it sideways, and kunai circled his fingers and then restarted. Hold it! While avoiding sideways, Swift's left hand swung a soft fist that had been stored for a long time, and slightly lowered to hit Kakashi's side waist. With a bang, Kakashi, who was directly hit, turned into a stake, and at the same time, the real body appeared behind Swift, and the right hand holding the knife smashed towards her back. Swift also looked like he had expected it long ago. When he hit Kakashi's fake body, he didn't stop there. The sole of his foot twisted slightly and the whole person turned 180 degrees. After this rotation bonus, her left hand became even more violent, and she quickly hit Kakashi's lower abdomen, and the kunai on her right hand was also firmly held by him, and she struggled to block the short knife. This time, when he was about to hit the target, Kakashi was also ready, and his left hand held the wrist that Swift had hit first. Taking advantage of this, the whole person stood up, holding Swift's little hand in his left hand and continuing to swing forward, and the short knife in his right hand also stuck to kunai, making it temporarily unable to move. When turning over, Kakashi's right leg was also prepared in advance, rotating and accumulating nearly 270 degrees of force. There was a sonic boom, and he kicked Swift towards Swift's head fiercely. I saw that Swift's left hand was forcibly controlled at this time, and Kumo, who was holding her right hand difficultly, was directly violently cut to the ground by a short knife because of Kakashi's strength, and the whole person was staggered. An effective defense could not be formed for a while, and Kakashi's leg whip was about to hit. Cut, this idiot Kakashi is so cruel to girls. The soil on the side already felt that Swift had no chance, and couldn't think of how to defend when the whole person was out of control. If you eat this leg whip head on, you will definitely lose combat power. Swift felt that her bangs had been blown to both sides, and there was a tingling sensation on her face. When Watergate saw this, he was ready to move forward to stop him, but was stopped by the days erratic next to him. Bagua Palm returned to heaven. I saw Swift look ruthless suddenly, released a large number of chakras from the acupuncture points all over his body, and his body spun around, avoiding Kakashi's attack dangerously, and threw him out. I didn't expect to learn this trick at such a young age. You deserve to be the genius of your Hyuga family. Watergate didn't expect Swift to be able to use it when he was only 6 years old. Just now, even he felt that Kakashi should have won. Actually, this is only a semi-finished product. Swift still has too little control over chakra. A lot of unnecessary consumption needs to be wasted. Therefore, one battle is almost to the limit. Nisaka smiled and shook his head, his expression full of pride that could not be concealed. In the field, Swift was in the middle of a small pit, breathing heavily, and her chest was constantly rising and falling. If it was not necessary, she was not willing to use this trick now. Not only is it expensive, but the body is also damaged due to imperfect control. Now the muscles of the whole body are trembling slightly, and he can't control his body shape for a while. Kakashi, who was thrown out, was also on guard. He didn't expect that the other party would use this kind of trick. His left hand was sprained without notice. It is expected that it should be temporarily useless in this battle. The two froze here for a while, and Kakashi was too cautious. Just now, because he held the other's wrist in advance, he was just thrown out, and it would be a bit overwhelming if he touched him directly. Swift originally stayed in place because his body was unable to move for a while. It can be seen that the other party has not attacked, and he is happy to choose to rest in place, taking advantage of the fact that he can only recover too much physical strength. Papa. Well, you two will stop here for now. Seeing that they hadn't attacked, Watergate patted his palm to draw their attention and let them stop here. If you continue to fight, Kakashi should win. Now he is only more cautious. Even if he really can't think of a way to crack the sky, the frontal attack can defeat the somewhat exhausted Swift. Chapter 31, Dado vs White Knight. It's a bit miserable to lose. By Yerubbed the frustrated Swift. Although the two did not officially decide the winner or lose, but a meeting has almost settled the ending, which proves that the difference in strength is still quite large. Okay. Swift also clearly recognized her own shortcomings, and did not refute Bai Yi's words like usual, feeling very uncomfortable in her heart. As for the fact that I would lose to Kakashi, I was prepared before the battle, but I didn't expect to lose so badly. I felt that all my thoughts were seen through by the opponent in an instant, and I could plan the battle in an instant plan. Actually, when you turned and attacked Kakashi's lower abdomen just now, you can jump back at the same time and choose to use your empty palm for a long-range attack. Although the attack with Kakashi's reaction speed should fail, you won't become so passive. Since he was watching from the sidelines, Bai Ye could still see the situation on the court very clearly, and began to point out where Swift did not do well just now. Also, the trick you used just now is called Huishin. If you choose not to attack me with ordinary soft fist head-on, but when I come behind you, you choose to use Huishin, because I don't understand you. Relationship, you should be severely injured. Kakashi also came over and interjected at this time. Just now, after seeing the power of this trick, he was very jealous, and he was not sure to retreat without knowing it. Swift wrote down what they said one by one, knowing that he still had many flaws in his judgment of the situation, and was trying hard to absorb the experience of others. In this way, in the future, if you encounter an enemy with higher skill than you, even if you may not be able to fight, you should try to hold the opponent as much as possible to reduce the pressure on the friend. White Knight. Let's fight, too. When the three of them analyzed the battle just now, Dai Tu suddenly jumped out with a confident smile on his face, thinking that Bai Ye could be solved easily. When she saw Yu stretch out her hands to cover her small mouth, her body couldn't stop the trembling laughter. Bai Ye knew that she must have told Tai Tu that she was also a crane tail before. Now the self-confidence of the soil is overflowing. I didn't expect that you will have such a dark belly. I was thinking about whether to start with a lighter. If I hit the soil to lose my dream, what should I do? You, a disciple of the Uchiha clan, feel as frizzy as Swift, and it's also causing you a headache. Nisara saw the performance of taking soil, and some smiles appeared on his face. Although it has escaped a bit, it can be regarded as a pistachio-like existence. Because of his relationship, Kakashi is in a much better state now than it was a year ago. Watergate couldn't help but sigh, although Kakashi was fancy that as long as he got together with the soil, he would fight. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. However, Kakashi completely ignored the existence of his teammates a year ago, and only completed the task in his mind. Otherwise, there would be no situation where no one wants to team up with him. Hey, what's the matter if you put your saber on the ground? Do you look down on me? The dirt on this face was suddenly overwhelmed by Bai Yi's actions, and felt that he was underestimated by the tail of the crane who was younger. This kind of behavior of letting the other party use a weapon should be done by himself. However, I did not expect that if Bai Ye was really a crane tail, how could the application for early graduation be allowed? I used this knife for decoration, and it felt too heavy when I was fighting. When Bai Ye told a lie, he didn't change his face, and he said it as if it were true. If he hadn't been wearing a pile of weights on his body, he would have almost lied to him. Brought the soil and deliberately came over and weighed the Zanpaku knife inserted on the ground, feeling that it was indeed a little heavy to insert it at the waist, and he could barely accept Bai Yi's statement. But when I saw Swift and you always suffocating there, I always felt that something was wrong. This idiot! Kakashi couldn't stand it anymore, and pulled down his forehead to block his eyes. It would be a shame to have such a teammate. Bring soil and work hard. Lin looked at the stupid dirt, with a smile on her face, and waved her hand to cheer for him. When Tai Tu saw Lin's smiling face, his fighting spirit instantly broke through the sky, a raging fire was lit in his eyes, and he yelled to attack Bai Ye. You, how many tricks do you think Bai Ye can solve with dirt? Swift was curious about the strength of Kakashi's teammates, and whispered about you, who has a good relationship with the soil. Puff, it should be enough to get serious. Yu is very clear about Dato's strength, and it feels particularly fun to urge him to challenge Bai Ye. Lin, who heard their conversation on the side, couldn't help but worry about bringing the soil. Although she felt that the hope of winning was not great at the beginning, she did not expect that the gap between the two would be so big, and she was afraid that the soil would not be able to withstand such a big blow. Seeing the rushing soil, Bai Ye chose to stand still, ready to experiment with something. Of course, I did not rush up to play close combat so stupidly. I took out 3 shurikens in the ninja bag with his left hand and threw it towards Bai Ye. I saw the 3 shurikens in a line. I wanted to block Bai Ye's thoughts of avoiding both sides. However, in the eyes of Bai Ye, the technique of throwing shuriken with soil is also slow. If you want to hide, you can do it easily, but Bai Ye didn't choose to dodge, just waiting for the sword in his hand to fly towards him. Dai Tu felt a little strange about this. He originally thought that the other party should be able to hide, but no matter which direction the other party hides, it will cause a moment of stiffness, and he can't adjust his actions again. He had already made seals in advance during the run, and was ready to use his long-hardened fireball technique at the moment when the opponent moved, but he didn't expect that the opponent would just stand still. Seeing that the shuriken in the middle was about to hit the target, he didn't hesitate any longer, and directly chose to spray a big fireball toward the White Knight. When Bai Ye was about to be hit by the shuriken, an afterimage flashed across his chest. I don't know when he had inserted the index finger of his right hand into the center of the shuriken. The shuriken was still on him at this time. Rotate in the hand. The 8th of Bound Dao, Rebuke. As the voice fell, Bai Yi's right hand was randomly placed on his chest, and a small shield was created, which barely covered Bai Yi's figure, and at the same time, a large ball of fire successfully enveloped Bai Yi's figure. Because the soil found that a light curtain suddenly flashed in front of Bai Yi, guessing that the other party had a way to resist his own ninjutsu, it increased chakra's output and kept spraying more flames from his mouth. In front of Bai Yi's body, when the fireball hit the shield, cracks were already produced. Then the cracks became more and more under the burning of the flame, until it was completely broken, and the flame instantly swallowed Bai Yi's figure. Chapter 32, Future. Is Bai Yi okay? Will it be too big? You saw that Bai Yi's figure was completely swallowed by the flames. Her little face was full of worries. This idiot just taught me that his performance turned out to be worse. Although Swift said something bad, his expression also showed concern. Kakashi is a bit speechless. Kai's temperament shouldn't be so exaggerated. What is the operation of ninjutsu while standing in place? The distance in the distance did understand Bai Yi's thoughts, and at the same time he was very curious about it. What would happen to Bai Yi who insisted on this trick? Due to the interference of the chakra, which was used to form the fireball, it was difficult to see the specific situation even with his eyes open. Originally, Watergate wanted to go up and rescue Bai Yi again this time, but it was obvious that the slack was still completely unmoved and had to choose to give up. At the same time, he wanted to know what means Bai Yi used to resist this attack. After consuming a large amount of chakra to release the Hao fireball, he brought the soil and gasped in place. I don't know if the sweat on his forehead was consumed too much, or because of the flame he released. Seeing the surface of the ground in front of him was slightly sunken, the soil suddenly felt whether he was a bit too hot, and he was afraid that Bai Yi would be seriously injured, so he couldn't help but worry about it. After losing the support of the chakra with the soil, the flames finally dissipated slowly, and the closer to the center, the more severe the damage to the ground surface. I saw the figure of Bai Yi completely exposed in the center, his arms crossed in front of his head, and his clothes were burned torn, especially his arms. It seemed that he was seriously affected burn. The surrounding 2 meters of the ground was also damaged, leaving only the position where Bai Yi stood on his feet barely retained. Hey! After the flames dissipated, Bai Yi took a deep breath, and it took nearly 10 seconds to spit it out completely, and his complexion was slightly better. The most uncomfortable thing after being shrouded in flames is not that the body cannot withstand the high temperature, but because the surrounding oxygen has been burned, and because a large amount of chakras have to be mobilized for defense, it is impossible to stay inside. Boom! Because the arm was exposed to too much heat, the weight-bearing handguard was almost burned, and finally it could not bear the weight of the metal inside. It was completely torn apart, one by one fell to the ground, and bursts dust. The soil on the opposite side couldn't help but feel weak. Although Bai Yi looked seriously injured, he knew that his breathing was much smoother than his own, and he knew that it was actually just some skin trauma. Especially now that I still find that the other party is still fighting with such a heavy thing, I really don't have much confidence in myself. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. The opponent chooses to stand in place, letting himself be unmoved at random, and if he waits for the opponent to make a move, he will not be able to squeeze himself to death with a single finger. In fact, the most frustrating thing was that through these two battles, the brain made up the gap between himself and Kakashi. Kakashi was able to hang Swifts easily in front, and then Bai Yi was the tail of their crane this year. And he was hit by the tail of this crane again. This is not a dimensional existence. Okay, bring the soil. You have practiced this trick perfectly, but Baya is a genius that 3 generations of adults are very promising, not really a crane tail as they say. Seeing that Dai too looked decadent, Watergate came over and rubbed his head to comfort him. Yes, take the soil, you see, Baya can become so strong with her own efforts, even if she used to be the tail of a crane, she can become very powerful. Lin also came to comfort the soil, but in fact, she felt that the soil had become much better than herself. In Bai Yi's words, he didn't deliberately use the past to comfort him. After the opponents blackened, the boss-level existence should not be as fragile as imagined. When Bai Yi watched Hokage at the time, he was quite fond of the character of bringing soil, but whether he should rush to rescue him during the 3 wars, he still hadn't thought about it. First of all, because I don't know if too much interference will cause Naruto and Sasuke to fail to grow up, it will be very uncomfortable if both protagonists suddenly become salted. Let alone the final boss, Daetong Muhui, Madara doesn't know if he has the ability to handle it in the future. And if Madara insists on choosing Dato to inherit him, he is not sure that he can save Dato, at most helping him once when he blows up God Wyobi Bridge. After that, Madara uses other methods to pull the black soil, and he can't do it. You can't guard the soil 24 hours a day. Yin death. At this time, Bai Ye was enjoying Yu's dressing up on him. In fact, he wanted to say no, but in the end he succumbed to her big watery eyes. The burned parts of Bai Yi's body were full of white gas. After calculating the current recovery rate, he judged that it would not take long for him to fully recover. This is also his original purpose. He wants to see how strong the 8-bound Dao rebuke is, and how strong his own speeding regeneration recovery ability is. When I scolded, I felt that the intensity decreased a bit because I was scattered all over the body, and it was only suitable for gathering together for a small-scale defense technique. Regarding speeding regeneration, Bai Ye didn't know if he had strengthened his physique. Anyway, the damage suffered by eating a giant fireball head-on was much smaller than initially expected. I am already satisfied with the speed of recovery. If it is just some minor trauma, it is estimated that it will not take long to recover, and it will not consume additional physical strength. In this way, when fighting with the enemy, you can selectively exchange injuries for injuries, and your future tactical thinking can be much more. White Knight, besides Kakashi, you are another opponent I agree with and need to surpass. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the soil to return to its usual state, dividing Bai Ye into another opponent that needed to be defeated before defeating Kakashi. Should I be compensated for a piece of clothing before that? Hearing Bai Ye's ridicule at him, Zodi immediately turned into a bitter face. He opened his small wallet and settled, and found that the money he earned from doing tasks in the past half-month was lost. At present, Bai Ye does not want to think too much about the future. Now I don't mind making friends with Tato first. Maybe a few years later. The Zanpaku knife in his hand will become a very abnormal existence with himself. Then all the problems will be solved. It's not a problem anymore. The crowd just got together and chatted for a while about Bai Ye's abnormal physique. Then they all focused on Yu and Lin, who were holding each other's hands. Now they have not touched each other. The two also subconsciously glanced at each other. I won't fight with you, what I'm better at is medical ninjutsu. Lin has heard that Yu is the number 1 in their class, and she is probably as good as Kakashi. She was originally positioned to assist the ninja. If she fought with each other, she would definitely lose. I don't think there is anything to fight. There was no need to fight when you saw it. She was originally a gentle and kind person like Lin. If it weren't for being born in the Uchiha clan, she would not necessarily choose to become a ninja. Chapter 33, Thief. It doesn't really matter whether we fight or not. We will train together in the next few days, and we just need to get acquainted with each other gradually. Nisara came behind Lin and Yu and stretched out his hands and rubbed their heads. Obviously, he didn't care much about it. After all, it was because Swift wanted to play against Kakashi. Kakashi heard that. Let's go next to talk about the usage of the knife. Baiye smiled and hooked up the reluctant Kakashi with his hands, and found a place to discuss some problems with swordsmanship. Yu is going to give guidance on some questions about writing wheel eyes. She opened her eyes because of the stimulus of her father's death in battle. Considering from this direction, see if there is any way to stimulate her eyes. Swift asked Kylan enthusiastically. Hearing that the other party knew medical ninjutsu, she wanted to see if she could learn a little bit. Now she was behind Baiye and Yu. I wanted to find some other things to make up for my lack of strength, relying on my white eyes and exquisite control of chakra. I wanted to try this route. After all, Tsunade-sama can become a great ninja by relying on medical ninjutsu. Swift is also full of confidence in herself. She doesn't think she is worse than others, but feels that she has not found a suitable path yet. Is there someone in the family? Is Kei or his father back? The moonlight shines on Baiye's resolute side face. In an afternoon, Baiye has gained a lot from Kakashi. Everyone just returned to their home to rest after the dinner, and agreed to see you tomorrow. Kai and Dai had been out of the village for several days because of the mission. Suddenly, when they saw the lights at home were on, Baiye guessed that one of them had completed the mission and returned. Squeak! Wow! As soon as Baiye pushed open the door, many shurikens were shot in front of him, and he was shocked. I never thought that ninjas would sneak in this small broken house. From the outside, it was obvious that even thieves would not want to patronize poor people's home. Although he was attacked by someone, Baiye quickly reached out his hand and pulled out the Zanpaku knife from his waist, and quickly swung 6 or 7 knives toward the front to bounce most of the shurikens. However, because of the whole afternoon of training, even if he is not wearing a load on his hands, his reaction has become a little slower, and he was hit by a missing shuriken on his left waist, and a lot of blood was immediately spilled. If Baiye had also taken the weight tied to his leg to repair it, now facing this kind of attack, even if he didn't use the Zanpaku sword to block it, he would be able to avoid it, but it's just an if. Although Baiye had a sword in his hand, Baiye didn't even frown. Compared with the usual squeezing training, this kind of small injury didn't feel good at all. During the time when the opponent was throwing the second wave of shurikens, Baiye swiped the Zanpadao at his feet twice, and suddenly heard the sound of a heavy object landing, and his body was lightened. After being unbound, Baiye jumped to the right side slightly to achieve the effect of blocking the enemy's sight. He quickly stretched out his hand and pulled out the shuriken at his waist, and at the same time, a stream of blood was also gushing out along his movements. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz, however. Baiye did not deliberately deal with it. He could clearly feel that the wound was healing quickly, and the bleeding could be stopped automatically in at most 1 minute, and it was estimated that he would recover in 5 minutes. At the same time, he moved his body quickly and irregularly around the house to prevent the opponent from suddenly using large-scale ninjutsu on him. Just resist the tyrannical fireballs in this period. If you are so arrogant and arrogantly resist the ninjutsu of unknown enemies, you won't even know how to die. Although it has been moving at high speed, Baiye still stared at the whole room to prevent the people inside from rushing out and fleeing. In the white night, when the spirit was in a state of high tension, there was no thought for a while, what exactly did the other party want to steal when he came to his own home? Insect. Perceiving a bug suddenly appeared on his hand, Baiye's face showed some joy. Suddenly knew that Ziyi should have come to him. The other party saw that his current state was not right, so he didn't show up easily, but instead relied on sending bad bugs to notify him. Ziyi often came to see Baiye during this time, usually talking with Baiye about some interesting things that happened today, and occasionally discussing with each other. It seems that he was just about to come and play today. Boom! Before Baiye was happy for a few seconds, the house suddenly exploded. Without knowing what fire the other party used to escape, the whole house started to burn. When he saw many insects escaping from the house, Baiye almost wanted to cry without tears, and he was fine to stimulate the other party to do something. Now that it's done, he just wiped out his home. Ahem, this is just an accident. Now that he had exposed his existence, Ziyi did not continue to hide in the dark, and he came to Bai Ye with a little embarrassment. Didn't he just suck the chakra with the worm? The other party's reaction was too strong. I'll settle accounts with you later. Originally, Bai Ye wanted to say something, but after seeing the enemy escape from the other side of the fire, he hurriedly pursued it. At the beginning, Bai Ye was still a little afraid of the opponent's strength, did not dare to get too close to the opponent, and now the noise is so loud, as long as he tries his best to hold the opponent, the support from the village will arrive sooner or later. Ziyi also sent a large number of bugs to interfere with the other party, but watching the other party keep spitting fire at his own bugs, he began to bleed distressedly, feeling that he shouldn't be here tonight. Shoot him, sharp gun. Due to Ziyi's constant interference, the opponent's escape speed suddenly dropped a lot. Bai Ye roughly judged the distance between the two sides and calculated that the gunshot would consume about a quarter of the chakra in the body, and he directly slammed up. The man was not an ordinary person. He dodged at the moment when Bai Ye used a sharp spear, and successfully avoided the fatal injury. The blade hit his right hand and brought out a little blood. You two brats are so deceiving. This immediately annoyed the other party. I was upset by these bugs, but now I was injured by two little ghosts, so I stopped running away and prepared to kill these two annoying guys first. Ahem, this eldest brother, please keep running, can't we stop chasing? When Ziyi saw that Bai Ye's clothes were all in tatters and still stained with fresh blood, he thought that the other party did it. It feels ugly that the two of them will definitely die in front of him, but I still want to hang in the distance and rely on bug tracking to be more reliable. If you use bugs, you can judge yourself. I can let that kid go. The other party was obviously not interested in Bai Ye who injured him, but he just felt that if he didn't kill the person who would drive the bugs, he might not be able to escape from the village of Konoha before the chasing soldiers came, and chose to stay and fight. Ziyi felt very uncomfortable. He was just passing by, so why bother to stare at him? Bai Ye really hopes that Ji will continue to talk nonsense with the other party, and if he delays for a while, he may be able to arrive. Chapter 34, Bloody Flicker. Seeing that the other party suddenly started to Jian, Bai Ye said inwardly that he was not good, and quickly rushed to Ziyi, wanting to take him away from the place. Wind escape suppression. I saw the opponent spit out a high-pressure typhoon from a distance, which was about 10 meters in diameter when viewed from a distance, and was rushing in the direction of avoiding the White Knight. All the trees on its path were shattered by wind pressure in an instant, and the ground passing by was also plowed into a deep hole of about 2 meters, leaving nothing intact wherever it passed. Seeing that the destructive power of ninjutsu released by the other party was so strong, Bai Ye's pupils shrank, and he could judge from it that he was absolutely capable of forbearance. His two idiots dared to catch up and interfere. Bai Ye watched the high-pressure typhoon getting closer and closer to him, but because he was still holding the burden of Ziyi in his hand, he had already used the energy of milking, and still could not run out of the attack range. Seeing that the high-pressure typhoon ball was about to hit him, and he was only one step away from the attack range, but even at a distance of less than half a meter, it was like a moat that could never be crossed. At this last juncture, Bai Ye's heart was ruthless, and his left hand pushed forward desperately, barely sending Ziyi out of the attack range, and he was a gamble with his abnormal physique. Because Bai Ye turned around and pushed someone forcibly, his figure stagnated, and the high-pressure wind ball swept through the right half of Bai Ye's body so fiercely. At this moment, half of his body seemed to be overwhelmed, and a series of small wounds appeared. Although the power seemed to be weak at first, the wounds appeared continuously, as if they wanted to take away all the flesh and blood on his body. Fortunately, before Bai Ye was hit, he deliberately shifted his head to the left, otherwise the brain would be hit so hard that he might not die on the spot. I saw Bai Ye's appearance at this time is extremely miserable. The right half of the body can no longer see a complete skin, only some pieces of meat that do not know how many times have been cut, still sticking to the bones. The blood that should have spewed out with the wound also flew away with the wind ball, and the ground looked a little tidy instead. Bai Yat, who was already in a state of confusion, still firmly held the zanpai knife with his right hand, and did not let it disappear into the typhoon ball together. The original smooth and neat blade of this zanpakak has now become dilapidated, and it seems that it can be easily broken into two parts with a little effort. Hateful! Ziyi looked at Bai Ye because he was so badly injured, and he stared at the enemy with blood-red eyes, wishing to smash his body into pieces immediately. However, he was not completely dazzled by anger. Instead, he stayed in place and relied on chakra to catalyze the breeding of parasites. At the same time, he also summoned many wild insects from the surrounding woods to block him and Bai Yat. Because Ziyi saw that the opponent started to seal again, he did not move as fast as Bai Yat, and he would definitely not be able to run out of the opponent's attack range, so he could only choose to rely on insects to block the front. And now Ziyi didn't dare to move Bai Yi's body at will. For fear that his improper operation would cause Bai Ye to accelerate his death, read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. It didn't take long for Ziyi to feel the air gradually heat up, realizing that the other party had chosen Huodun to restrain the insects. Although I feel distressed about the large number of insects' deaths, the only thing I can do now is to delay the support. Ziyi focused on mobilizing the insects, but did not notice the white knight, and his body began to produce some unknown changes. In the wound on the right half of Bai Yat, a lot of unknown white matter emerged, slowly enveloping his whole body, and when it derives from his face, a pure white mask was formed. There were 2 bloody tears on the mask, and Bai Yi's black hair gradually transformed into bloody as the mask formed, and began to continue to grow until it reached the waist and stopped completely. After the body completely stopped changing, Bai Ye finally opened his eyes again, and his original brown pupils had turned into blood at some point, and the whites of his eyes had also completely turned milky white, reaching the point where the bloodshot eyes were completely invisible. Bai Ye slowly lifted his milky white arm, and a blood ball appeared on the tip of his index finger, and it slowly widened. When they gathered to a certain degree, they shot out from the fingertips instantly, easily penetrated the protective barrier formed by the worms, and shot madly towards the outside. Wrong! The ninja, who kept spitting fire at the insect swarm outside, suddenly became flustered at the moment the ball of light shot out, feeling as if something bad was about to happen. Just cut off the connection between chakra and ninjutsu, and wanted to dodge to avoid unknown dangers. He saw a bloody light shoot out from the flames, and the target was his heart. The moment he saw this light, it had reached his chest successfully, leaving him no reaction time at all, reluctantly relying on instinct to hug his heart. The light rubbed the edge of the heart and penetrated through the chest. After penetrating a huge hole, it continued to rush towards the distance until it hit a small hill with no one, and stopped completely. After a delay of about 0.1 seconds, the blood-colored ball of light suddenly began to expand, rapidly spreading from the center of the hillside to the surroundings. A huge blood-colored light ball was formed, and the originally black sky was stained with blood, and it began to slowly dissipate after nearly 5 seconds. I saw that the small hill in the distance had disappeared, leaving only a huge deep hole in place to prove what had happened here. After the blood-colored light ball disappeared, the vibration caused by the explosion was transmitted from afar. Now, let's bring our perspective back to the moment when Bai Ye just emitted the bloody ball of light. Bai Ye, you are now awake. Ziyi suddenly felt that the inside of the insect swarm was stained with blood, and he subconsciously looked towards Bai Ye. He was relieved to find that although the other party didn't know why the whole person had become white, he should be sober up from the state. However, Bai Ye didn't reply, especially after releasing the virtual flash. The whole person seemed to be relieved, and straight down toward the ground in front of him, Shika hurried over to support him. He found that Bai Ye had cracks all over his body, and before he could say anything, he felt the earth begin to vibrate. The white substance on Bai Yi's body also fell off the body completely with this vibration, revealing the delicate skin inside, and the original injuries disappeared, but his eyes were still closed tightly. Although Ziyi didn't know what happened to Shiroya now, he could still feel that it should be changing in a good direction. As for why this change happened, he regarded it as a kind of blood inheritance that he didn't know. Why did the opponent stop attacking suddenly? Could it be that they ran away after causing the vibration just now? Ziyi suddenly realized that his bugs didn't seem to die anymore, and made some guesses about what was happening outside. Because Qian tried his best to urge the bugs to protect themselves and Bai Yat, they didn't waste some bugs exploring around, and they didn't know the situation outside. Therefore, I didn't see the screen of Bai Yat killing the opponent in a single blow. I thought that the vibration just now was the ninjutsu used by the opponent, and I didn't dare to remove the insect swarm's defense at will. Chapter 35, Follow-up. What happened? The three generations who were sitting at their desks dealing with documents also sensed the explosions coming from a distance, which shows that the power of this virtual flash is huge. The whole village became commotion because of this. Unlike the previous explosion in the White Knight house, the movement was so loud this time that even many ordinary people in the village felt the tremor. Especially some of the ninjas who had sensed the explosion of the White Knight house before, their expressions became more tense, because the locations of the two explosions were not far apart. It has begun to suspect that there are extremely powerful people invading the village. If you don't hurry to control the other party, it may cause great losses to the village. Moreover, judging from the current destructive power of the opponent, it is estimated that the ninjas who came to support this group are more fierce than good, and many people may die as a result. At the place where the incident occurred, Ziyi didn't know the situation in the village at all, and he was still guarding the ninja. After waiting for a long time, it was found that there was still no change, and Ziyi made up his mind to release some of the bugs, and went around to check the specific situation, wanting to see if the other party had left. What? The other party is dead. After Ziyi received the feedback from the bug, his whole person became unstable, and he didn't know what was going on. If the support from the village rushed over, and he had gathered such a large group of insects here, the other party should also come and inform him. Especially when I learned that the opponent was killed by a blow by someone else, I felt that the whole person's worldview was messed up, and they all began to wonder if the third generation happened to pass by, so they killed the opponent in seconds. However, it is good news that the other party is dead, and I don't have to continue to watch out for the other party here, put away the worms, and prepare to take Bai to the hospital for treatment. Ziyi hadn't even thought about it, everything was actually caused by the flicker of Bai Yat. Tisk tusk, it's terrible to die. Ziyi, who was holding Shiraya, walked over before leaving, and wanted to see the death of the other party with his own eyes. A hint of happiness flashed in his heart. I saw that man was wearing a black tights and a black mask, deliberately wrapped himself tightly. This person remained standing after he died, his only exposed eyes were waiting for the front, his right hand was still holding the big hole in his chest and he wanted to plug it up. Ziyi stretched out his hand to pull down his mask, and he could see the face hidden behind him. He was showing an unbelievable look. Obviously, it was because the death was too sudden, and something happened that he hadn't expected at all. Swish swish. When Ziyi was about to search the other party's body and wanted to see what treasure the other party had stolen from the White Knight's house, 4 masked figures appeared around him, surrounding them. The oily girl. One of them was obviously aware of the bugs in Ziyi, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that the situation was much better than he had imagined. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Yes, this person was killed by you. Ziyi was not nervous when he saw the sudden appearance of Anbu. Since the other party has recognized his identity, it means that the possibility of the enemy pretending is not high. Instead, he is interested in whether they can solve the ninja. Didn't you do it? We just got here. The other party glanced at Bai Yat, who was held in Ziyi's arms. Although they felt that the two children should not be so powerful, they couldn't think of any other reasons. After all, they had already probed around and no other people existed. We were just beaten by him, how could we be able to kill him? Ji glanced silently at the landform destroyed by the opponent. If he had this ability at his age, he wouldn't be able to unify the ninja world in the future. Both sides froze here with big eyes and small eyes, and the atmosphere suddenly became embarrassing. Swish swish. Ninjas began to appear on the scene continuously. All of them were people who heard the movement and quickly put down their things and rushed over, and they were all ready to confront the enemy. As a result, they all froze after arriving at the scene. For a while, they didn't know what was going on, and found that all the people around him were their own people. 3 generations of adults. Everyone saw that even 3 generations had arrived at the scene, and they became more and more sure that something extraordinary must have happened. Xiaoqi, do you know what happened? 3 generations glanced at Bai Ye held by Ziyi, and he was still standing in the center, guessing that the movement just now had something to do with them. After everyone discovered that the 3rd generation was also asking others, they couldn't help feeling very speechless, so no one knew what happened. The Tiankang in the distance might not become Konoha's 10 unsolved mysteries. Is Bai Ye okay? After a while, Nikkei also arrived at the scene. Compared with other things, he was obviously more concerned about the situation of White Knight. Oops, I have forgotten about it. I have to send Bai Ye to the hospital as soon as possible. After being mentioned by Nikkei, Ziyi remembered that Bai Ye, who had been seriously injured just now, was still being held by himself, and he was ready to rush to the hospital with his leg raised. Hey! Don't run! I'm the director of the hospital, let me take a look. A panting old man quickly walked behind Ziyi and stretched his hand to his shoulders. It seemed that he had just rushed over from the hospital, and his body seemed a little overwhelming. Let it go and let him see, he is indeed the dean. Nisara saw Ziyi hesitatingly, and knew that he hadn't seen the dean's face, and that he had met with him a few times because of Shirei's relationship. After listening, Ziyi didn't hesitate anymore, and directly handed White Knight to the other party, standing aside nervously. I'm in very good physical condition. I haven't woken up because chakra is overdrawn. Just rest for a while. After working on Bai Ye's naked body for a while, the dean exhaled deeply and became more and more interested in his body. Earlier, Ting Ziyi said that the right half of Bai Ye's body was almost completely ruined, and he was able to completely recover in such a short period of time, without leaving any sequelae, but chakra was a bit too exhausted. The dean obviously misunderstood something. Chakra's overdraft was only due to the forcible use of virtual flash by Bai Ye. Repairing the body does not need to consume extra energy. Generally, as long as it is not killed on the spot, it can slowly recover. Hearing this, the day slack also relieved his heart. Although he didn't seem to have a big problem by turning his eyes, but after all, he still didn't understand medical skills, and couldn't see if it had any deep-seated influence. Be quiet, go back if there is nothing wrong, I will send someone to deal with the specific situation. The 3 generations looked at the mess around like a vegetable market, the brains hurt by these people's noise, and they were all talking nonsense that had no constructive meaning. It's better to let them all go back quickly. Now that the 3 generations have already spoken, everyone had to go home first. Only some masked guys were left on the scene, probably some high-level Anbu. Shika was also deliberately stayed by the 3 generations, and Shiroya was brought back to Hyaga's house by Nikkei because he was in a coma. I know the details, you should go back first. After asking the details, the 3 generations did not let Ziyi stay here. 3 generations reached out and touched his beard. He didn't know what he was thinking. He could still see in his left hand the scroll found from the intruder. Chapter 36, Women's Clothing. Uncle Nitch, what happened outside? After Swift felt the movement in front of her, she originally wanted to go to see the situation together, but was forced to stay by the day's slack. Now she ran out immediately after hearing the movement at the door. Yet, After watching Nisara's return with Bai Yat, who was naked, she blushed rarely, and quickly stretched out her hand to block her eyes. If the blue veins in the corners of her eyes did not burst out, she really looked like an ordinary little girl. Hakia's house was blown up by an unknown ninja. Now he has passed out because of his lack of strength, so let him live with us before performing the mission. Nisara stretched out her finger and bounced towards Swift's forehead, interrupting her release of the white eyes, and briefly explained what had happened. Then is there any injury to him? After Swift was interrupted too voyeuristically, she changed directly to Minkan, sweeping around Bai Ye nervously, not knowing if she was really looking for wounds there. I can't even watch it. The unbearable day difference, this time directly reached out and held Swift's entire head, completely blocked her sight, causing her to struggle there. When will you be more serious? Nisara feels a headache for Swift's appearance. He has performed very well in all other aspects. As far as the temperament is really only a child, I don't know if he will mature a little when he grows up. Am I here again? When Bai Ye lost consciousness, he once again entered the inner world. And this time, unlike when I first came in, the surroundings were in a state of nothingness. Instead, I jumped directly to the second stage, and the surroundings were all white. Entering here twice in a short period of time, Bai Ye also probably detected some patterns, which should be drawn here every time after he was unconscious. Sure enough. Bai Ye inserted the Zanpaku knife in his hand into the ground, and as expected, it slowly transformed into a human form like last time, and this time it felt that the other party seemed to be a little more solid with Ji. Tell a story. After the other party told Bai Ye that her name was Lingyu last time, this time she wrote these words on the ground. She wanted to come because she had been in this space, so she really felt lonely and wanted someone to accompany her. This time, Bai Ye didn't wander around like last time, but chose to satisfy the other party's wishes. Anyway, he had to wait for the body outside to wake up before leaving here. As for other methods, I don't know yet. Sitting before and after each other's face, Bai Ye could feel a sense of intimacy more and more. The two of them just told each other and the other listened, forgetting the passage of time. Let's see you next time. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Bai Ye suddenly felt that her body was gradually becoming illusory, knowing that it was time to leave here again, waved in the other's unwilling eyes, and completely dissipated. Wake up, is this time I slept in Ji's family. After waking up in the white night, I found that I was sleeping in a big house, surrounded by many high-class items. Although the environment looked very high-end, Bai Ye couldn't help but shudder, thinking that if he were in the mansion of the oil girl, the surrounding porcelain vases might be full of various insects. This picture feels terrifying just thinking about it, and I can actually lie down here at ease for a whole night. Bai Ye grabbed the goosebumps on her body, quickly got up and walked outside, wanting to confirm where she was staying. At present, focusing on the white night in other places, I did not notice that I was wearing a light blue pajamas, which looked very cute and exuded bursts of fragrance. The Ji family has such a big one, because I feel that there should be bugs everywhere in his house. I have never been here. After White Knight walked for a long time, they all walked to the point where they lost their way, and couldn't help feeling sad. He didn't realize that this guy who had been pestering him was such a tyrant. Speaking of such a big home, there are no servants or the like. Why can't I see a single figure after walking around for a long time? Although the environment in the yard looks beautiful, I have been walking around here all the time, seeing similar pictures, and I have already begun to be aesthetically tired. Puff, where did you go, Bai Ye? I have been looking for you for a long time. After a long time, Bai Ye finally heard the voices, almost shedding tears of moving, and vowed to save money to buy a bigger house in the future. Swift, why are you here? And why do you keep laughing? After discovering that the person was Swift, Bai Ye felt a little strange, but he only thought that Ziyi had notified his teammates. It was obvious that the opponent had been holding back a smile, which was beyond my comprehension. This is my home, where can I be if I'm not here? Swift was afraid that Baya would discover that something was wrong, so she quickly restrained her smile. Baya was a little dazed by this situation. Even if Ziyi was dragged to support him last night, according to the other party's temperament, he shouldn't be sent to Hyaga's house. Obviously, Baya didn't know that after she passed out last night, she was controlled by someone else's body and gave a flicker, which aroused the whole village. Don't stand stupid, it will be past the agreed time yesterday. I have already prepared breakfast for you. Swift took Bayi's arm and hurried outside, and patted the small bag on her waist, indicating that she was ready for everything, as long as she followed her well. Seeing that Baya couldn't help her, she had to walk out of the house with her like this, and didn't notice a trace of sly flashing through her eyes. As for the Nikkei teacher, shouldn't you guys live together? Baya always felt that something was wrong, especially the eyes of the two passers who stared at him, which made him feel straight in his heart, so he quickly diverted his attention. Don't worry about him, I don't know what the 3 generations of adults are calling for, let's go quickly. Swift once again increased his speed, and Baya had no choice but to speed up his speed to follow. Yeah, you guys are finally here, puff. I was doing physical training in the 3rd exercise field. When I saw the Swift who came over, he said hello, but when I saw the White Knight following her, he couldn't help but smiled directly. After the remaining 3 people were attracted by the sound of soil, they all discovered Baiyi's costume, and suddenly even the cold Kakashi couldn't help laughing. White Knight. What's so funny? We have to support other people's hobbies, your behavior is very excessive. Swift immediately blamed the 4 people on the opposite side. It would have been more convincing if it weren't for her smile. Swift. Suddenly, Swift noticed that her shoulders were being held firmly by Baya, and then after hearing the other's emotionless words, some cold sweat slowly appeared on her forehead, feeling that the plain words were full of pressure. Ha ha ha. When the 4 people on the opposite side saw this, they finally couldn't restrain themselves and began to laugh out loud, not knowing why they felt particularly comfortable. Chapter 37, Bayman Dungia. We don't have any clothes you can wear in our house, and the Uncle Nikkei agreed. You can't blame me alone. Seeing that Baya had discovered that she was wearing her own clothes, Swift quickly set aside the relationship, and by the way brought Nika into the range of her accomplices. At this time, Baya just wanted to fight the bear boy out of breath, feeling that his image was completely ruined. From now on, everyone in the village may not know that he once had a quirk of wearing women's clothing. Don't blame her Baya, don't you see that what she said makes sense, puff. Tai Tu also stood up to help Swift speak, still thinking of a way to make Baya wear this kind of clothes for the past few days. Are you trying to single out with me? Baya watched with the soil on the side and laughed secretly to oneself, forget it, and now dare to come over to provoke him, it seems that he must be too kind yesterday, so he was included in the target of revenge. The remaining 3 did not step forward to dissuade them, and watched Baya and their scuffle together, and finally ended in Bayi's victory. Okay, stop making trouble, Baya, first tell me what happened last night. You can Baya wanted to continue to do it again, so they rushed over to persuade them to fight, using what happened last night as an excuse to change the subject. At this time, the soil has been beaten into a pig's head because of the special care of Baya, and he has just fisted and greeted him on his face. Because Swift is a girl, Baya didn't act too ruthlessly, but she also had a pair of panda eyes. Baya relied on his own speed, at least he didn't get an attack on his face, and he looked quite normal. As for how many blows he had suffered, he knew in his heart. After hearing what you said, all 3 chose to stop. Everyone was very curious about what happened yesterday. Even if it was White Knight, they actually didn't know what happened. No, you don't know what the other party steals from your house. Kakashi looked surprised after hearing Shiraya's story. Such a powerful ninja lurked in specifically, indicating that there must be something special in Shireya's house. I really don't know what else can be hidden in that little ruined house, and I don't know what happened after the coma. I also want to ask if you know anything about it. Seeing Kakashi's question, Baiye could only helplessly spread his hands. If there was any abnormal thing hidden in the house, he would have found a way to find it, and it was his turn to get the other party to steal it. You don't need to discuss what happened yesterday, but think about how to do the next task. Nipples and Watergate finally came back from 3 generations. Seeing that the disciples were all lying together without training, they stopped them with a voice. Obviously they were a little taboo about what happened last night. Yes, remember to collect it, and then return it to your father. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Nisari threw a scroll towards Shiroya, which was stolen by the ninja last night, and the 3 generations called him in the morning might have something to do with this scroll. Baiye opened the scroll and glanced curiously, and suddenly understood why the man had sneaked into his home last night. Seeing that Baiye was peeking there, he didn't take too much care. It should have reached a consensus with the 3 generations and allowed him to read the above content before specifically letting him forward it. What is recorded on the scroll is the practice method of 8-door Dunjia, and it is also the only forbidden technique that Dai has mastered. Since Dai said in the prerequisite 3 years ago that he wanted to teach Kai and Baiye, he never said it again, and Baiye almost forgot about it. If it were the Beiman Dunjia method of cultivation, it was indeed worthwhile for another Shinin village to send a shinobu to steal it. Although Beiman Dunjia is too difficult to practice and requires a lot of energy, the effect after training is indeed abnormal. Baiye also guessed about the purpose of Nikkei, who specifically asked him to transfer it to Dai, which meant that his current physical fitness had reached the point where he could cultivate it. In the past, due to the slow growth of her chakra and the inability to use ninjutsu normally, Baiye still regarded the 8-door Dunjia as her last hope, but she didn't know what height she could reach after learning it. But now, as Zanpakuyo continues to bring surprises to himself, especially the speeding regeneration ability, combined with the 8-door Dunjia forbidden technique to destroy the body to reach the explosion destination, it is simply a perfect match. At that time, as long as the balance between the body's recovery speed and the destruction speed is maintained, the door can always be opened under normal conditions. As for Chakra being too violent after opening the door, Baiye said that his broken body was originally unable to let go of the existence of ninjutsu. After opening the door, you can be violent as you love it. Anyway, the methods of the Reaper system and the Naruto system are different. Moreover, the super speed regeneration is also marked with a level, indicating that the recovery effect will become stronger and stronger in the future, if it can reach the point where it can remain immortal after opening the dead door. Shireya will unceremoniously grab the position of Naruto and Sasuke. The world should be saved by yourself, and you should play ninja games on the side. When Baiye was still crazy the friends had already gone to the side to start training, and felt a chill at the treacherous laughter that came from time to time in Baiye. Hey, how come Zanpo Dao's experience has risen a lot? After Baiye reviewed the Beiman Dunjia cultivation method, he put it in his arms and held the Zanpaku knife at his waist to prepare for training. After being in a coma for a whole night, Baiye, who held the hilt for the first time, found that the experience value of the Zanpaku sword had suddenly reached almost half of the position, and the blade did not know when it returned to a brand new appearance. Although he desperately squeezed his body's potential last night, and was directly beaten into a state of frequent death by the enemy, his experience value would definitely increase. But the amount of improvement I always feel is a bit too exaggerated. Is it possible that I still hide the blood of science? Note, I learned from my classmates, this legendary Xiaoqiang who can't be killed, as long as he is not completely killed by the enemy, his strength will increase sharply every time he recovers. Konoha village spent these 2 days peacefully on the surface, but secretly it was not peaceful at all. Jalea and they are not in the village at the moment. Could it be that Tuanzang did it? In front of Hokage's desk, after the dark part that was half kneeling on the ground disappeared, the 3 generations sitting on the chair showed a trace of sadness. Through various investigations in the past few days, no trace was found in the village at all. It is really impossible to find who blasted the mountain off. If it is a ninja in the village, the opponent should have no reason to deliberately hide his strength. The most feared is that other strong men from outside the village lurk in, not knowing what they are going to do. Konoha had committed suicide because of White Fang, and Sanrin's whereabouts had become erratic. He was in a period of weakness, and he couldn't stand the destruction of other villages. Should I ask Gillette to come back and help? If he is willing to inherit the position of Hokage, it will be fine. 3 generations got up and stood by the window and sighed. It was obvious that all of their 3 disciples were outstanding, and they were all able to take over. As a result, due to various reasons, the village now feels that there is no successor. Chapter 38, Dark. Swift, why didn't Bai come yet? Shouldn't you guys be together? Dai Tu was complaining at the gate of the village. Except for Bai, everyone in the 2 teams was ready to set off. As usual, bringing the soil is the last person to arrive. It is rare to be late today, and now I finally experience the pain of waiting for others. He said he didn't want to wear my clothes anymore, so he went to pick up the clothes he ordered 3 days ago. Swift was also unhappy, feeling that Bai was very cute in her clothes, and she didn't understand why she had to change back to her old-fashioned clothes. She didn't know that Bai customized this time not the one she usually wears, and the gap between the 2 styles of clothing is simply worlds apart. I'm not mistaken, how do you feel that the white night dress is more pretentious than Kakashi? With a sharp eye with dirt, he looked at the white knight coming in the distance, and deliberately rubbed his eyes, thinking that he might have made a mistake. I thought Kakashi would have been pretending to wear a mask all the time, but I didn't expect Bei to wear it. Is more exaggerated. Bei, are you sure that your clothes are not for visiting temple fairs? When Bai came to the front, Tai Tu couldn't help but reach out and touch the death tyrant he was wearing, always feeling that the other party's style of painting seemed a bit wrong. Yet, why don't you wear the old-fashioned tights? Won't this kind of generous clothes hinder the fight? Swift couldn't help but touched it, and could feel the fabric feel particularly comfortable. If you let yourself wear this kind of clothes to fight, you won't feel distressed if you break the clothes. Here you are, I asked the store for someone to come here. If you are tied to your head, others can't easily tell if you are from the Hyoga sect. Bai did not reply to these 2 living treasures, but took out a pure black headband from his arms and gave it to Swift. Because Swift doesn't like to tie her forehead to her forehead, she knows that she is a member of the clan at a glance. In addition, this time she is going to the border to do a mission. If her clan's identity is discovered by a caring person, she may not be able to return safely even if she is guarded by a day trip. Don't worry, it's pure black. After being blocked by your Lu Hei, it won't affect your appearance. Seeing that Swift took it with a tangled face, she kept holding it in her hand for a closer look. Bai felt that the girl was a little troublesome in this respect, and her appearance was more important than fate. Let's talk about anything on the road. We can set off now. The current time to reach Kyunyu town is tentatively set at 3 days. If the movement is too slow, we will speed up our journey later. Seeing them chatting on the sidelines, Nissan urged for a while. The time booked is to keep them moving forward while they can have sufficient physical strength in the White Night, because the joints also have a prescribed time. If the action is too slow, you must increase your speed. It is okay for you in Watergate, but Bei and the others estimate that there are not many that can eat it. If there is no accident, there is nothing wrong, but in this case it is a bit troublesome to encounter enemies, especially if there are many enemies, but there is no way to protect them. And they must be tested for a while. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. On the way, Swift finally chose to wear the headband that Bai brought. After all, she didn't want to bring her teammates into danger because of her own reasons. In the past few days, both Nipples and Watergate have spoken a lot of experience on the way forward, but mainly for the three of Bai. Kakashi and the others have performed many missions, and everything that needs to be understood is already understood. Ah, it's finally here, I'm going to take a good bath now. These 3 days of sleeping and eating in the wind, but it made Swift uncomfortable. Now that I have arrived in Kyunyu town safely, I am ready to relax myself. Judging from the look of you, she can know that she, who is also a girl, can't stand it. Lin had performed many missions and felt all kinds of harsh environments. She felt satisfied that she could spend these 3 days steadily. If you want to play, go and play. There is still plenty of time at the moment, but don't play too crazy. We will go to our destinations separately tomorrow morning. Nissan felt the gazes of Swift and Uzi and waved them to leave. After all, it was still in Konoha's territory, and it was not in a period of full-scale war. Just like there was no interception in the previous 3 days, the territory of the Country of Fire was relatively safe, and they did not deliberately restrict their actions. Long live! After hearing that the day difference agreed, Swift jumped up on the spot excitedly, feeling that the good day had finally come after 3 days, and rushed to the bathhouse with Uellen. After the 3 boys got together and discussed, they all chose to clean up first. They did feel a little uncomfortable after being in motion for the past 3 days. Nipples and Watergate looked at each other, nodded separately, and disappeared into the town. They are not as big-hearted as these little ghosts, they are still very alert to the surrounding environment, and they separately probed whether there are some suspicious people hidden in the town. By the way, what did the Watergate teacher and the Nikkei teacher go? Could it be that they went to a place where only adults can go? In the men's bathhouse, when I saw that the 2 teachers were not there, I took the soil and began to speculate maliciously, with a bad smile on his face. I didn't expect you to be like this. You usually say that you are a fake helping your grandma every day. Bai Ye felt that the soil must have been faked by other people, and it was a very kind person before it was blackened. Why did it feel as vicious as mine? Then the 2 evil guys began to discuss, and finally attracted Kakashi, who even took a bath with a mask. By the way, these 3 girls are so slow, let's go and play by ourselves first. The 3 boys got it done early. They waited for a long time in the booked room in bathrobes and didn't see them coming. Bai Ye couldn't help but want to go to other places first, because he usually hasn't been training in the village. Been to these places? What's the hurry, wait a while, it's not good for us to go first. In fact, Lin was the only one who wanted to wait for the soil, and especially wanted to see the other person wearing a bathrobe. The whole person looked very excited, and she kept blowing white gas from her nostrils. Kakashi took out an unknown book to read. If it hadn't been for Ji Lai and he hadn't started writing the book yet, what he was holding in his hand would have been intimacy heaven. Amidst their laughter, they didn't know that a swell of darkness was slowly enveloping them. In Konoha village, somewhere in an unknown building. The news has been spread out successfully. Get out! In the darkness, a person with the right half of his face wrapped around sat there, the whole person exuding a gloomy and indifferent meaning. This person is the Danzo who controls the roots. Since you have some ideas you shouldn't have, you don't need to exist for Konoha. I saw that the photo that Danzo was holding on his left hand was slowly burning, and it could be distinguished that the person in the photo was Swift on a mission in the distance. I will regain your eyes in the future and let it continue to contribute to the village. It was supposed to be a kindly smiling face, but on the contrary, it can make people who see it feel a chill. Chapter 39, Trap. So sleepy, are you leaving so early? The soil that was forcibly cried out was yawning constantly, feeling that he could sleep until he was old. You idiot, it's not the first time you have performed a mission. You actually played until the middle of the night. Kakashi relentlessly mocked the soil, feeling that this kind of guy who doesn't value the task is not qualified to become a ninja. Okay, you 2 in the morning, don't quarrel, we are going to set off soon. Seeing that Jidil was provoked by Kakashi's anger again, Lin had to come over to be a peacemaker. I really don't know when these two people will get along well. Don't hold back when you bring the soil, otherwise we will have to rush to rescue you when the time comes. Because I don't know where the day's slack and the water gate have gone, the boring White Knight also began to pick up the dirt. White Knight, UBD is as hateful as Kakashi, it seems we only have the way to duel. The sorrowful belt soil was hit repeatedly by two people, and they have begun to lose themselves. You'd better vent your strength on the task, we are going to set off. Suddenly, the water gate appeared behind the soil, and pressed his head, preventing him from rushing towards the White Knight. Suddenly I felt aggrieved that I was wronged. I was clearly the victim. How could I feel that the pot was thrown on me? I'll say it again. Normally, the journey back takes only 1 day. If one party does not return to this hotel in the evening, it means something has gone wrong, and we will be prepared to support the other party depending on the situation. Not long after the appearance of Watergate, the day slack also rushed back, and once again told everyone. According to the plan, if you encounter a large army of a hostile force, you can choose to break through on your own when necessary and go to seek support. Of course, if both parties are besieged, the ninja staying in Kyunyu town will contact the village and send someone nearby to support. Yesterday, when Nikkei and Watergate were investigating the surrounding situation, they had a special meeting with the ninjas who stayed here, and the follow-up plan had been arranged. Of course, it may not necessarily be intercepted by other villages. After all, this task is carried out every month, and accidents are rarely encountered, but it is not impossible to prevent it completely. Otherwise, the 3 generations can't rest assured that they can do this task, just want to take this opportunity to hone them. I don't know why my heart has been restless. After the two sides separated, Bai Yezong, who was galloping on the tree, felt a little hairy in his heart, but couldn't calm his mind. What's wrong? Did you find anything? Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. In order to save chakra consumption, Swift did not choose to open his eyes. Mainly because the daily disparity also has white eyes, 2 people in a team are actually a bit of overlap and waste. It's okay, it should be just my illusion. Seeing you also looking over, Bai Ye didn't deliberately say anything, it was just that he was a little uneasy, and he was about to arrive at the mission location, and he did not find any problems along the way. What's more, Nisara has been scanning everywhere with his eyes open, and if there is a problem, he has already said it. Actually, there is no need to worry about it here. Nisha's reputation had been accumulated over the years by himself, and he understood much better than himself, a fledgling little rookie. He didn't know how much he had done for the S-level mission. Now it was just a small C-level mission, so he couldn't overturn the car. The experience points of Zanpakudayo have not risen much since they have been on the road these days. Now Bai Ye is actually a bit expecting someone to come out and do things, otherwise it is not as interesting to do this kind of running errands as training. Stop! The divergence ahead seemed to have discovered something, and reached out to stop everyone from moving forward. A trace of entanglement flashed across Bai Ye's face, but he just thought about it in his mind. It shouldn't be a crow's mouth that didn't say it. The 4 were scattered in 4 directions and became vigilant, but nothing happened after a while. Bai Ye glanced suspiciously at the day's disparity without saying anything. Wow! Perceiving the disparity in Bai Ye's vision, he took out a shuriken and threw it towards the trunk in front. Boom! The moment the shuriken was inserted, a violent reaction occurred directly, and after a flash of light, it easily exploded the big tree that needed 2 people to embrace. Obviously someone had buried a lot of inductive detonating charms here in advance, and they were successfully perceived by the sun's eyes with a white eye, but the person who buried the detonating charms should now hide out of the blind eye. Since it was not possible to know how many enemies were in ambush around him for a while, Nikkei chose to fix it here first, in order to restore some of the physical energy consumed by the rush. At the same time, I want to see if the opponent will show up after sensing the explosion. The other is that everyone is not far away from the target location. If no one has come to check it, it also means that the person on his side has been controlled or killed by the other party. Be prepared to break through from the left. If you lose yourself, you will return directly to Kyunyu town. You don't have to stay and want rescue. The eclipse had deliberately caused the explosion, but the enemy still did not choose to show up. After feeling that you and Swift's state were almost restored, they were ready to evacuate here first. The three of Bai Ye didn't say much, and just chose to believe in the judgment of Daily Slack. As for why they did this, it is not too late to wait until everyone can return safely. Stop. Just about a kilometer or so, the Daily Slack frowned and stopped. It seemed that the other party was very clear about the configuration on his side, and his blinding vision created a lot of traps around. Follow me. Nisara didn't even say which direction to go this time. Obviously, he felt that there might be many traps set up around him, and he might have completely surrounded his team. He began to take the Bai Ye three people around. Each time they encountered a trap, they chose to change the direction to move on. It took about 5 minutes or so, and they have already visited this area. Since they have not chosen to leave this place, it means that all the places have been trapped by the other party. Let alone the others, just the amount of the detonation talisman doesn't know how much money has been invested, and the other party is obviously fully prepared. Obviously it is impossible for the opponent to have such a big battle because of our mission. The real goal should be swift. When Bai Ye saw that the day difference was walking around within a certain range, it was easy to understand that there should be traps in the surrounding area, and he also made some guesses about the enemy's goal. After all, this kind of information that is handed over only once a month obviously has no important content. The really important information will be sent back to the village directly on other special routes on the day of acquisition. Since the opponent made such a big move, it was obviously worthwhile for the opponent to do so, and the most valuable thing in the team was Swift's eyes. The only thing that makes Bai Ye feel strange is that Yu Yan has never taken off her headband on the way. Yesterday, Bai Ye reminded her specially before she went into the bathhouse, but she had been so careful that she was discovered by others. Bai Ye kept thinking about the journey on the road, subconsciously ignoring the possibility of being betrayed by his own people. Chapter 40, Breakthrough. Uncle Nitch, what should we do now? Swift also opened her eyes to observe for a while, and can also understand that everyone's current situation is very dangerous. Moreover, listening to the meaning of Bai Ye's words, it was because of me that it was a burden to everyone, and biting his lower lip with a worried expression, obviously he was also very self-blame in his heart. At the same time, I felt a little aggrieved. Obviously, he carefully covered his forehead along the way, but I still didn't know when he was discovered by the enemy. I also understand why in the family, I am not allowed to leave the village by myself, and I also understand why there is such a thing as a bird in a cage, and everything is forced out by others. If it weren't for the fact that the caged bird would automatically destroy the white eyes, then everyone in the tribe would have encountered this situation, and the Hyoga family might have long since disappeared in the long river of history. Swift swears secretly in her heart that as long as she survives this time, she must become the greatest ninja in the future, so that ninjas in other villages will not dare to wink the idea. I returned the same way to cover for you. You took Bai Ye and you and evacuated from the right side. After being out of danger, we joined in Kyunyu town. The daylight rubbed Swift's little head for a while, and then he made up his mind to split up. If they walked together, it would be difficult to take the three of them out without any damage, and if you deliberately cause a commotion by yourself, you can attract most of the enemy's attention. At that time, Bai Ye's ability to escape will depend on God's will. When the three of Bai Ye heard the words of the day difference, they could also understand what the other party was doing. Tears had appeared in the corners of Swift and Yu's eyes, and they had not let them fall. Remember, when you hear the explosion, you are ready to act. Swift, you are sure to avoid all traps. Nikkei squatted down and hugged all three of them in front of his chest. It was the final parting. If you go this time, you will be surrounded by a large number of enemies. Whether you can escape or not depends on your luck. Swift reluctantly nodded his head, already a little bit silent with sadness. We must also prepare for action. If we can successfully escape the siege, we can bring back support. After the day lag left, Bai Ye saw that Swift and Yu were not in good condition, so they took the initiative to drag them to the right, and they couldn't waste the opportunity deliberately created by the teacher. Moreover, the other party's goal is actually on his side, and the Nikkei teacher may not be taken care of. The three of them still have a lot of pressure to escape. Don't think too much, in fact, the most dangerous thing is us. Not only are we weak, you should be the opponent's target, and the Nikkei teacher should get away better alone. Seeing that Swift is still a little bit distracted, Bai Ye is a good choice to be a psychology teacher. No matter what the result is, he must always struggle first. Okay. After 30 seconds of preaching, Swift finally became a normal state, and it seemed that he still possessed the basic ninja qualities. After waiting for a while on the edge of the trap, a series of explosions finally began to sound in the distance. And it seemed that the eclipse had already begun to act. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. After waiting for the meeting, Swift took the lead and walked in the forefront. The three of them walked a lot of distance without triggering any traps. Boom! Suddenly, in Swift's unbelievable look, a light flashed from the trap slightly further away, and then a shock wave hit her head on. Seeing that it was no longer possible to escape, Swift had to put her hands up to protect her head, trying to minimize her injuries, and at the same time closed her eyes to prevent eye injuries. The reason for not deliberately choosing to use the back-to-the-sky hard resistance is because, in this case, if you lose your strength, it will drag everyone's hind legs more than the injury. Swift, who closed his eyes, waited for a while, but found that he didn't seem to be hurt, so he opened his right eye a little vigilantly, wanting to observe the specific situation. I saw a white knight dressed in black. I don't know when it stopped in front of her, eating all the explosion damage for her, and the tree trunk under her feet was already covered with blood. It can be seen that the death tyrant behind Bai Ye has been smashed by the bomb, and his body has been extensively burned due to the high temperature, and some of the wood chips that have been blown up are also embedded in his flesh. The ending point I chose is clearly far enough away from the trap. Seeing that Bai Ye was injured because of her mistake in judgment, Swift's face was full of self-blame, and at the same time she was a little puzzled as to where she went wrong. This situation should be triggered by the enemy. Swift, have you noticed anything wrong around you? The last moon also caught up, looking painfully at the white knight that was still dripping blood. No. My observation range is much smaller than that of Uncle Nikkei, and the accuracy is also much worse. Swift had tried his best to maximize his vision, only to find that besides the traps, no other people were lurking here. The other party should have any special means to monitor this place, that is, it is not clear how many people remain here after being taken away by the Nikkei teacher. After Bai Ye took a short rest, he took a sigh of relief, and the wound on his back stopped bleeding, and some objects embedded in the body were also expelled from the body with the peristaltic movements of the flesh. Because it was not very close to the explosion, all he suffered were skin injuries, and he was expected to recover completely within a minute. Instead, in order to protect Swift, he chose to push the instant step to the limit. Now it takes a lot of time to recover the chakra that was just spent. Then what should we do next? No matter which direction we go, as long as the other party actively triggers the trap, it can affect us. Seeing that Bai Ye didn't seem to be in any serious trouble, Swift sighed in relief, and at the same time a little envious of the other party's abnormal physique. As long as he was not injured by any fatal injury, he could quickly recover. We can't continue to procrastinate. The other party should have discovered that the Nikkei teacher is just a cover. If we procrastinate for too long, it is estimated that many enemies will come. Now I will trigger the trap quickly in front of you, and you will quickly follow up after the explosion. Since the other party did not take the initiative to show up, It means that the people staying in this place may not be very strong. Bai Ye didn't think about it for too long. Now time is very precious. The longer it is, the more disadvantaged it will be on his side. Swift and Yu also nodded directly and agreed to this battle. After all, at the speed of the White Knight, they could definitely run out of the attack range before the explosion. The main reason is that the movement is too great and it consumes much energy, so I didn't choose this plan at the beginning, but chose to rely on Swift's eyes to open the way and move forward safely. As a result, it is no longer possible to continue to use conservative methods, so I have to choose to break through quickly. As the White Knight rushed forward, the explosion sound was more than that of the day difference, and now many enemies will be attracted to this direction. Boom! Just in the White Knight, he moved about 100 meters, suddenly a large cloud of dust burst up on the ground below, and an unknown figure quickly attacked him. At the moment when he sensed the changes on the ground, Bai Ye drew the Zanpaku knife from his waist and slashed it down. After the dust cleared, the enemy could finally be seen clearly. I saw a humanoid puppet with 3 eyes and 4 arms that was handed over to the blade of the White Knight. After seeing this iconic puppet, Bai Ye completely confirmed that the team that ambushed her was indeed Sand Shinobu. The other party should have changed the sand to the crow just now, covering the surface of the puppet with a layer of sand, hiding in the ground and observing the 3 of them. No wonder Swift hadn't noticed the other person before. After all, she was still a bit immature compared to Nikkei. It is estimated that the enemy's body is also hidden nearby, controlling everything in secret. Chapter 41, Nissan Squad vs Puppet Master, plus more. The enemy hidden in the dark found that the White Knight blocked the Raven's raid, immediately opened the crow's mouth through the chakra line, and shot a small range of high-density green poison needles from it. The moment Bai Ye saw the crow open his mouth, he kicked his feet hard, leaving a deep footprint directly on the tree trunk stepped on by his feet, and the whole person retreated in sync with the poisonous needle. Gossip empty palm. Seeing the enemies lurking under her eyelids, Swift flashed a look of self-blame on her face. When she jumped back to her after the White Knight, she shot down the poison needle with her empty palm. Swift, you carefully find out where the other party is hiding under the ground. Back to the White Knight next to Swift and Yu, he was alert to the movements of the crow ahead and other puppets that might be hidden in the dark. If you want to protect Swift from looking for enemies, you won't be surprised. Art fire escape ho fireball. Yu sprayed a big fireball toward the crow in front, successfully disrupting the attack that the opponent hadn't launched yet. In order to avoid the fireball, the opponent had to choose to pull the crow first and then pull it. Over there. This time, Swift leaned against the white eyes and followed the chakra line on the crow's body, successfully found the opponent's body, and quickly threw a detonating talisman on the ground on the right front. The opponent obviously didn't expect it to be exposed so soon, and did not dodge until the detonating talisman exploded completely. After exploding the ground, it was found that there was a head longer than a crow, with a pair of red devilish horns and 6 arms, and a body much larger than the crow. It was the puppet Black Ant. In the dust, the Black Ant slowly opened his stomach, and a figure came out from it, obviously the puppet master hiding in the dark. At first, the opponent was witty by hiding in the puppet, and successfully concealed Swift's eyes. Now that he saw that it had been exposed, he did not hide anymore, but controlled the crow and the Black Ants to attack Bai and them together. Be careful, the other party may also hide other puppets. When the words fell in the White Knight, the 3 quickly dispersed, and the giant branches in the same place were directly knocked off by the crow and the Black Ants, and they quickly fell downward. An explosion sounded immediately, and it seemed that the branches that fell on the ground had successfully triggered the traps arranged by the enemy in advance. As far as the current situation is concerned, Swift can clearly know where the safe point is. If Bai Ye and Yu are careless, they may be injured. The other party controlled the crow and the Black Ant to deal with the White Knight trio, while he was hiding in the distance with a relaxed look. Bai Ye tried to get close several times, but was stopped by the poison needle spit out by the crow, and he didn't dare to choose hard resistance. After all, speeding regeneration is not anti-poisonous. Moreover, the opponent's control over the puppets is also very delicate. Each time with the smallest loss to avoid the ninjutsu released by the moon, it is difficult for the melee type of Bei and Swift to cause effective damage. Hey, read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Being unable to break through the opponent's line of defense, Bai Ye also gradually became anxious. After restraining her mood and calming down, she finally made up some determination. I didn't want to use it, I want to save a little more energy to deal with the situation later. Bai Ye, who was no longer attacking, stood in place and muttered to himself, as if he was preparing something. Open the door. It took about 5 seconds for Bai Ye to successfully use Bayman Dunjia, who hadn't gotten it for a few days. It just doesn't seem to be too proficient, and it takes a lot of time to open the first door. Moreover, after successfully using the White Knight to open the door, he did not continue to open and close the door, and I don't know if he didn't want to consume too much, or he hadn't fully grasped the method yet. As for whether Bai Ye's body can withstand it, I don't have to say more. After so many years of exercise, coupled with the newly acquired speeding regeneration, at least the first 3 are probably not a big problem. After all, the Bayman Dunjia only started to enter from the wound dangerous area. After a substantial increase in speed, Bai Ye successfully broke through the obstacles, causing the opponent's pupils to shrink and disappear completely in front of his eyes. Boom! With a loud noise, clouds of dust appeared in front of the man, and the White Knight that suddenly appeared in front of him was wrapped in dot. Because Bai Ye wanted to see how much her own strength had increased, she did not use the Zanpaku knife at this time, but instead gathered her whole body power onto her fist, and rushed towards the opponent with a power of nearly 50 meters. This overbearing punch smashed the ground here, but found that the touch of the fist was not of a human body. But Bai Ye's expression did not fluctuate. Obviously, he had long expected that the other party would arrange the Sancho fish beside him, and immediately turned his body to attack from the back. Boom! There was another loud noise, and the ground was hit, and the ground began to sink. The force of this punch was obviously not lighter than the punch just now. You don't have to work in vain. Sancho fish can withstand dozens of tons of boulders. The man hid inside the Sanjiao, feeling Bai Ye's constant attacks in all directions, but he was not afraid at all, and he was still in the mood to mock the other party. However, what this person said was right. Although the Sancho fish that was continuously attacked by Bai Ye was not completely undamaged, it was okay to drag it to support and dare to come. Seeing that the fist had no effect, Bai Ye had already grabbed the Zanpaku knife and attacked, but it could only leave some insignificant marks on its surface. For the moment, it takes too much time to break this turtle shell-like thing on their own, and Swift and you are dragged by the other party with crows and black ants, and there is no way to escape without solving the other party. It's really annoying, I have to use some expensive attacks myself. Bai Ye stopped the attack with an annoyed look, and the whole person stood on top of the Sancho fish, and pressed the tip of the Zanpai knife against its shell. San Shinobu, who was hiding inside, looked inexplicable. I don't know what Shiroya wanted to do. Did the other party think that he would give up resistance by pointing the tip of a knife at him? Shoot him, sharp gun. Bai Ye looked down indifferently, and with a low hum. The land within a radius of 10 meters began to crack and sink around the location of the Sancho fish. After the shell was firm for 2 seconds, the tip of the knife finally broke through the tortoise shell that couldn't be penetrated just now, and instantly inserted from the opponent's head until it reached the bottom of the Sancho fish before stopping. With this violent blow, the ground sank again in a large area, and the tree next to it could no longer support it, and it fell straight toward the center. Suddenly, San Shinobu was stabbed, with a confident smile on his face. He felt that this time the credit was definitely the biggest one, and he didn't understand what happened until he died. From the beginning of this mission to the present, Bai Ye finally began to gasp for the first time. Although the battle didn't last long, the cost was not small. Compared with the sharp spear, the consumption of the 8-gate Dunjia can only be regarded as a small head. Bai Ye himself did not expect that in order to break through such a distance, it would actually be greater than that of extending the sharp spear 50 meters out of thin air. Swift, lead the way, let's change direction and go quickly. Seeing Swift and Yu both approached, Bai Ye did not have time to rest. He wanted to leave the battlefield as soon as there were no enemies around. Chapter 42, Rain Country. Puff. I don't know what happened to the three of them. The Nikkei who was in the other direction spit out a spit of blood from his mouth and relieved temporarily. I saw that the landform here has been completely changed, huge pits can be seen everywhere, and there are no trees intact within a 100-meter radius. You can see everywhere in the ruins, a corpse with no injuries except for the blood on the corners of the mouth, but if you have a perspective eye, you can find that the internal organs of these people have been completely destroyed. At this time, if someone who knows these corpses passes by, they will find that many of them are special Shangnan, and one has officially become Shangnan not long ago. There are also a lot of puppets on the ground, but none of them are complete, especially the key parts are all broken into pieces. Even if they are recycled, they are no longer worthy of making materials. It seems I have to work harder. Nikkei found that some people left him, rushing in the direction of Bai, and they were rushing, knowing that they should have been spotted when they broke through. I saw that Nissa continued to attack the sand ninjas who only dared to besiege him, so they had to increase their strength and continue to besiege themselves, hoping to get some escape opportunities for the White Knight trio. The Watergate squad farther away. That's how this task is completed. With the soil watching, Watergate was putting away the scroll he had obtained. He felt so speechless, and realized that this was really just an errand task, but I thought it was difficult when I heard the two teams need to complete it together. Don't complain, it's not that you should be happy that no accident happened. Lin didn't want any accidents, she didn't want to see her companions get hurt because of the mission. Lin is right, and this task usually only encounters 2 interceptions a year, but I don't know whether the Japanese slack in them are going smoothly. Although Watergate is confident of his own strength, he is still very happy if he can avoid fighting. Little did he realize that the person he missed was in a crisis of life and death. To this side, someone from the back right has rushed over again. Now that there are no good people to ambush in advance, Swift can easily spot the enemy who is chasing over. And this is already the 3rd wave she has discovered, and the enemies in the first 2 waves have already gone in other directions. At the same time, this also allowed Swift to regain her confidence, feeling that her eyes were finally able to function successfully. In the absence of daily slack, he can lead the team to the right path. However, because he had never left the village and was not familiar with the landforms here, he did not realize that he had left the country of fire and officially came to the territory of the country of rain. The conditions of Bai Ye and Yu were similar. After all, they were only leaving the village for the 2nd time, and they didn't know much about these conditions. The 3 of them kept rushing towards the center of the country of rain. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. White Knight, do you feel that the surrounding environment seems to be different? After avoiding 5 waves of enemies, the 3 of them hadn't encountered a chasing person for a long time. Swift always felt that the landscape here seemed a bit different from just now. I don't know when the sky began to rain, the environment began to become bleak, and the towering trees that had been seen everywhere disappeared. I don't know too well, I've never been out of the village like you, so let's run away with peace of mind. Bai Ye had already felt that something was wrong, but there had been ninjas searching there, so even if he really got out of the country of fire, he could only bite the bullet and continue to escape. Now he can only expect to bring the rescuers back after he escapes from the Japanese errand, otherwise the 3 of them want to return to the village the same way. Wait a minute. After the 3 of them drove for a while, a different scenery finally appeared in front of them. Some dilapidated houses were standing not far in front, and Bai Ye made a noise to prevent the 3 of them from moving forward. What's happenin'? Yu Yi looked at Bai Ye with a puzzled face. She still wanted to go to the village and ask where the others are. That's why stop, I have seen this village are full of ordinary people. Swift thought that Bai Ye had discovered something wrong, and deliberately rescanned the situation in the village. We are probably not in the country of fire now, so the forehead we wear on our body is a little too conspicuous. After all, not all countries have good relations with Konoha. Bai Ye shook his head and said, feeling that these two little girls are still a little less cautious, even if they worry too much, it is better than accidents. And Swift, your eyes are too conspicuous, and so is the Uchiha clan emblem behind you. Bai Ye observed the two people who had their foreheads removed, and then continued to PK them. Bai Ye, I warn you not to go too far, forget use clothes, don't you want to buckle my eyeballs too? Swift glared hard at her eyes and stared at Bai Ye, with the tendency to fight if he didn't agree with him. Never mind what I call my clothes, this one is good on me, you guys are going to make me a girl naked to the upper body. Not to be outdone, Yu was angry at the two of them. Seeing her blushing face, she obviously thought of something she shouldn't think of. This will be fine. Bai Ye thought for a while and came to Swift, pulled the black headband off his forehead, and nodded his head, obviously satisfied with his wit. Well, you big head ghost. Even though his eyes were covered, Swift still relied on the perspective ability of the white eyes to find Bai Ye's position, and the small fist hit his chest. Looking at this blue fist, Bai Ye felt that it would definitely bleed internally. You two don't want to fight, what should I do? Do you bear the heart that I don't wear clothes? Yu Chuchul looked at Bai Ye and Swift with pity, obviously wanting to struggle again. Don't look at me, I can't see anything now. Swift said shamelessly, and it didn't matter to him to hang up high. Then you wear my clothes, I will be fine if I don't wear a shirt. Bai Ye thought about it and prepared to take off her shirt. The back of your clothes is in tatters, okay, instead of wearing your clothes, I might as well tear off the clan emblem on my clothes. Yu Yi blushed and rejected Bai Ye's proposal. She still felt like she wanted it, but after she said it, her taste changed. Hey, I'm kidding. Seeing Bai Ye suddenly flashing behind him, Yu immediately guessed what the other party wanted to do. As soon as she stopped her, she heard a tear, and her clothes instantly turned into a backless outfit. Ignore this idiot, let's go. With a small face, Yu pulled Swift's little hand and walked into the village, but suddenly the wind began to leak on her back, which made her feel a little uncomfortable. Oh, you really can't be too honest. After Bai Ye sighed, he hurried to catch up, but the smile at the corner of his mouth was obviously intentional. The rain is still falling, and I wonder if the three of Bai can safely return to the village. Chapter 43, Trim. Snapped. What are these people doing? Why do they close the door as soon as they see us? Swift feels so angry, this is already the 7th, and every time she sees them coming by, she closes the door. Now you know how xenophobic these people are. In fact, there are some things that Bai didn't expect. I thought that other ninjas in other regions didn't like other ninjas very much, but I didn't expect that the other party would even shut out the ninja who seemed to be just 3 desolate children. At this time, because they had rushed for several days, and they had not changed their clothes, not only Bai Ye and Yu were wearing relatively tattered clothes, but Swift also looked like a refugee. Why are they like this? We don't seem to be threatening. In fact, Yu wants to borrow some rags from a family so that she can mend her clothes, otherwise she always feels a little uncomfortable. I'm so tired, I really want to take a break. Because Swift has been using intensively for almost 2 hours of whitening her eyes, she now covers her eyes again and needs to use the perspective function constantly, and her body has begun to be overwhelmed. Well, if no one in this village lets us in, find a place to shelter from the rain, there is no need to ask them to understand the situation. Bai Ye also had some guesses about where she was, now she just wanted to find someone to confirm it. Then from the village head to the end of the village, everyone really thanked the guests behind closed doors, and the 3 of them had no choice but to move on. In terms of food, the two little girls, Swift and Yu, have prepared a lot of food pills, so there is no need to look for something to eat, but mental exhaustion does need to find a place to relieve them. Hey, there will be houses here, let's go and take a look. After leaving the village, Swift pulled the headband back to his forehead, did not continue to keep his eyes open, and ran straight towards the dilapidated hut. Really, I don't know how to observe the situation inside first. Seeing this, Bai Ye hurriedly followed. After stepping up to the front, I could find that the hut did not even have a door, and it looked like it had been abandoned for a long time. Is anyone here? Bai Yeqiang walked in first, and motioned to Yu with his eyes, pulling Swift's headband down if anyone was there. Although no one answered, Bai Ye heard some movement, and let Swift open his eyes to observe. There are two children hiding in the rice tank in the next room. They are all ordinary people. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Swift rubbed his painful eyes and pointed to the room on the right that looked like a kitchen. Although Swift said that they were just ordinary children, Bai Ye drew out the zanpaku knife carefully, and then walked to the room to uncover the wooden lid on the rice tank. Why are you so afraid of us, and the people in the village next to you too? I saw two shivering children hugged in the rice tank. Bai Ye felt that even if the other party didn't wait to see the three of them, it shouldn't be afraid. The two children, a male and a female, looked like they were only 6 or 7 years old from their body shapes. They were both very thin, giving people the feeling that they hadn't eaten enough for a long time. Even if Bai Ye asked specifically, the two of them still closed their mouths and refused to reply. This made Bai Ye a headache. And I felt that this place was a bit weird. I also looked like just a 6 or 7-year-old child, okay? Hey, I'll cut it up without speaking. Bai Ye put the blade on the neck of the little girl who was protected behind him. The fact that the opponent kept silent made him a little irritable, and he wanted to frighten him. I said. Don't hurt my sister. Seeing that the other party finally responded, Bai Ye also breathed a sigh of relief, having to force himself to do it before he was willing to cooperate. After the little boy talked intermittently, he understood the situation here. The two children were also from the previous village, but they were driven to this remote place because their parents had passed away and were not seen by the villagers. The elder brother, who looks a little thinner than the younger sister, is called Yeyi, and the younger sister called Yeyu. In fact, both siblings are 11 or 12 years old, but they look younger because of malnutrition. Although the White Knight trio thought they looked like refugees now, they were all based on the standards of Konoha village. For the people in this village, as long as they don't look thin, they must be people who lead a good life. It doesn't matter what clothes they wear. And I heard that they are often robbed by people. This has led to the fact that few people in the whole village can eat their food, and they are particularly afraid of strangers who suddenly appear. Yeyi also said that the person he was afraid of was mainly Bai Ye, but in fact, Swift and Yu were only tired by him. Because in their perception, girls are very fragile existences. For them, those with a knife on their waist like Bai Ye are terrible existences. You think it's all you, we are both innocent, and we have been pricking us just now. After learning that it was because of the White Knight that made them unwelcome, Swift seemed very annoyed, because she also specifically covered her eyes now. That is, these people don't know so much, you seem to be the most dangerous person. You also murmured with a small mouth on the side, and her clothes were dead in vain. Ahem, I can't say that, I just want to hide your identity, after all, you two are very famous families. With a trace of embarrassment on Bai Ye's face, he hurriedly coaxed the two young ladies in a low posture. After some discussions, the three of Bai Ye prepared to stay in the Ye family to make some repairs. As for their brother and sister's opinions, it was disintegrated under the offensive of some soldiers. After receiving the food, the attitude of Yeyi brothers and sisters also changed drastically. Of course, they were much better for Swift and Yu, but they were still very afraid of Bai Ye. We rest and leave, otherwise the two children will be dragged down if the chaser finds here. White Knight. The three people who were staying on the second floor to rest began to plan the next action, and they already knew clearly that they were indeed in the country of rain. The only comfort is that it hasn't gone too far, otherwise, if you are targeted by the ninja of the country of rain, there will be nowhere to run. Where shall we go from now on? Shinobu must be searching this way. The way back has been blocked. The moon looked at the white night with worry. It seemed that he hadn't thought of any good plans anyway. In the absence of daily slack, Bai gradually became the core of the team. And both girls regarded him as a support. We can try to cross the country of rain and detour from the country of grass to the country of backfire. Bai was struggling to recall the map of Ninja World. Since the people in the southeast were all from Sand Ninja, he could only escape to the north. After all, it is impossible for the other party to send ninjas to chase them unscrupulously. Moreover, after tonight, Konoha should also send support after detecting something wrong. Chapter 44, Wipeout. It turns out that life in other countries is so miserable. In the night, Yuexin has grief. As a person who has lived in Konoha since childhood, although he has always known that war is cruel, he thinks that ordinary people's life is still good. Just like Konoha village actually has many untalented people. Life under the protection of the ninjas in the village is not bad. On the contrary, people who are qualified to become ninjas have a high mortality rate. This is the normal state of this world. We only have some illusions because we occupy the most fertile land. Bai himself understands Hokage's general worldview, and the battles in this world are actually centered on resources. Therefore, every time Konoha will face other countries in a war, it will give people a feeling of criticism. Real peace will not be won until the 4 wars are completed more than 2 decades later. Swift also felt deeply about this. The 3 of them had already left the Ye family. Before leaving, she secretly stuffed some grain pills for the brother and sister. Although Bingliang pills is not a good food, it is better than being hungry there. The quantity left is enough for the 2 of them to live for a long time. Bei, can you tell me if the Nikkei can escape successfully? Now that the 3 of them were not in any danger for the time being, Swift became more and more worried about the slack. Swift would have a little confidence if he wanted to escape because of the slack, and he could stay here to attract enemy firepower. No matter how strong he was, he would run out of energy. We didn't go back on time. Ms. Watergate should have noticed something wrong, and rushed at his speed with all his strength. Maybe we have successfully rescued the Nikkei. Bai is mainly worried about whether the daily slack can last for so long. After all, there is no special description in the original book, and he would not deliberately show it when he usually teaches himself. If Watergate went to the rescue alone, it was estimated that he would have arrived at the ambush location long ago. As long as the jet lag was able to survive, it would be no problem to escape with Watergate's strength. Long ago, on the battlefield where Nishimura was. In fact, as early as more than an hour after Nikkei insisted on killing the enemy, he felt that the entanglement time was enough, and he was ready to flee the battlefield. However, although Nishin was not Sun Shinobu's main goal at the beginning, Sun Shinobu did not intend to let him go. After all, in just over an hour, more than 50 people have died in his hands. This is because they are mainly under siege and do not want to go forward and fight for the result. In addition, the original goal had also escaped, so they didn't continue to keep those people around, they all mobilized. Originally, if he chose to break through with all his strength at the beginning, there was still a big chance to escape. But after fighting continuously for more than an hour, the enemy has become more and more, and gradually found that he was completely trapped to death. The only good news is that because Sato was unwilling to increase the casualties, she chose to continue to consume from a distance, which caused the daily disparity to persist for the whole afternoon. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz, until more than 2 hours before the 3 of Bei resumed their actions. Watergate finally rushed to the battlefield alone in advance, while Kakashi and the others were still on their way to the rear. "Hey, you finally rushed here. I held my breath for a long time and didn't dare to breathe. When Nisara discovered that the water gate's characteristic of Kyowo shoots, his tight nerves can finally relax. Sure enough, before Kyowo is about to plunge into the ground, Watergate flashes out in the center of the battlefield. It seems that your body is not rusty. Where are your 3 disciples? The Watergate that appeared on the battlefield scanned the surroundings, and visually detected that there were nearly 100 corpses lying on the ground, and couldn't help but exclaim. The strength of the day difference was much stronger than before. I let them escape separately, otherwise I would not be sure to protect them in front of so many enemies. Because the water gate suddenly appeared in the center of the battlefield, the more than 100 Sara Shinobu who were still alive became afraid to move, and Nisan also rarely showed a smile. On the other hand, Zongshuren had a dead father and mother's expression. One person killed nearly half of his own side. Now there is another one who looks more perverted and doesn't know how the other side appeared. Those who are still alive are all complaining to the higher UPS in their hearts. They don't even send some powerful ninjas to sit in on this task. Now it is estimated that they are not besieging and killing each other, but thinking whether the other party will chase and kill themselves. Sand Shinobu's senior management would definitely be helpless if they knew it. After all, there was no time to tune in when they heard the wind, so they had to inform more than 300 people to come and lie in wait. There are more than 100 ninjas who are searching for Shiroya, but they have no pressure. They don't know that the sun difference has left them there and killed most of them. Now there is a more powerful reinforcement. On the contrary, the teammate who complained about his actions was too slow, and I hope that the opponent will come over and search for the target together, and find it sooner and return sooner. Otherwise, staying in Konoha's sight would be a little hairy in his heart. After all, Konoha's people are not blind, and they will definitely send an army to annihilate them after wandering for a long time. When Mizuman learned the whole story from the Nikkei, he carried out a massacre of those who were still alive, and the killing speed was much faster than the Nikkei. Although Nisara has free palms, this kind of long-range attack method, but in fact not used much this afternoon, because it consumes chakras too much, and can only wait for death without chakras. These sand ninja are all chicken thieves who are dying, and it is difficult to kill the enemy in close proximity without special means of movement. Watergate relied on the perfect cooperation between Flying God Thunder and Kyowo, coupled with super strong nerve reaction speed, to attack and kill each other out of nowhere. Because currently it is only a small range of teleportation itself, plus only relying on Kunao to achieve a one-hit kill, so in fact, it does not consume too much chakra. Watergate has become so strong, he has already thrown it so far unknowingly. Nisara still stood on the spot and didn't do anything. Watching the ghostly figures of Watergate appear everywhere. They had completely destroyed the enemy's beliefs and had already begun to flee. Only a minute passed before the Watergate had returned to the side of Nikkei, and the ninja forces that had dragged on for an afternoon had been wiped out. Although it was possible to win so easily because the opponent did not have any powerful powers, it was very scary to be able to achieve the efficiency of killing 2 people in 1 second without using a large-scale ninjutsu. Just wait here. Lin will treat you when Lin rush is over. I'll look for your disciples first. Watergate has filled his usual smiling face again, as if it wasn't him who had just slaughtered the enemy coldly. Then it will work. Nisan dragged his exhausted body and came to a tree stump that was only half a meter high. He planned to sit here and take a break, and later he was going to find someone. What the hell happened and why are they all dead? A ninja with the forehead of the sand-hidden village was sitting on his knees, staring blankly at the corpse that could be seen at intervals in front of him. After confirming that all the people in the trap had escaped, he went to recover the detonation talisman by himself. Only then did he rush over again to look for the little ghost from the Hyoga family who had escaped. At this time, I could only see the companions who were killed by one blow everywhere. I didn't know why this happened, and there was no trace of battle left on the ground. What a clumsy technique, just want to attack me. Seeing a 3-pronged kunao shot head-on, the ninja easily turned his head and avoided it, with a trace of disdain on the corners of his mouth. Then suddenly it went dark, and he fell asleep so thoroughly. Chapter 45, First Sight. Depending on the situation, they should have managed to escape, but where did everyone hide? The Watergate general was searching for Shiraya. After their sands were processed, they searched north along the border of the country of fire. Anyway, they didn't find any trace of Bai Yi's, but relatively speaking, they didn't worry too much. After all, the enemy had been solved by him. Thinking that the three people of Bai Ye just need to be careful next, the possibility of escaping back to the village is still very high. Whether we are taking the right route. Swift found that from their departure until now, the sky has been raining continuously, indicating that they have not left the scope of the country of rain. Ahem, you can't blame me for that. Let's find a place to rest for a night and we'll talk about it tomorrow. Bai Ye looked a little embarrassed. Before setting off, he confidently said that he would lead the way, but after walking for a long time, he still wandered in the country of rain. According to the truth, based on the land area of the water country, coupled with the speed of the three people, it should have arrived in the grass country long ago. Since it has not yet arrived, it must have gone in the wrong direction. In fact, Bai Ye really wanted to know how the ninjas running around were positioned in this world without a compass. He couldn't forcefully remember these landforms all by himself. I am more afraid of being treated as an intruder by the people in Yuyan village. If you encounter a powerful sensory ninja, you will definitely feel our existence. Yu is a little worried about this. Although I don't know why there are no particularly strong perception-type ninjas in the sand ninjas who are chasing over, I can't expect the ninjas in Yuyan village to be the same. Swift has found many ninjas who are on alert along the way. They haven't been spotted just because they are lucky to avoid them in advance, and they will die when they encounter a presence with a wider range of perception. Relax, as long as we don't get to the location of Yuyan village, we won't be able to meet such a strong ninja by walking anywhere on the side of the road. Bai Ye actually had concerns in this regard, but she still took the initiative to comfort Yu, believing that this kind of pressure is enough to bear on her own. At the same time, I secretly vowed to take them back safely. Although I don't know when the two of them died in the battle in the original book, they should be still in the ninja school under normal circumstances, and they can't be dragged down because of their own intervention. Wait, there are three very strong beings appearing in front, especially the one with many circles on the eyes, which gives people a very scary feeling. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. After Swift discovered that something was wrong in front of her, she hurriedly stopped Bai Ye and Yu's actions and prepared to change the direction to move on. Her eyes were very special, and the pressure on her was even greater than facing the sun. As soon as Bai Ye heard the description with circles in his eyes, he immediately knew that the people who appeared should be Nagato and the others. But I didn't worry too much about it. Since the three people acted together, it means that Yahiko is not dead yet. It also shows that they should still be at a stage where they want to achieve peace through interpersonal communication. Although I don't know why the other party appeared here, as long as the three of them don't take the initiative to provoke them, they shouldn't come over to deal with them deliberately. What about Bai Ye? They seem to have locked us in, and the other side will change directions whenever we go. Swift's words contained vibrato, and she had changed her direction 4 times in a short time, and found that the other party was still walking straight towards them, instinctively telling her that she would definitely die if she fought the other party. Are they here specifically to find us? After hearing this, Bai Ye frowned, and understood why the rain kept falling. It seems that it was caused by the Rain Tiger's freedom technique released by Nagato. The three of them should have been sensed by him as soon as they entered the country of rain. It's just that I don't understand why I've been in the land of rain for a long time before. Why did I rush over here? At present, only you, who doesn't know the other party's information at all, took a special alert posture. Bai Ye and Swift directly gave up resistance, knowing that the other party wanted to disadvantage them. They would never run away. Soon, not long after they stopped in the white night, the other side's figure appeared in front of them. Seeing the other three wearing black windbreakers embroidered with red clouds, Baiye knew that the other party had officially established Akatsuki, and should still be active in the dark at present. 3 children? Hey, Nagato, you definitely think too much. How can anyone send such a small child over to invade? Yahiko with yellow hair complained to Nagato after seeing Shirito and them. I can't perceive other people's body shapes. Who told them to keep approaching our base? Nagato protested to Yahiko in a low voice. He clearly said that it was the other person who came to investigate, but now he pushed all of them on his head. Although they are only 3 children, the other party is not a simple character. Among them, there is a little girl from the Hyuga family. The identity of the other 2 is temporarily unclear. When Nagato and Yahiko were arguing with each other, Xiaonan was carefully observing the 3 people of Baiye, and also understood why the other party had previously sensed that he was coming. Teacher from the village of Jalea, Xionan, go and ask about the situation. Our 2 big men are a bit inappropriate. Yahiko's expression clearly fluctuated after speaking about Jiraiya, and he chose to ask Xiaonan, who looked very gentle, to ask questions, which would also reduce the other side's alertness. After Baiye watched the other party appear, he was chatting with himself, and couldn't help feeling very uncomfortable in his heart. Uze took Swift's small hand, and could clearly feel her body trembling slightly, and looked at the other side vigilantly to protect her behind her. However, Yu didn't open his eyes directly. He wanted to hide his identity from the Uchiha clan first to prevent any accidents because of his identity. Big sister, we are from Konoha village, and we are teachers of Jalea, but we got lost after completing the task this time. Can you tell us the direction to return to Konoha? When Baiye saw it, Xiaonan came forward and explained why the 3 of them appeared here, and shamelessly borrowed the name of Zi Lai Yet. Although Swift and Yu wondered why Baiye said this, they didn't directly refute them, and decided to leave everything to him. Baiye relied on the appearance of a child now, coupled with the use of Zi Lai Yet as a bridge, and began to frantically build up Xiaonan's favorability. Relying on his excellent skills in pretending to be foolish and cute, he successfully hugged Xiaonan's thigh without much effort, in a literal sense. Seeing Baiye's shameless appearance, Swift and Yu became no longer nervous. They both covered their eyes with their hands, looking like they could no longer stand it. Chapter 46, Akatsuki's Base. It seemed that the other party didn't show any hostility. Baiye just wanted to see if he could get a good impression, and then asked how to go back. In the end, I didn't know if his favorability level was too high. Xiaonan took Baiye's little hand and prepared to take him back to the base, meaning it was too late today, and I would personally send them back tomorrow. This was not because Baiye was a child. Xiaonan felt that he could not lie, and easily imagined what he said. The main reason is that she thinks that no one knows the relationship between them and Jalea, so it is impossible for anyone to deliberately deceive her with this kind of reason, and this is the first time the 2 parties have met. Moreover, Xiaonan himself is a gentle and considerate person, which led Baiye to integrate into their group without any violation. Swift and Yu on the side didn't expect that Baiye, who was full of training, could do this kind of operation. The most important thing was that he was full of nonsense and really cheated the trust of this big sister. Then Swift found the opportunity and clinged to Xiaonan shamelessly, and gained a lot of affection with Baiye. Uze was embarrassed to do this kind of thing, and at the same time admired Baiye and Swift. He clearly said something lie, and he wouldn't blush after saying it. That's it, so I am going to take them to the base tonight, and I will personally send them back to the country of fire tomorrow. I saw Xiaonan holding Baiye with his left hand and Swift with his right hand. There was a timid moon behind him. He explained to Nagato and Yahiko, as if you had to agree if you didn't. Teacher Jalea's disciple, I am your brother. Yahiko himself loves to help others, especially after learning that the other party is a disciple of Jiraiya. He went to hold on to Yu's little hand and looked very kind. Yu and Swift were really surprised when they heard that the other party was actually Jilaya's disciple, but on the surface they were still very restrained and did not show any uncomfortable expressions. At the same time, I understand why Bai Ye had claimed to be Jilaya's disciples before, but he just didn't know how he knew that these three people were Jilaya's disciples. I feel that the longer I stay together, the more I know, and Bai Ye becomes more mysterious. Not only does he have a special physique that he has never heard of, but he also knows a lot. In addition to his usual performance, he doesn't seem to be of the same age as them. Child. Along the way, Swift and Yu didn't talk too much, but Shiroya was talking with Nagato and the others, telling many stories about Jiraiya, making the relationship between the two parties more harmonious. Everyone soon arrived at Xiao's secret base. If Bai Ye did not change the route and continued to move forward, it would definitely not take long to get there on their own. Bai Ye finally understood it. No wonder the other party hadn't cared about the three of them before, but suddenly showed up after coming here, obviously being regarded as an intruder by them. But this base is completely hidden in the mountain, and the entrance is very secretive. In fact, if Nagato and the others don't show up specially, even if you tell Bai Ye Xiao's base to be here, it would be difficult to find the entrance. Good leader. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Boss, I came back so soon. After entering, you can find two people who are also wearing Akatsuki's costumes are guarding the gate, and it seems that the relationship with Nagato and their superiors is not very obvious, and they all greeted them with a smile. Thanks for your hard work, we just go out to pick up a few people. Yahiko responded with a smile and introduced the three of Bai to them. After walking all the way from the door to the depths, Bai Ye could clearly feel that every time the members he met seemed very enthusiastic, he couldn't help but sigh secretly. It is indeed Akatsuki when Yahiko was the leader. It is completely two concepts with Akatsuki led by Nagato after the blackening, and in the later period it is completely a group of lunatics and perverted concentration camps. However, in terms of actual strength, it is completely inferior to the later period. Although the main members are not good people in the future, they are not comparable to those who look like good old people in terms of strength. After that, because they all looked dirty, Xiaonan took Swift and Yu to take a bath. In fact, some people called Shang Bai Ye to go with him, but at that time, Swift and Yu were all flushed, and both seemed very resistant to it, so in the end Bai Ye had to go with Nagato and Yahiko. Bai Ye also deeply regrets this. Although he is not interested in the two bean sprouts, Swift and Yu, he is still very interested in Xionan, especially when he watched anime before, he liked this character very much. Humph, what are you still sighing, are you still trying to me and you? Swift looked at the white knight who kept groaning and sighing, and stopped getting angry, and almost let him get into the women's bathhouse just now. After the three of them took a bath, they were arranged in Xiaonan's room. This time, Bai Ye finally penetrated into the girls, but all the benefits were gone. Although he lives in a specially excavated cave, Xionan's room is very exquisite, with a layer of planks on the ground and a layer of tatami mats on it. There are also many gadgets around, most of which are origami works, which are probably made by Xionan himself. The only drawback is that there are no windows, even in the daytime, it will look a little dim. You said how can they have clothes that we can wear? Seeing that Swift wanted to start to attack herself, Bai Ye changed the subject without a trace, and deliberately stretched out her arm to show her bathrobe. Yes, I also feel weird. Their organization doesn't look like they have children. The stupid Swift took the topic naturally, forgetting what she was going to do in the beginning, and chatted with Bai Ye very happily. For you, since she entered this room, especially after she learned that she was going to sleep with Bai Ye, her face has been red until now, and she sat aside without saying a word. And with the passage of time, her small face became more and more rosy, giving people the illusion of dripping water, and she didn't know what she thought secretly during this period of time. As for Xiaonan, he brought them here before and then left, saying that he was going to prepare supper for them. Yahiko and Nagato have gone back to deal with things. If they hadn't sensed that Shiroya had been approaching this side, they wouldn't have deliberately put down their work and went out to check. They were usually very busy. While they were living a nourishing life in Bai, Nisara was still dragging his wounded body to search everywhere. Because I couldn't find it in the country of fire, I went to the borders of the country of Sichuan and the country of rain. In the end, the Japanese messenger found the Ye family. After learning from them that the three of Bai Ye had gone to the country of grass, they specifically notified the water gate and headed towards the country of grass. The two of them just kept looking in the wrong direction. It is estimated that they will continue to search like this. I am afraid that they will not wait for Bai to return to the village. Kakashi and the others were directly driven back to Kyunyu town, saying to prevent Bai from finding a way to go back and no one would know. In fact, I was afraid that they would have trouble with it. After all, what happened today is already very inexplicable. I don't know where the other party got the news. Chapter 47, Return. Bai Ye, Sister Xiaonan is so kind to us, we still lie to her all the time, and we always feel a little bit upset in our hearts. At this time, the three of Bai Ye had been sent by Xiaonan to the vicinity of Kyunyu town. Although Yu was very happy to be able to return safely, she still couldn't let go of the fact that she had deceived each other since we met yesterday. Xiaonan basically stayed with them last night, obviously because they were afraid that they would feel uncomfortable with the gloomy environment. Although Shiroya continued to refuse the other party's personal escort this morning, after all, if the group of Sand Shinobu had been searching there, it would become difficult to explain when the two parties met. But no matter what Bai Ye said, Xiaonan finally chose to send them back personally. So on the way back, Bai Ye racked his brains and thought of another reason to deceive each other. I just don't know why I didn't touch any of Shinobu on the way back, so instead, there was a loophole in Shiroya's words. But Xiaonan didn't say much, and only returned by himself after he was sure to send them back safely. Even the clothes that Bai Ye and you are now wearing, Xiaonan also sewed them after they slept last night, showing a red cloud on their backs. I don't want it either. I just wanted to try to see if I could ask for directions. Who knew the other party would be so enthusiastic? Bai Ye was also a little embarrassed. This was the first time he lied after he came to Hokage, and the target was so good to them. No matter how thick-skinned Bai Ye was, he couldn't hold it even after the other party left. In fact, I feel that if we tell the truth directly, Sister Xionan will also help us. Isn't the organization they set up to help each other to restore peace to the world? You obviously got trapped because of her personality problem, and she kept thinking about what she should do at the time. Okay, don't think too much about it. If you have been struggling, just find a way to become a disciple of Lord Jalea. Seeing Ute speaking more and more vigorously, Swift reached out and pinched her face, pulling her back to the real world. Yes. No, how could Lord Jalea accept himself as a disciple? Yu immediately became energetic after hearing Swift's suggestion. After all, the most abominable lie was to call herself a disciple of Jalea, but then she shook her head, feeling completely unrealistic. According to normal circumstances, Yu did not have any chance to become a disciple of Jalea. Jalea had accepted disciples 3 times in his life, and all 3 times were actually affected by prophecies. Among the first group of 3 disciples, he thought that Nagato was the son of prophecy. Later, he accepted Watergate as a disciple, especially before Watergate died in the Battle of the Nine Tails. It was also confirmed that he might be the true prophet. In the end, Naruto was taught as well. After Watergate placed all hopes on his children, Jalea finally chose to trust his judgment. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Not to mention other things, the 5 disciples taught by Jalea are also extremely strong after they grow up. Only Yahiko has died too early, so he may be relatively weak. Hey! I saw the gate of the town far away from the 3 of Bai, and brought the soil and waved his hands and hurried towards them, Kakashi and Lin followed closely behind. White Knight. Are you all right? Teacher Watergate and Teacher Nissa are still looking for you near the land of grass. Although Tai Tu only met them for a few days, let alone quarreling with Bai Ye, he was still very concerned about their safety. The three of Bai Ye finally breathed a sigh of relief when they heard that the Nikkei teacher was also looking for them. Judging from the current situation, they knew that the other party should not have had an accident. Since you are back, I will ask Parker to notify the two of them. After Kakashiki finished printing, he pressed his hand to the ground, and then a white mist was produced. After it dissipated, a small dog appeared. Yeah, Kakashi, what's the matter this time? Bai Ye didn't expect Kakashi to be able to psychic now, but Parker looked much smaller than in the original book, so he greeted Kakashi naturally. After Kakashi's explanation, Parker quickly disappeared into the jungle, heading for the country of grass. In fact, Kakashi used Parker to search for them in White Night yesterday, but because the country of rain has been raining all the time, all the smells have been covered up. Have you been ambushed? The goal is still Swift's white eyes. In the Hokage office, the Watergate and Day Squad have successfully returned after a few days of rushing, and reported all the information in the mission to the Three Generations. Three Generations couldn't help frowning after learning the news. He sent them because the mission was not dangerous enough, and wanted to exercise them. It just didn't expect these things to happen. If it hadn't been for Watergate to perform this task together this time, it would be estimated that none of them would be able to return. Although this is an uncontrollable accident, if your mission fails, you have failed, so I won't give you any more dangerous missions until you prove your own strength. After Three Generations felt the beard and thought for a while, they spoke to the four people in the Nikkei class. Understood, Three Generations of Grandpa. Seeing that Swift wanted to refute, Bai Ye stretched out his hand to cover her mouth, and responded first. Although Swift looked upset, after Bai Ye said this, she didn't deliberately jump out to sing against him, guessing there must be some hidden meaning, but she couldn't think of it. The meaning of Three Generations is actually quite obvious. It is impossible to let Swift go too far away from the village until the reason for this matter is figured out. Although they will not be completely dismissed from continuing to issue tasks, there are definitely some tasks that are certain that there will be no surprises. After Bai and them left, a figure wearing a mask appeared next to Sunday, and the two sides didn't know what they were discussing. To make her come back alive, Shinobu is really a bunch of trash. A rooted ninja was kneeling in front of Danzo to report. His forehead was still sweating coldly, as if he couldn't bear Danzo's momentum at this time. But since I failed this time, Yuri Jean's temperament, Three Generations, will definitely not let me seize the opportunity again. It seems that this matter must be let go first. Danzo and the Three Generations have been working together for so many years, managing Konoha both openly and secretly, and they are very clear about the other side's way of doing things. Sometimes the Three Generations clearly know that some things are done by themselves, but generally they don't ask too much, because they grasp the right things every time. And in the final analysis, it was all for Konoha's prosperity. To put it bluntly, it was just a gap in concept. In addition, some things that were not easy to handle on the surface of the Three Generations were also handed over to Danzo to deal with. Now that the other party has clearly developed a vigilance, it has to choose an appropriate low-key. Chapter 48, Change of Mindset. It's over, I have forgotten that my home has been blown up. After coming out of the Hokage building, Nipples and Watergate gave everyone a half-day vacation, wanting them to have a good rest. But when Bai Ye returned to her home alone, she was dumbfounded. Only some charcoal was left on the spot. Only then did she remember that the house was bombed more than a week ago. Father and Kai probably haven't come back yet, so the village doesn't seem to be distributing subsidies either. Bai Ye came to a small sapling and dug up the soil, recovered the 8-door scroll he had hidden before the mission, patted the dust attached to it, and stuffed it into his arms. Hey, I wanted to take a good rest. Baiye came to the small woods where he used to exercise, touched the big wooden stakes that he and Kai had used to train, and his face showed emotion. Since I graduated, I haven't been here for almost a month. I usually train with everyone in the third exercise field, and I can't help but think of the days when I practiced madly every day and only increased the total amount of chakras. Baiye silently felt the message sent to his mind from the Zanpai Dao he was holding tightly in his hand. Although he had never understood the working principle of this thing, it was enough to understand that it could keep him strong. White Knight, you are really here, come with me. Not half an hour after White Knight training, Yu appeared violently and took his little hand and ran to other places. Baiye was shocked, and she couldn't imagine that this was a month that was usually shy, and she didn't know why she suddenly became so aggressive, but she felt a little embarrassed because her hands were sweaty. Baiye, who was being dragged away, had never found a chance to ask questions, so she had to follow it quietly, trying to see what the other party wanted to do. What are you guys? After arriving at the destination, Baiye found out that Yu had taken him back to his home, and that the original ruins had been cleaned up. Kakashi, who had just been separated, had gathered together. Bei, you are here, come and take a look at the design drawing I have drawn. He was lying on the ground and calculating the dirt of things. After hearing Baiye's voice, he immediately beckoned and asked him to come quickly to look at the drawings he designed, appearing very confident. I didn't expect you to be quite talented in this area. After Baiye let go of Yu's little hand, he walked over. It looked very high-end, but he did not expect that he would have the talent in this area. Sure enough, bringing soil can awaken Kaleidoscope's spatial skills, and its sense of space is also very strong. Baiye can't be sure to design it in a short time. While they were chatting, Swift came to Yu's side surreptitiously, and whispered something in her ear, causing Yu's little face to flush instantly. The idiot Tato said he wanted to design a new home for you, so he called us all over. Read more at hotmtlenovel.xyz. Kakashi sold the soil on the side very simply, and the soil he got became a little embarrassing, and Kakashi was ruthlessly exposed every day. To be honest, Baiye was still very moved by this. He himself was not prepared to rebuild, but was going to continue to stay at Swift and his family, and wanted to wait for Daihakai to return. But now the little friends took the initiative to come and help, which made Baiye feel a little different. In fact, since coming to the Naruto world, Baiye has always been in a state of no real feeling. At the beginning, only Dai and Kai were the only people in the communication range, which can be said to be very isolated. Baiye tossed and watched Hokage many times. Because he was very familiar with the plot and the characters of the plot, he had been wandering outside the world as a bystander, feeling a little out of place. And at the beginning, the biggest goal was only to save Dai. As for the life and death of other people, Baiye didn't want to take care of it at the time, but just wanted to minimize the impact on the normal development of the plot. After all, if it leads to a complete collapse of the plot, the whole world may end in tragedy. Especially after a 4-year bottleneck period, some aspirations that still existed at the beginning were completely wiped out. But more than a month ago, because he had to form a small team after becoming Zenin, he was forced to start formal contact with other people, and his mentality changed accordingly. Because there is no way to do it, watching his companion die, the goal of salvation has expanded a little, but at this time, Baiye is actually the same as at the beginning, just trying to help people around him as much as possible. As for other characters that I have liked, I still want to choose to let it go. After all, I can comfort myself by saying that the two parties are actually unfamiliar. Perhaps because of the increased contact and the fetters between the companions, it may also be because the plug-in of Zanpo Deo went online again, and his heart began to expand again. At this moment, Baiye gave birth to an impulse to save everyone, Madara's plan, Kazuki's conspiracy, and wanted to solve it on his own, instead of relying entirely on Naruto and Sasuke. After Baiye's mentality completely changed this time, the heart of a strong man naturally grew in his body, At this time, the busy people on the court, only Kakashi seemed to have noticed something, and after a deliberate glance at Bai Yat, he continued to press on the plank in his hand. The ninja's work efficiency really surpassed, and after the sky went dark, the new house had been built more than half. Shiki, who heard that Bai Ye had already returned to the village, also appeared on the scene on time. After knowing that everyone was building a new house, he forcibly pulled both Yi and Luxin to help. Bai Yizhen feels that Ziyi is idle, and he has never heard of him going out of the village to perform long-term tasks. Yi, who was called over, was very enthusiastic to help, while the lazy Luxin observed around the house, pointing out that certain parts were unreasonably constructed, but he was unwilling to come forward and do it himself. After the moon hung high, the last bucket of paint was finally dried, and Bai Yi's new home was finally completely completed. The new home is a circle larger than the original under the design with soil. It looks like a modern small villa, and Bai Yi is very satisfied with the appearance and floor space. In order to thank everyone, Bai Ye had to reluctantly took out a sum of money from her little wallet to buy a bunch of ingredients and came back, preparing to hold a barbecue in front of her new home to celebrate. Everyone played around for a long time before they went home separately, and Bai Ye followed Swift back to her house. Planning to continue rubbing the house for a few more days. After all, the new home has just been built and it needs a little bit of wind, and some wooden furniture can still be obtained locally, but some other furniture needs to be purchased on the market. It seems that after the cells with the White Knight continue to neutralize, the aggressiveness of the intercolumn cells will decrease a lot. In a dimly lit laboratory, Da Shiwan was recording some data in front of the operating table, and the one fixed on the operating table was Yamato from his childhood. I don't know what method was used by Ashimaru, and he asked Yamato from Danzo's hands. As the only survivor after being implanted into the intercolumn cells by Da Shiwan, Yamato has a certain degree of adaptability. After the neutralization of the White Knight cells, his adaptability has been greatly enhanced. I only have White Knight semi-finished cells in my hand. I don't know how effective his completely degenerated cells can be. Da Shiwan licked his lips, his face was filled with excitement, and he wished to capture Bai Ye directly for experimentation. The teacher is so fond of Bai Ye, I have to think of a reliable way, otherwise it's not easy to start directly. In fact, Dash Yuan also discovered that after adding Bai's cells in Yamato's body, it also produced an unknown energy. Moreover, this energy and chakra are perfectly fused together. For this completely unknown thing, it is the real reason for Da Shiwan's desire for Bai Ye. Chapter 49, 3 months later. Bai Ye will start the written test soon, don't hold us back. Swift was demonstrating against Bai Ye with her small fist, and 3 months passed in a blink of an eye, and came to the eve of the Zhongnan exam. Since the accident happened in the last mission, the 3 generations really, as he said at the beginning, the range of activities of the Japanese Slack team has been compressed a lot. So for Swift, this Zhongnan exam is her chance to prove herself, but she has worked hard in these 3 months. Not only the strength has been improved a lot, but also the medical ninjutsu has also been greatly improved. Every time I have a chance, I will discuss it with Lin. In this regard, Shiroya wanted to try it a bit. Is there any way for Swift to study with Tsunade for a period of time? It's just that Tsunade has been erratic, and I don't know where he is fooling around in the land of fire with silence. The only thing Shiroya knows is that a few years later, the other party returned with silence to take the Zhongnan exam. Moreover, Shiroya herself was very interested in Tsunade's strange power technique, and felt that she could use it as a reference for her for nothing. Although Nisara did not deliberately conceal knowledge about soft boxing, it was invented on the basis of white eyes after all, and the improvement to Bai Ye was not as great as it was at the beginning. Especially if you want to keep the overall Zanpaku sword experience increasing at the same time, you will spend more energy. However, it is better than Kendo and Shunbyu. After all, there is a physique expert who has been teaching in vain. The other 2 have to be explored on their own. As for breaking the road and binding the road, it is the easiest. As long as you use it without the brain, it will increase the experience value, and you only need to spend a small amount of energy every day. Don't worry, I didn't have to study it for a month. Thinking of the experience this month, Bai Ye felt like having a nightmare. Every day he had to make time to read the notes that Swift and Yu had compiled for him. Looking at these messy theoretical knowledge, it is more torturing than doing thousands of push-ups in one breath. Even if it changes to another world, Bai Ye still has no potential to become a master of learning. Even if you haven't studied this month, Swift and I have a headache. Yu revealed the truth mercilessly, and Bai Ye always watched it for a while before slipping away. Until 3 days ago, Swift had been cruel to seal all the chakra veins on Bai Ye's body, and stared at him with Yu to prevent him from running away after learning for a while. It would be nice if I was asked to invigilate the exam, and he could pass the test like Naruto. Bai Ye couldn't help but started to sigh, and muttered quietly by herself, feeling that the theoretical knowledge was useless at all. Why do you tell me? Suddenly, a voice came from Bai Ye's ears, and he was directly shivered by fright. Why are your ears so sensitive? You can hear me so quietly. Bai Ye stretched out her hand to caress her chest and tried to calm herself down, and looked at the speaker silently. The other party was Ibizai, who was just muttering to herself, and it didn't matter if she suddenly appeared, just like a ghost. Since Bai Ye's mentality began to change, relying on the relationship between Kei and Kakashi. They have also become acquainted with their current class. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Then, using Bai Ye as the medium, Ziyi and his class finally had a good time with the previous class. Because the 6 of them graduated early this year, plus the fact that they have been hanging around with the previous class, people who don't know will directly think they are in the same class. You are all here. Ziyi also came outside the examination room, waving his hands in the distance to greet Bai Ye and the others. Originally, their Yusha teacher was not prepared to recommend them to take the exam, but after Ziyi knew that Bai Ye would take the exam, he started to work hard every day to get the volunteer book. It didn't take long for everyone to know Bai Ye, except for the soil that he was late for every day. Kakashi, don't frown, even if it fails this time, there will be another one. Bai Ye wickedly patted Kakashi's shoulder, and deliberately twitched his nerves, causing the opponent to involuntarily shake his eyelids. Bai Ye doesn't know why, but he likes to MT Kakashi with a cold face. It feels much more interesting than the lazy appearance since he grew up. You won't be late with soil. I don't know if Lin is here to bring the soil to fight the injustice, or to stand up for Kakashi. A little demon could not help appearing in Bai Ye's mind, wanting to see who of them would be with if Lin hadn't died. Come on. We went in first. After Bai Ye got disgusted with Kakashi again at the end, he immediately turned and ran into the examination room, fearing that the other party could not help but do it by himself. Swift also patted Kakashi's shoulder wickedly, showing the expression that I sympathize with you, and quickly ran away. I couldn't do these things in the last month, so I had to apologize and smiled at Kakashi and Lin, and walked in. In this way, Kakashi and Lin were left standing alone at the door, looking very sad. Sorry, I was late because I helped my grandma. Tai Tu finally arrived with a bit stuck, and then gave a familiar reason. Although he was telling the truth, he always felt that this was a lie after listening to more. Idiot! Kakashi said coldly, then turned around and sent all his grievances to Dai Tu's body. He immediately felt refreshed, and he walked in a hurry. Before he could say anything, Kakashi's figure disappeared, and an expression like eating a fly suddenly appeared, perfectly receiving the resentment thrown by Kakashi, and there was nowhere to vent. Lin was not so cruel. After urging the soil in a daze, the two went in together. Not long after all the personnel arrived, the test papers were formally distributed. After Bai Ye got the test papers, he quickly started writing on the test papers. Soon, Bai Ye stopped writing in less than a second and began to pretend. I saw that only one name was written on the test paper, and the rest of the questions didn't even need to be read, and I knew that I would not know it, and I was still in the mood to change the pen, making all kinds of difficult problems that I could not do in my previous life. Action. The picture is back to last night. Only you can help me with tomorrow's exam. I saw that Bai Ye was holding Yu's hands tightly at this time, and he kept shooting out small stars from his eyes, and began to attack the opponent's line of defense. But, please, this is my lifelong request. Seeing the moon still refused to let go, Bai Ye increased the intensity of launching small stars, and completely broke through the opponent's last line of defense in one breath. Yu, who lost herself, just agreed, so dizzy, there was still a blush on her face, she didn't even know her surname now. After these 3 days of endless study, Bai Ye was finally forced to the limit, and suddenly remembered the original take soil in his mind. The other party was relying on Lin's small note to take the written test. From this moment on, it was like opening the door to a new world, wanting to pass the level in the same way. Chapter 50, the second assessment starts. Don't worry, I can definitely live it. Bai Ye looked angrily at Swift, who looked nervous and was waiting to announce the results. You idiot are ashamed to say that you don't know anything until the night before the exam, where is such a great confidence? Speaking of this, Swift felt very angry. It was obvious that she and Yu Tu Swiba dedicated to coach Bai Ye for a month, but the pig brain did not learn at all, and the way of escape became more and more perfect. White Ye must be fine. Yu whispered. After all, when she passed the note to Bai Ye before, she was frightened for fear of being driven out by the invigilator. But now that she has successfully completed this cooperation, she is still very confident of her own level. Look at Renjiayu, this is the trust that your companions should have. Bai Ye took the words without shame, because his answer was passed by Yu, it would be strange that he could not get through. And Swift, who was completely kept in the dark, didn't know the little actions of the two of them in private, so he was very worried about it. At the same time, she stared at Bai Ye and Yu with strange eyes, and with her keen sense of smell, she always felt that one of these two people was hiding something from her. White Knight, you actually passed. K on the side showed an incredible expression just after the assessment form was posted. Because during this period of time, the White Knight tutoring locations were all in his own home, Kai also knew the true level of this younger brother, and thought he would be brushed down in the first round. Look, don't delay your next game. After hearing that he was really passed, White Knight patted Swift on the shoulder with the posture of the superior. Slightly. It should have been something to be happy about. Swift didn't know why she felt so upset. After making a grimace at Bai Ye, she left with an innocent look on her face. White Knight, are you bullying our little princess again? Ziyi came over and stabbed Bai Ye in the arm, and looked at him with a humorous expression on his face. You better pray not to run into our team in the next round. Ziyi smiled bitterly when he heard the words. After all, when he first graduated, he still had the confidence to fight against Bai Ye. But since graduation, Bai Ye is like riding a rocket, and his strength has grown at a speed visible to the naked eye. From the beginning, there was a win or loss in the pair training, and now it has become a unilateral torture, so in order not to be too far away, Ziyi also spent more hard work on all aspects of training. Since everyone has passed, let's gather to celebrate at noon today. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Bai Ye, you are the one who angered the girls in your team. Then go and chase them back by yourself. We will pass first. Yes, you people really are. After learning that everyone had passed the first round, the atmosphere was still quite active, and they were all ready to gather together before the official start of the war tomorrow. Because in the recent short period of time, they have been training for the Zhongnan exam, and everyone has not been together for a while. The relationship between everyone should be getting better and better later. According to the original work, before this exam, Kai and Dai too were not familiar with each other. However, because of the intervention of Bai Ye now, and during these 3 months, we often invite everyone to meet together, so the relationship has progressed much faster than normal. Do you want to pick a disciple from this group of Xiaoren? After the third generation exhaled a puff, he glanced at the scene in the crystal ball, which was the place where the Chunin test was being conducted. I think it's time for me to find an apprentice. Don't even the idiot Jiraiya teaches such an outstanding disciple as Mizuman, and Tsunade has begun to lead disciples. I saw Ashimaru standing in front of Hokage's desk, staring at the picture in the crystal ball, with a glow of excitement hidden in the depths of his eyes. In the past 3 months, Dashimaru has also made a lot of preparations and investigations deliberately, just to take away Bai Ye after the Zongnin exam. Of course, his purpose is not simply to experiment, he is still ready to cultivate White Knight, and he has planned a training plan during this time. At the same time, I was a little afraid that the 3 generations would not let go. After all, after being his apprentice for so many years, some things have been guessed, but there is no evidence. After all, Dashimaru had done a lot of things to hook up with Danzo in order to do experiments. In the future, these things were exposed and all promoted by Danzo. It is estimated that the other party tried to get the only possible competitor, Dashimaru, out of the village in order to be able to take the position after the death of the 4th generation. Just like Danzo spreading rumors to wipe out Black and White Teeth, he tried every means to eliminate his competitors, but he did not expect that after the death of the 4 generations, the 3 generations would choose to become Hokage again. After the 3 generations had a detailed discussion with Ashimaru, they did not have any rejection of this matter. Since the other party is willing to take the initiative to cultivate Konoha's next generation, no matter what the main purpose is, it is always a good thing. Kakashi, don't be so pessimistic. It is not common to be late with soil anyway. I believe you will become Zhongren next year. Towards the edge of the second test, bringing the soil lived up to expectations and was late again, and Bai Ye once again sprinkled salt on Kakashi's wound. 2 times in a row, I was late because of helping my grandmother. It's no one for this low probability event to become such a high incidence. Maybe bringing the soil actually hides a physique that attracts grandmothers. Every time there is something important, you will definitely encounter these accidents. However, Kakashi has now entered the sage mode, with no fluctuations in his heart, pretending not to hear, letting Bai Ye mutter on the side. Seeing that Kakashi had been expressionless this time, Bai Ye couldn't help feeling a little boring, so he had to go to the examination room with Swift and no longer spend time outside. This exam is mainly divided into 2 rounds. All groups are arranged randomly and compete against each other. The winning team will enter the winner group and can continue to fight until it is eligible for the 3rd test. Of course, the losing team also has a chance. Tomorrow there will be a losers group battle, and a group of people will also be selected for the 3rd assessment. But if it fails again this time, there will be no next chance. After Kakashi and the others entered the arena stuck, the chief examiner began to explain the rules. The content of the competition was not as bloody as Naruto and the others. At that time, a large number of people entered the Death Forest at the same time, and there was no invigilator to follow to protect them, but many people died in it. I don't know who I will meet next, I really want to fight Kakashi again. Swift was obviously still thinking about losing to Kakashi, and had always been brooding about it, especially wanting to fight him again, but unfortunately it was always rejected by the opponent. Because this exam finally has another chance, as long as the battle lines can be brought together, the 2 sides have the possibility of fighting. She is very confident of the strength of her team and Kakashi's team, and feels that both sides will definitely not be eliminated early. The 3rd personal battle is where she is really nervous, and that's where she decides whether she is eligible for Zongnin. Use words themselves are not very interested in this, after all, she is only a weak girl after all, who can maintain high-intensity training every day, but she just doesn't want to shame her family. Bai Ye is completely uninterested in becoming Zhongren, because with his knowledge of the 3 generations, even if he really becomes Zhongren, the other party will not arrange any special tasks, and the scope of his activities is estimated to be near Konoha. Unless you choose to fly solo by yourself, there is really no difference between Zhongren and Xiaoren.